He was impaled by multiple blades and left to die in the dirt as his life faded away under a crimson sky. With a single cold strike, his executioner severed his head, ending the reign of the continent's legendary mercenary king. But instead of dying, he woke up to find his head fully intact and his body back in his teenage years. He had traveled back in time to his youth before his family was betrayed and slaughtered. Armed with decades of future combat experience and a thirst for vengeance, he is about to rewrite their tragic fate. We kick things off with a dark screen and some ominous dialogue from a guy who seems extremely familiar with a certain name. Memories float around in shattered glass, filled with whispers calling this guy a wastrel, a useless bastard, and a total disappointment. That name belongs to Ghislain Perdium, the eldest son of the Count, and the widely regarded failure of the family. He sits alone on a broken throne right in the spotlight of his own ruins. But the guy speaking is absolutely losing his mind over this. He claims to be the legendary, top-tier Knight of the North. He just cannot process the fact that he was defeated by someone he considered absolute trash. His face is covered in blood and his ego is completely shattered. Suddenly, a mysterious hooded figure clad in armor comments on how warm the burning battlefield is. He smugly admits to spending an absolute fortune setting up this trap. The entire forest is engulfed in roaring flames behind them. Armed with a massive axe, the hooded figure looks down at his defeated enemy. A single glowing purple eye shines from beneath his dark visor as he asks if his opponent likes the setup. The fallen knight can barely stammer out a response. The knight is shocked to realize this formidable warrior is actually the so-called garbage Ghislain Perdium. He demands to know how Ghislain anticipated his secret plans. Ghislain coolly responds that he did not just know about the trap. He stood right in the middle of the carnage of the knight's elite forces. He reveals he had complete intel from the very beginning. He knew exactly how many troops were marching and what their exact route was. Every single spy and traitor assisting them was already compromised. Ghislain had their entire network mapped out before they even took a single step. None of their conspirators escaped his notice. It was a complete checkmate before the battle even began. Like a set of nesting dolls, every layer of their secret operation was exposed. Every contingency they planned for was already countered. Ghislain declares he knew it all from the start. It is as if he held the entire situation in the palm of his hand while watching with an omniscient eye. The knight trembles violently, utterly unable to accept this reality. He was supposed to be the trump card, the unstoppable force of the North. Rage takes over as he screams, cursing Ghislain as a useless piece of trash who should not have been capable of this. He simply cannot comprehend how he lost. His rant is cut short when Ghislain brings a heavy armored boot right down onto his face. That is one direct way to silence a sore loser. Ghislain tells him to shut his mouth, standing casually with his giant axe resting on his shoulder. There is no room for negotiations or final speeches here. He issues a chilling promise to win every single time they try to invade. He drops his helmet onto the dirt without a care in the world. Underneath the helmet is a surprisingly young blonde face with a confident smirk. He boasts that his victory is guaranteed because he literally holds all the future plans. Cut to 1 year prior at a military camp of the Lutania Kingdom located near the Perdium estate. A young man suddenly sits up in bed, hyperventilating and clutching his chest. He is completely disoriented and trying to figure out what just happened. He looks down at his hands, trembling as he realizes he is actually alive. The memories of his brutal death are still fresh in his mind. He panics as he remembers clearly what happened to him just moments ago. He definitely should not be breathing right now. His mind flashes back to a chaotic clash of weapons. A brilliant burst of light and sparks explodes in his memories. He remembers a grim battlefield under a crimson sky dotted with gargantuan swords. It was a graveyard of epic proportions. He remembers coughing up blood and cursing his luck as his life faded away. He was defeated and left to die in the dirt. He was literally impaled by multiple blades in a brutal execution. The agony of that moment was completely unmistakable. A red-haired knight in golden armor stood over him, narrating his demise. Ghislain Perdium, known as the Mercenary King and one of the continent's 7 strongest men, had met his end. The victorious executioner was Idun, a member of the continent's elite noble knights. He declared with absolute certainty that the war was finally over. When asked for his last words, Ghislain expressed only one regret. He was deeply bitter that he could not get his revenge before dying. Even on the brink of death, Ghislain had eyes glowing with raw fury. He cursed his executioner with every ounce of strength he had left. Idun merely scoffed at his anger, looking down at him with immense arrogance. He did not take the dying man's threats seriously at all. Idun then brought up Ghislain's past, mocking his origins as the son of a fallen household. He mentioned how Ghislain abandoned his family after his sister's tragic death. This revelation completely caught Ghislain off guard. How could a knight from an entirely different kingdom know such intimate details about his family's downfall? Idun smirked and explained that he had put a massive amount of effort into tracking him down. He was not acting on a whim. Then comes the bombshell revelation. Idun's faction worked hand in hand with the Delphine household to engineer the destruction of Ghislaine's entire family. Guyland's world shattered at the word "we." The realization that there was a massive conspiracy behind his family's tragedy ignited an uncontrollable fury inside him. It was not just Duke Delphine who was responsible. There were multiple powerful figures pulling the strings from the shadows this whole time. Refusing to elaborate any further, Idun raised his massive sword for the final blow. He coldly told Ghislaine to just accept his fate and die. Ghislaine roared in absolute hatred, swearing he would never forgive them, but his screams did nothing to stop the descending blade. With a simple and cold acknowledgement, Idun brought the blade down. The finality of the strike was absolute. A brilliant flash of blood marked the end of the legendary mercenary king. His head was severed in an instant. But now young Ghislaine stares at his reflection in a barrel of water. He is completely dumbfounded to find his head perfectly intact and his body much younger. He wonders if his entire life as a legendary mercenary was just some incredibly vivid hallucination. He touches his smooth, unscarred face in sheer disbelief. His mind races to find a logical explanation. He suspects he might have been captured and experimented on by enemy mages, swearing vengeance if that is the case. His train of thought is suddenly cut short by a voice calling out to him from outside the tent. He snaps his head around in surprise. A young soldier named Ricardo steps inside, asking the young master to come outside. He notes that he already knows Ghislaine is awake. Before the soldier can even react, Ghislaine vanishes from his spot and appears right behind him. He holds a sharp blade directly against the soldier's throat. Ghislaine whispers a cold threat, promising to spare his life only if he answers every question truthfully. His predatory aura is completely terrifying. A terrifying glow lights up in his eyes, showing that he is not playing around. This is the combat instinct of a seasoned mercenary king at work. Ricardo is absolutely sweating bullets, completely terrified by the sudden change in his young master. This is not the weak boy he used to know. However, the tension abruptly breaks as Ricardo speaks up, asking if this is not crossing the line. Ghislaine blinks, slightly confused by the soldier's casual response to a literal death threat. Ghislaine is totally baffled by the lack of panic. He wonders why a regular soldier is acting so nonchalant while having a sword held to his throat. Ricardo casually pushes the blade aside, explaining that Ghislaine probably just tired himself out from throwing a tantrum earlier. Ghislaine is left utterly speechless. He sighs and asks if the young master lost his memory after a simple nap. He reminds him that he was screaming about wanting to lead a raid against a group of orcs. The mention of orcs triggers something in Ghislaine's mind. He also cannot believe his past self was throwing tantrums like a spoiled child. While Ghislaine tries to process this embarrassing piece of information, Ricardo begins packing up his gear. He tells the young master to get his act together because everyone is waiting. Still completely lost, Ghislaine asks where they are supposed to be going. Ricardo answers as if it is the most obvious thing in the world. He states that they are heading right back to the Perdium estate. This simple sentence hits Ghislaine like a truck. He stands frozen, completely unable to believe what he just heard. In an instant, Ghislaine grabs Ricardo by the collar and aggressively demands that he repeat himself. Ricardo is completely startled by the sudden violence. He asks if he meant the fallen Perdium estate, the place that was supposed to have been entirely reduced to ashes. Pushing past Ricardo, Ghislaine sprints out of the tent and up a nearby hill. He looks down and gasps at the sight before him. Sprawled out in the valley is the Perdium estate, completely intact and thriving. This is impossible since he distinctly remembers it being burned to the ground. Ricardo catches up and asks if he had some kind of horrible nightmare. He warns the young master that the Count will kick him out if he hears him calling his own home a fallen estate. Ghislaine forcefully pinches his own cheek to see if this is all just a dream. He squeezes hard, hoping to wake up. The sharp pain confirms that this is very much reality. He lets go of his swollen cheek and lets out a heavy sigh. A younger body, an intact estate, and absolutely no scars. The clues are starting to piece themselves together in his mind. There is only one logical conclusion left. He has somehow traveled back in time to his youth. He remembers how immature his younger self was, constantly throwing tantrums out of a deep-seated feeling of inferiority. That behavior alienated everyone around him, making him a complete outcast in his own home. People avoided him like the plague. Unable to handle the constant shame and criticism, he eventually ran away from home to escape it all. Out on the streets, he became a mercenary, fighting tooth and nail to survive. Over years of brutal combat, he honed his skills and earned the title of Mercenary King. Once he finally achieved power, he returned home to make amends with his family. But he was too late, finding nothing but smoking ruins and ashes. His entire family was slaughtered, leaving him with absolutely nothing. His life of revenge started from that very moment. But now he has been given a second chance. He stands before the proud flag of his family, which is still flying high. He realizes with absolute joy that his loved ones are still alive. He has the power to change their tragic fate. Ghislaine starts giggling to himself, feeling like singing out loud in pure happiness. Ricardo watches him, completely convinced his young master has finally lost his mind. But his joy is short-lived as reality sets in. He remembers Ricardo mentioning an upcoming raid against a group of orcs. He asks Ricardo to confirm this detail. There is no way Ghislaine could ever forget what happened on this specific day in his past life. This was the fateful day of the massacre. It was the day almost every single member of the raid squad was brutally slaughtered. His foolish younger self had joined the squad to show off, believing there were only 3 weak orcs to deal with. He thought it would be an easy victory to boost his reputation. But the scout report was a complete trap. Instead of 3, they ran into a horde of over 20 ferocious orcs, resulting in a complete massacre because of his arrogant leadership. He knows he can easily defeat them now using his future combat experience. The only challenge is convincing the squad to actually listen to a useless young master. He draws his sword, feeling the weight of the weapon in his hands. It is time to put his plan into motion. He takes a quick practice swing to test his current physical limits. He is definitely weaker than his peak mercenary days, but his muscle memory is still fully intact. Suddenly, panicked screams echo through the camp. A soldier yells out that the orcs have already launched a surprise attack. Before anyone can prepare, massive orcs crash into the camp and immediately tear through the front lines. The ambush has officially begun. Ghislaine is surprised by how quickly they arrived. He wonders if the timing of the ambush was always this rapid in his previous life. The battlefield is pure chaos, with massive beasts overpowering the human defenders. Blood splatters everywhere as the defense line completely collapses. A terrifying orc roars directly into the face of a soldier. The sheer physical dominance of these creatures is completely overwhelming. Commander Skovan tries to rally his men, shouting commands to form a defensive wall. He desperately attempts to keep the squad from scattering in panic. But his orders are useless against the sheer brute force of the enemy. An orc swings its massive weapon and sends several armored soldiers flying through the air. Skovan realizes they are completely outmatched and outnumbered. With panic setting in, he fears that his entire squad is about to be wiped out right here. Suddenly, someone screams a warning to the commander. He turns his head and his eyes widen in sheer terror. A colossal red orc has sneaked up right behind him and is raising a massive axe for a fatal downward swing. Skovan is completely frozen and unable to dodge in time. Out of nowhere, a blur of motion cuts through the battlefield. Someone is moving at a speed that should not be possible for a regular soldier. It is Ghislaine. He shoves the commander out of the way just as the deadly axe comes crashing down. Sliding under the massive beast's guard, Ghislaine delivers a lightning-fast slash across its thigh. Skovan watches from the dirt in absolute disbelief. He cannot comprehend what just happened or who just saved his life. Ghislaine leaps high into the air with his blade gleaming under the dim light. He's moving with the flawless precision of a master swordsman. He tightens his grip on the hilt, utilizing his muscle memory to execute a perfect strike despite his weaker teenage body. With one clean and powerful motion, he slices right through the giant orc's arm, sending its weapon flying. The surrounding soldiers stop in their tracks with their jaws dropping. None of them expected the useless young master to pull off such a high-level feat. The massive beast screams in agony as a geyser of blood erupts from its severed limb. Ghislaine lands gracefully on the ground and stands calmly as the giant creature collapses behind him. He did not even break a sweat. He checks his weapon, slightly annoyed that his current body cannot channel mana yet. He mutters to himself that he wishes he had regressed just a little bit earlier so he could have trained his core. Walking over to the stunned commander, Ghislaine asks if he is indeed the leader of this squad. Skovan can only stammer in reply. Ghislaine extends his open hand, demanding something from the commander with an air of absolute authority. The commander is totally lost, blinking up at him in confusion. He has absolutely no idea what the young master is asking for. Gwalin stares down with piercing eyes, waiting for Skovan to hand over command. It is time for a real leader to take charge of this battlefield. Ghislaine directly demands the right to command the squad, leaving Commander Skovan absolutely dumbfounded. Skovan can only stare up at him, questioning if he heard the young master correctly. In his mind, Skovan is fuming. He knows the young master has a reputation for being a complete fool, and demanding leadership in a life-or-death battle feels incredibly reckless. Standing up, Skovan flatly refuses, which immediately gets a shocked reaction out of Ghislaine. Skovan barks back, asking if Ghislaine thinks war is some kind of game. He declares that he cannot surrender his authority even to the Lord's eldest son. Ghislaine finds this refusal highly annoying, but mentally concedes that he would have reacted the exact same way if a spoiled brat asked him for command during a crisis. Suddenly, another colossal orc roars and leaps right toward them, completely cutting off their conversation. Skovan immediately charges forward to intercept the beast, shouting at Ghislaine to fall back. He is determined to protect the young master. Ghislaine sighs, realizing he has no choice but to show instead of tell. He prepares to step in and handle this himself. With incredible speed, Ghislaine leaps right past the charging commander. Skovan is left shouting in complete panic. He pushes Skovan back safely with one hand while keeping his eyes locked onto the giant target ahead. Skovan can only watch in stunned silence as the young master effortlessly takes the lead. He's left blinking in utter disbelief, unable to process the incredible movement speed he just witnessed. Ghislain lunges directly at the massive orc, aiming his blade with absolute and deadly precision. The blade pierces directly into the orc's eye, neutralizing its vision and offensive power instantly. The massive beast collapses to the ground with a sword driven right through its skull. Skovan is left staring at the corpse in absolute awe. The commander is completely baffled by how the young master managed to land a perfect, fatal strike on such a difficult target with zero hesitation. Ghislain turns back to Skovan, calmly asking if the commander knows what the most critical element of a successful battle is. He points toward the battlefield where their troops are currently being overwhelmed and driven into a corner. Panic is rapidly spreading among the ranks. With a confident smirk, Ghislain declares that they desperately need to seize the momentum if they want to survive this ambush. He effortlessly yanks his sword out of the dead orc's head, getting ready to dive straight back into the fray. Without waiting for a response, Ghislain dashes straight into the heart of the enemy horde. He leaps and delivers a clean, blinding slash that takes down another beast, leaving his allies completely speechless. Skovan stands frozen, his mind struggling to reconcile this god-tier warrior with the spoiled kid he knew. Ghislain issues a cold challenge to the remaining monsters, daring them to step up. Standing triumphantly on top of a fallen foe, Ghislain roars that he is going to wipe out every single one of them. A group of orcs quickly surrounds him, but Ghislain casually readies his weapons, completely unfazed by being outnumbered. He moves like a specter, weaving through their heavy attacks and leaving a trail of blood and defeated enemies in his wake. Skovan rubs his eyes, genuinely questioning if he has fallen asleep and is having an incredibly vivid dream. He knows firsthand how difficult it is to fight these monsters, yet a slender teenager with no formal training is pulling off impossible maneuvers. Despite the spectacular display, Skovan notices that Ghislain's breathing is getting heavy. His current body simply does not have the stamina to sustain this. Skovan analyzes Ghislain's technique, noting how he uses the absolute minimum movement required to dodge. Every single strike is calculated and aimed directly at the soft joints and vital areas of the heavily armored beasts. It is an absolute masterclass in swordsmanship, making him look like a legendary manaless swordmaster. Or perhaps Skovan thinks he is witnessing something even greater. The sheer scale of Ghislain's skill is mind-boggling. Ghislain laughs maniacally, taunting the beasts and shouting that he has not even warmed up yet. He insults their entire warrior heritage as he begins to run, successfully drawing the aggro of every single orc in the vicinity. Ricardo and the other soldiers watch in horror as the entire horde charges after Ghislain. They wonder if the young master is simply running away in fear. Ricardo frantically calls out to the commander, begging him to intervene before the young master gets torn to shreds. Skovan sweats profusely as he tries to figure out what Ghislain's actual plan is. He knows the kid is not stupid enough to just run aimlessly. Drawing their attention was a brilliant tactical move to relieve pressure on the squad, but running in that specific direction makes no sense. Skovan suddenly realizes that the path Ghislain is taking leads straight to a massive cliff. The realization hits him like a lightning bolt. He is horrified by what the young master might be planning to do. He mutters to himself as his eyes go wide and the pieces of the puzzle finally come together in his head. He immediately barks out a loud order to his men, telling them to form a tight and solid shield wall. He commands his squad to follow Ghislain, ready to execute whatever crazy plan the young master has cooked up. Meanwhile, Ghislain leads the roaring horde of orcs right up the narrow mountain path. He trusts that a veteran commander like Skovan will catch on to his strategy. He admits to himself that he would have loved to slice every single one of them down personally if he had the power. Unfortunately, his current, unrefined teenage stamina simply cannot handle a prolonged battle against a whole horde. Standing at the very edge of the steep drop, Ghislain turns back with a smug grin. This setup is perfect for the squad to clean up. In a shocking move, Ghislain leaps right off the edge of the cliff. The chasing orcs screech to a halt, completely stunned by his apparent suicide jump. They crowd around the edge, looking down to see where the crazy human went. But Ghislain did not fall to his death. He used a sword wedged firmly into the cliffside to catch himself, suspended safely in the air. Looking up at the clumped up and confused monsters, Ghislain smiles. The trap is perfectly set. He gives the signal for his squad to execute the final phase of the plan. With absolute confidence, he whispers the word to initiate the counterattack. Skovan roars at the top of his lungs, ordering his troops to push the gathered orcs directly off the cliffside. The heavy shield wall smashes into the disoriented orcs from behind, using their own forward momentum against them. The orcs lose their footing on the narrow edge and begin tumbling down the steep drop, one by one. Skovan and his men pour every ounce of their strength into the push, determined to finish this battle once and for all. The entire horde is sent plummeting down into the rocky gorge below, completely helpless. Gravity does the rest of the work, crushing the terrifying monsters against the jagged rocks below. It is a complete wipeout. The once deadly ambush has been entirely neutralized in a matter of minutes. The exhausted soldiers gasp for air, slowly realizing they actually survived. They cheer in disbelief as they celebrate their miraculous victory. Skovan immediately rushes to the edge, frantically calling out for the young master. He looks down to find Ghislaine hanging casually from his sword, completely calm despite the deadly drop right beneath him. Ghislaine looks up and gives them a small, bloody smirk. He knew exactly how this would play out. Skovan is left completely speechless by the young master's sheer nerve. He has never seen anyone pull off a stunt like this. He quickly leans over the edge and extends his hand to pull the boy back up to safety. Skovan shouts for him to grab his hand, straining as he reaches down as far as he can. Ghislaine tries to reach, but his exhausted muscles suddenly fail him. His grip on the sword hilt begins to slip. With a look of shock, Ghislaine loses his grip entirely and falls backward into the misty abyss. Skovan screams for him to hold on, but it is too late. Skovan's heart completely stops as he watches the Lord's eldest son plummet down. This victory is about to turn into a total disaster. In a sudden dreamlike sequence, a young girl with beautiful lavender hair and soft eyes calls out Ghislaine's name. Ghislaine turns around, instantly recognizing the voice of his beloved younger sister Elena. Shattered fragments of his memories float around him, showing precious and happy moments spent with his sister before everything went to ruin. He realizes these are his most cherished memories of Elena, the sister he failed to protect in his previous life. Suddenly, a small hand firmly grabs his sleeve. He gasps in surprise and is snapped right out of his thoughts. Elena looks up at him with teary eyes, desperately pleading for them to go together. This painful memory cuts straight to his core. Ghislaine suddenly opens his eyes, finding himself lying in a comfortable bed with a cold compress resting on his forehead. He looks around the quiet, spacious room, realizing he survived the fall and was brought back home. He touches his face and lets out a sigh of relief. It seems the squad managed to rescue him from the gorge after all. He sits up slowly, wondering if the vivid encounter with his sister was just a dream born from his deep regrets. Suddenly, a sharp wave of pain shoots through his head, making him wince and clutch his temples. Every single muscle in his body aches. It is the harsh consequence of pushing an untrained teenage body past its absolute limits, though the pain is a reassuring reminder that he is alive. The door to his room suddenly creaks open, and a familiar voice calls out to him. A beautiful maid with striking white hair and red eyes rushes into the room, her face lighting up with immense relief upon seeing him awake. Ghislaine blinks, whispering her name in utter shock. Belinda, his personal tutor and loyal companion, is standing right in front of him. Belinda immediately starts scolding him, pacing around and complaining about how worried she was. She lectures him on how reckless it was to get involved in the orc raid. Ignoring her scolding, Ghislaine leaps out of bed and throws his arms around her in a tight, desperate hug. Belinda freezes in place, completely caught off guard. Flustered, she asks if she did something wrong to warrant this reaction. Ghislaine simply whispers that he is just incredibly glad to see her again. Belinda was his personal tutor, and the only person who never gave up on him, staying by his side despite his foolish behavior throughout his youth. But in his past life, she went missing after their household was destroyed. He spent years searching for her but never found her again. Seeing her alive and well feels like an absolute miracle. Belinda gently pushes him back and teases him about why he is acting so emotional when they see each other every single day. Ghislaine's expression turns completely serious. He decides that if he wants to save everyone, he needs to tell Belinda the absolute truth. He grabs her shoulders firmly and warns her that a massive catastrophe is about to strike the Perdium estate. Belinda looks at him, completely bewildered. Taking a deep breath, he prepares to reveal the secret of his regression. He flat out tells her that he died and came back to life. Belinda merely sighs and pats his head, fully convinced that the near-death experience just messed with his brain. He tries to correct her, but Belinda cuts him off. She dryly points out that the only one in immediate danger of a catastrophe is Ghislaine himself if he keeps acting crazy. Ghislaine realizes that telling the literal truth is completely useless. No sane person would ever believe a story about time travel. Belinda changes the subject, asking what he would have done if his injuries prevented him from attending the upcoming festival. The word festival triggers an instant and dark realization in Ghislaine's mind. His eyes widen in shock as his memories resurface. Belinda smiles, reminding him that his little sister Elena has been eagerly waiting for the day they could attend the festival together. She suggests it would be the perfect opportunity for the siblings to mend their strained relationship. Ghislaine stares at a framed picture of his sister, remembering the timeline. He gently picks up the framed photo, his heart sinking. He realizes the terrifying significance of the timing. In his previous life, he never got to enjoy festivals because of the profound trauma that completely shattered his world. He quickly asks how much time they have left before the festival begins. Belinda informs him that they have exactly 1 week. 1 week, he whispers to himself as he stares blankly out the window. The clock is officially ticking. Suddenly, soft footsteps stop right outside his door, and a tiny, sweet voice calls out to ask if her big brother is inside. It is the very voice that has haunted his nightmares for decades, reminding him of his greatest failure. He remembers her crying and begging him to go to the festival with her in his past life. Because exactly 1 week from today, during that very festival, his little sister Elena is destined to die. He swears that this time he will protect her at all costs. Right after calling out to him, Elena bursts into the room and wraps her arms around Ghislaine in a tight hug. She is clearly overjoyed to see her big brother. Belinda stands there with wide eyes, completely startled by Elena's sudden energetic entrance. Elena quickly gets flustered and pushes Ghislaine back, asking what kind of weird joke this is. She is blushing red and completely unused to her brother being so affectionate. Ghislaine simply stares at her with a soft, melancholy expression, whispering how much he missed her. Decades of regret and grief are melting away in this single moment. Overwhelmed by his emotional display, Elena shoves him away with surprising force, yelling that he is creeping her out. Ghislaine is literally sent flying backward onto his bed. Ghislaine lies there coughing and clutching his ribs in pain. He is genuinely shocked by her raw physical strength, wondering if his little sister was always this much of a powerhouse. Pouting, Elena explains that Belinda was the one who asked her to visit. She demands to know what kind of game he is playing, asking if he thinks a sudden hug makes up for everything. Elena angrily recalls his incredibly harsh words from before his regression, when he told her to get lost because she was annoying. Ghislaine's sweat drops, absolutely horrified by what a terrible person his past self was. He sheepishly mumbles an apology, looking down in shame. He mentally curses his younger self, realizing he was absolute trash to his own sister. Both Belinda and Elena stare at him in sheer disbelief, unable to process the fact that the arrogant young master just apologized. Elena wonders if he took a nasty blow to the head during the raid. Ghislaine sighs and insists that he actually defeated the orcs, but Elena and Belinda just whisper together and completely ignore his protests. As he tries to defend his pride, another sharp pain shoots through his chest. His current body is reminding him of its physical limits. Elena smugly points out that if he was so successful, he would not have been carried back completely unconscious. Ghislaine collapses to his knees, utterly defeated by his little sister's sharp tongue. Seeing Belinda and Elena interacting so happily brings a sense of warmth to his heart. This peaceful, everyday scene is exactly what he missed. He smiles softly, realizing that everyone is exactly as he remembers them from his happiest days. But a dark shadow looms over his memories. In his previous life, he foolishly rejected Elena's invitation to attend the festival. That petty rejection was the last time he ever saw her alive. It is a memory that has tormented him for his entire adult life. A few days later, Elena's body was discovered torn to shreds in the slums, far away from the festive grounds. Her elite bodyguards had been slaughtered alongside her. Clenching his fist against his chest, he is overwhelmed by the heavy guilt. If only he had set aside his pride and stayed by her side, she might still be alive. His painful memories are interrupted as Elena asks if some visitors can enter the room. Two brawny armored soldiers step inside and greet Elena warmly. These are her personal bodyguards, Jamal and Philip. They apologize for the intrusion, explaining that the castle servants are asking the young lady to oversee the preparations for the upcoming festival. Gwalin is slightly confused. He wonders why the servants would ask a young child like Elena to manage such an important task instead of the estate officials. Belinda dryly explains that he would not know because he spent all his time slacking off. The estate is suffering from a severe worker shortage, forcing even the young lady to pitch in. Ghislaine is taken aback, realizing how little he knew about the actual state of his family affairs back then. Stepping forward, he volunteers to help with the festival preparations, determined to stay close to his sister and assist the household. Elena turns around with her eyes wide in absolute shock. She is completely stunned by her notoriously lazy brother's sudden offer. Belinda and Elena exchange worried glances, whispering once again about whether the young master suffered permanent brain damage. Ghislaine is just left standing there completely speechless. The scene shifts to the bustling marketplace within the estate, where merchants and townspeople are busy setting up stalls. However, the second Ghislaine arrives, the workers immediately flinch and whisper in fear. They beg him to stay away, terrified that the hot-tempered young master is here to cause trouble. Elena tries to defend him, but the workers bluntly suggest that the best way he can help is by simply staying out of their way. His past reputation is going to be incredibly difficult to wash away. Pushed aside, Ghislaine takes the opportunity to analyze the tragedy of his past life. Since Elena was found in the slums, someone must have lured her away from the secure festival grounds. To prevent history from repeating itself, he needs to thoroughly map out every secret passage and vulnerability within the castle before the festival begins. His thoughts are interrupted as a large, armored knight comes running toward him, calling out his name in a panic. Ghislaine turns his head, instantly recognizing the veteran warrior's face. It is Old Man Fergus, one of his family's most loyal knights. The old man is gasping for breath, completely relieved to see that the young master is safe and sound. Fergus explains that he rushed over the moment he heard about the terrifying orc encounter. Ghislaine quickly tells him to drop the subject, highly embarrassed to keep hearing about his near-death nap. Elena giggles and tells Fergus that Ghislaine is acting incredibly weird, asking him to drag her brother back to his room. Ghislaine fumes internally over his past hooligan reputation. He decides to let it go for now. He has a full week to quietly gather intel and explore the castle's layout. Ghislaine asks Fergus to guide him to the abandoned training field within the castle grounds. Fergus is completely taken aback by the request. Golan looks him dead in the eye and replies with a single firm answer. He wants to train. Fergus drops his jaw. Hearing the notoriously lazy young master express a desire to train is like hearing that the sun is rising from the west. Recovering from his shock, Fergus leads the way to a massive ancient stone building, gesturing for the young master to follow. Ghislaine steps inside the grand hall, his eyes widening in surprise as he takes in the surroundings. The training hall is incredibly clean and well-stocked, far exceeding his expectations. It is completely ready for some serious training sessions. He runs his hand along a row of polished shields, noting that even during his decades as a mercenary, he had never seen a facility of this quality. Fergus explains with a soft smile that the servants and knights kept the hall meticulously maintained, hoping that the young master would one day decide to use it. He warmly expresses his belief that Ghislaine's rebellious phase is coming to an end and that he will eventually grow into a fine successor. Ghislaine's heart feels heavy as he realizes how deeply his family and loyal servants cared for him, even when he was at his absolute worst. The realization of their unspoken love and loyalty makes him feel even more determined to protect them. He will not let their trust go to waste. Ghislaine pats the old knight on the shoulder, commenting that dying is an incredibly unpleasant experience and he intends to live a very long life. Fergus chuckles at the bizarre comment. Ghislaine chuckles, teasingly confirming that he literally died and returned to the past. Fergus simply smiles and shakes his head, dismissing it as a joke. Ghislaine waves him off and tells him to head back while he begins his training session. Fergus bows respectfully, stating that he will remain stationed just outside the doors. Left alone in the quiet hall, Ghislaine reflects on his past behavior. He spent his youth pushing away the very people who loved him most. He realizes now how incredibly blind and short-sighted he was. He was surrounded by unconditional love, yet chose to wallow in bitterness. He clenches his fists, muttering that he has exactly 7 days to prepare for the fateful event that triggered his family's downfall. In his past life, it was eventually revealed that the mastermind behind Elena's murder was a hostile lord from a neighboring territory aiming to weaken the Perdium household. That tragic event dragged his family into a devastating prolonged war that ultimately reduced their entire territory to ash and ruins. Her death was the literal catalyst for the destruction of everything he held dear. Stopping her murder means saving his entire family from annihilation. Opening his eyes, Ghislaine's gaze is filled with absolute cold resolve. He is determined to set things right and rewrite history. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he notes that he desperately needs to improve his physical condition, but a single week is nowhere near enough time to build a proper warrior's physique. He reasons that if he cannot rely on physical strength, he must unlock his magic. He closes his eyes and begins to draw in the latent mana floating in the air. Mana is the key to surpassing human physical limitations. While most novices struggle for years just to perceive mana, Ghislaine's decades of combat experience make it second nature to him. He begins connecting the floating particles of energy, weaving them together tightly like a thread on a spinning spool. A brilliant blue light begins to glow around his hands as the energy condenses. His mastery over mana control is still completely intact. With a confident expression, he begins condensing the energy into his chest. For a master of his caliber, forming a standard mana core is absolute child's play. But simply forming a single ordinary core would not be enough to reclaim his status as one of the continent's 7 strongest warriors. He decides to utilize a forbidden high-risk technique he learned from a half-burned ancient magic grimoire. While normal humans can only possess a single mana core, this ancient technique allows him to construct a second and even a third core within his body. By linking multiple cores into a connected network, he can channel an explosive amount of raw power far beyond normal limits. However, the process is incredibly agonizing. A blinding shockwave of crimson energy erupts from his body as the cores begin to force their way into alignment. Ghislaine suddenly collapses and coughs up a mouthful of dark blood as the sheer strain of the technique ravages his internal organs. Panting heavily on the cold stone floor, he notes that 3 cores is his absolute limit for now. In his prime, he managed to maintain 5. While this method grants him massive power in an incredibly short amount of time, the upkeep cost is severe, requiring a constant flow of mana. This fatal flaw was the primary reason he lost to Idun in his previous life. He ran out of mana, and he is still incredibly bitter about that unfair defeat. Though highly unstable, 3 cores is more than enough to handle any immediate threats. With his youth restored, he has plenty of time to refine his technique. Standing tall, he stares ahead, swearing that this time he will be the one to claim Idun's head. Every single conspirator standing behind Duke Delphine is on his hit list. He will dismantle their entire network piece by piece. The days fly by quickly, and the fated day of the festival finally arrives under a beautiful, starry sky. Ghislaine meticulously gears up, strapping on his belt and checking his weapons. He is preparing for a battle, not a celebration. He fastens his gear securely, ensuring that everything is perfectly in place for high-speed combat. Stepping out into the bustling streets of the festival, Ghislaine blends into the crowd while his eyes constantly scan the surroundings. Elena spots him in the crowd and gasps, her eyes widening in complete surprise. She remarks that she is surprised he actually came since he usually hates public events. Ghislaine smoothly replies that he should support the local festivities. Elena squints at him suspiciously, pointing out how weirdly he has been acting, including spending his entire week locked up in the training hall. She reminds him that he never cared about his duties before. Ghislaine merely scoffs and turns his head away to hide his embarrassment. Elena continues to tease him, recalling how he used to arrogantly brag about wanting to be the Lord already. Ghislaine completely cringes at how embarrassing his past behavior was. But then Elena beams with a bright, happy smile, admitting that she deeply prefers how he is acting now. Ghislaine's heart softens as he looks at her radiant smile. She notes that it feels like the kind and protective brother she used to have has finally returned. Ghislaine remains silent, deeply moved by her words. He is incredibly grateful to have this second chance. He reflects on everything that has occurred over the past week. His return to the past has opened his eyes to what truly matters. He notices how his changed behavior has already altered the way people treat him. The dark future is already starting to shift in response to his choices. He realizes that, while the grand destiny of the world might remain the same, his small choices are creating ripples that make the future highly unpredictable. Like a grandmaster playing a high-stakes chess match, he must anticipate every move and react with absolute precision to keep his sister safe. Gripping his sword, he whispers that his preparations are finally complete. He is ready for whatever comes next. He spends the evening walking around the lively festival with Elena, buying her food and enjoying the festive atmosphere together. Elena drags him from stall to stall, completely happy and eating a big snack. Ghislaine simply smiles and lets her lead the way. As the night goes on, Elena sighs happily and comments on how incredibly fun the festival has been. Sitting down on some stone steps, she complains that the festival is starting to get a bit boring since it is the exact same every year. Ghislaine scans the crowd, highly alert. The festival is almost over, yet absolutely nothing suspicious has occurred. He wonders if the attackers are hesitating because he is by her side. Suddenly, a voice from behind asks if they want to check out some other areas of the festival. Ghislaine turns his head in sharp surprise. One of Elena's bodyguards smiles and suggests that there are some exciting new events happening in a different part of town. Elena's eyes light up with curiosity. Excited, Elena happily takes his hand and begins to follow him. Ghislaine stands in the background with his expression darkening as he watches the soldier lead her away. A cold, murderous glare fills Ghislaine's eyes. The puzzle is finally complete. He realizes the horrifying truth of who the traitors really are. The very bodyguards assigned to protect Elena are the ones luring her to her death. They are the vile traitors working for the enemy, and Ghislaine is about to make them pay in blood. Elena's personal escort knights, Jamal and Philip, were considered the most trusted guardians in the territory. This makes their betrayal all the more horrific. In his previous life, everyone believed they had died as heroes while trying to protect Elena, but the truth was far more sinister. He realizes that the tragic murdered heroes narrative was a complete cover-up for their treachery. These supposedly loyal guardians were the actual rats who sold out his family and delivered his little sister straight to her executioners. Elena happily runs along, completely unaware of the danger, shouting that they have finally arrived at the new event. Ghislaine quietly follows behind with his guard up. The path leads them to a dark, desolate square tucked away from the main festival crowd. The eerie silence of the empty alleyways is highly unsettling. Elena looks around and pouts in disappointment at the dusty area, asking if they are really planning to hold a show in such a rundown spot. Philip assures her that the crowds will arrive shortly, but Elena points out that no performer would choose this dump. Ghislaine's combat instincts kick in as he scans the surroundings. To an untrained eye, this looks like a regular dead end, but he knows better. He notices how the wooden crates and obstacles have been positioned. It is a textbook ambush setup. Every single escape route has been subtly blocked or constricted to trap them with absolutely no way to run. He concludes that the killer spent a lot of time preparing this trap beforehand. Elena grabs his hand and tells him they should just head back. Philip immediately blocks their path, stammering that they should stay and wait. Elena firmly refuses. Elena tries to pull Ghislaine along, but she is shocked to find he will not budge an inch. Jamal suddenly grabs Elena's shoulder with a firm grip, forcing her to halt. Elena lets out a small cry. Jamal's friendly demeanor completely vanishes, replaced by a dark, sinister grin as he commands her to stay put. Elena turns to Philip for help with her voice trembling in fear. She is slowly starting to realize that something is terribly wrong. She tells them they are acting weird and backs away. The two guardians she trusted her entire life are now looking down at her like predators. Philip pretends to act apologetic, but his tone is dripping with mockery as he completely drops the facade. Jamal chuckles and claps his hands together, admitting that they simply accepted a highly lucrative request from a different client. Elena's eyes widen in sheer horror as she finally processes their betrayal. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo through the empty alley. A group of shadowy figures slowly approaches from the darkness. Leading the group is a man dressed in a long coat and a wide-brimmed hat, flanked by heavily armed assassins. The leader, known as Frank, commends the traders for their smooth work. He looks highly pleased with how easily the young lady was lured into their trap. Jamal eagerly demands that they finalize the transaction and hand over the payment now that they have delivered the target. Frank's eyes narrow as he notices Ghislaine standing quietly beside Elena, pointing out that the eldest son of the Count was not part of the contract. Elena trembles behind her brother and clutches his shirt in fear while Ghislaine maintains an icy composure. Jamal scoffs and offers to throw in the young master for free as a bonus, calling Ghislaine a fool who walked straight into his own execution. Ghislaine steps forward and calmly asks the traders if they truly believe they can get away with betraying the Count's family. Jamal lets out a mocking laugh, telling the young master to worry about his own impending death first. He complains about how sick and tired they were of serving a failing noble household, feeling their talents were being wasted in this backwater. He shrugs casually, claiming that they are not the only ones planning to abandon the sinking ship of the Perdium household. But his rambling is cut short. In a split second, Ghislaine draws his blade and moves with blinding speed. Jamal's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as a clean, deep gash opens across his throat. He can barely gasp out a final breath. Everyone in the alleyway freezes in absolute shock. None of them saw the attack coming. The sudden and effortless execution of an elite knight completely shatters their confidence. Standing over the bleeding corpse, Ghislaine coldly states that while others might leave, at least they did not sink to the level of selling out their own master. He turns his icy, glowing blue gaze toward the remaining traitor. The aura he projects is pure, suffocating pressure. Panicked and furious, Philip screams and calls Jamal an idiot before lunging at Ghislaine with his sword. But it is not even a contest. Ghislaine's sword thrusts forward like a flash of lightning, piercing directly through Philip's skull. Philip's eyes bulge in sheer terror and disbelief. He cannot comprehend how a supposedly weak young master possessed such lethal speed. With a simple flick of his wrist, Ghislaine discards the corpse. Both of the elite escort knights are dead on the floor within seconds. Frank's personal guards whisper in fear, questioning if this is really the useless eldest son they were told about. Frank's smug attitude is completely gone. He admits that instantly slaying two fully armored knights requires immense skill. He notes that Ghislaine utilized mana to execute those strikes with such incredible force. Elena clings to her brother, completely traumatized by the sudden bloodbath. Ghislaine looks down at her with a gentle, reassuring expression. He has succeeded in preventing her tragic death, but the danger is not over yet. He gently taps her neck, using a precise amount of pressure to safely put her to sleep and shield her from the rest of the violence. He whispers for her to take a little rest, laying her down gently in a safe corner so she does not have to witness the upcoming slaughter. Frank applauds mockingly, thanking Ghislaine for doing their dirty work since he was planning to eliminate the two traitors anyway to avoid paying them. He steps forward and admits that Ghislaine is far more formidable than his reputation suggested. He asks if the young master had been hiding his true power this whole time. Ghislaine ignores the question and casually points his bloody blade toward them. He has zero interest in chatting with his family's executioners. He counts his opponents. There are exactly 3 enemies remaining in front of him. Ghislaine analyzes their strength. The 2 guards are average, but Frank possesses a massive reservoir of mana and is highly dangerous. Knowing his young body's stamina limits, Ghislaine decides he must finish this fight instantly. He tells them he has one question before they die. He demands to know who hired them to kidnap and murder Elena. Frank merely scoffs, asking why a dead man needs to know his client's identity. Ghislaine remains unfazed, noting that it does not matter since he has other ways of extracting information. Blue lightning and mana swirl violently around his blade as he readies his stance, promising they will be begging to talk once he is through with them. Frank orders his guards to capture Ghislaine alive, demanding they break every single bone in his body until he begs for mercy. With a sadistic smirk, he comments on how much he enjoys watching his victims writhe in agonizing pain. The 2 elite guards immediately dash forward with their weapons drawn, eager to execute the brutal command. Ghislaine stands his ground, calmly reaching into his pouch and pulling out a small cylindrical object. He tosses it directly into the path of the charging assassins. One of the guards blinks in confusion, recognizing it as a simple festival firecracker and wondering what kind of childish trick this is. But it is a modified flashbang. The firecracker detonates with a deafening boom and a blinding flash, completely disorienting the attackers. Frank scoffs and calls it a cheap trick as Ghislaine uses the smokescreen to launch his assault. Ghislaine's blade clashes violently with the first guard's weapon, sparks flying in the dark alley. His focus is razor sharp as he anticipates their movements before they even swing. He effortlessly parries a counterstrike, redirecting the momentum with perfect technique. Sliding smoothly under their guard, he positions himself for a fatal blind spot attack. With one fluid motion, he slashes the second guard's chest, leaving a deep, fatal wound. Before he can recover, Frank drops from above and launches a lethal surprise attack directly at Ghislaine's head. Ghislaine barely manages to raise his blade in time to block the devastating downward strike, the impact sending shockwaves through his arms. Frank is genuinely shocked that the young master managed to react and block his high-speed ambush from that position. He realizes his stealth attack was completely anticipated, proving this kid's battle reflexes are on par with a veteran master. Ghislaine forcefully pushes Frank back and slides away to regain his distance while maintaining a defensive stance. The two clash again in a blur of clashing steel and sparks, neither of them giving an inch. Ghislaine unleashes a high-speed counterslash, his blade grazing directly across Frank's throat in a blinding flash. Frank's smoking pipe is sliced in half and clatters onto the stone pavement. Ghislaine is surprised to see his opponent manage to survive a strike that should have decapitated him. Frank stands there clutching his neck, which is glowing with a dense layer of defensive blue mana. Frank lets out a cold chuckle, admitting that if his mana shield had been a fraction of a second slower, his head would be rolling on the ground right now. Ghislaine realizes Frank concentrated his entire mana supply around his throat at the very last millisecond to absorb the impact. It is a high-level defensive technique. Frank draws his daggers and coats them in a dense, menacing blue aura. He admits he has no idea how a teenager learns such lethal swordsmanship, but he is not taking any more chances. With an insane, bloodthirsty grin, Frank declares that Ghislaine's luck has officially run out. He unleashes his full mana pool, ready to tear the young master to pieces. Frank chuckles darkly, admitting that if he hadn't fortified his neck with his superior mana at the last second, he'd be dead. He tightens his grip on his glowing twin daggers, genuinely curious where a noble brat learned such lethally efficient swordsmanship. He roars that feeble mana won't save him, lunging forward like a predator. He's fully determined to overwhelm Ghislaine with his vast magical reserves. Frank screams in pure madness, throwing his entire weight into a devastating double slash. But instead of panicking, Ghislaine just lets out a cold smirk. He is completely unfazed by this terrifying display of power. Frank's eyes widen in brief confusion. He cannot understand why his cornered prey is smiling in the face of death. Ghislaine effortlessly ducks under the wild slashes. His movements are so incredibly fluid that he makes the high-speed daggers look like they're moving in slow motion. Sliding smoothly past Frank's guard, Ghislaine delivers a heavy, precise strike right to the master's side. The force of the blow sends Frank skidding backward across the stone pavement, his boots kicking up dust. Adjusting his hat, Frank chuckles, reminding Ghislaine that simple physical attacks are useless against his dense mana armor. He feels invincible. He mocks Ghislaine's low magical output, fully confident the fight is already over. But suddenly, Frank's smirk vanishes as he violently coughs up a mouthful of dark blood. He collapses to his knees, utterly bewildered by the intense internal damage. He clutches his chest, trembling in disbelief. He can't comprehend how a mere child bypassed his high-level mana defense. Ghislaine slowly strides toward the fallen assassin. He admits that in his past life, he never suspected a larger mastermind was behind Elena's murder. He states his realization coldly as a terrifying aura of dense, multicolored mana begins to swirl violently around his body. Ghislaine unleashes his third core, crimson and purple energy exploding from his body with crushing force. He is about to show his opponent true strength. Frank's eyes widen in absolute terror as he senses the colossal magical pressure. This level of power shouldn't be physically possible for a teenager. Before Frank can even raise his daggers, Ghislaine vanishes and appears directly in front of him with a blindingly fast strike. Frank barely manages to block, his heart hammering against his ribs. The speed of the attack is completely overwhelming. A flurry of incredibly high-speed slashes rains down on Frank. Ghislaine's movements are a blur of pure lethal technique. Ghislaine swings his blade down with terrifying force, aiming to crush the assassin's defense entirely. The impact of their clashing weapons creates a massive shockwave, cracking the stone ground beneath their feet. Frank's arms tremble violently as he tries to hold the block. His hands are turning numb from the sheer weight of Ghislaine's strikes. He notices a web of fine cracks spreading across his reinforced blades. He is utterly horrified by this explosive mana boost. Pushing past his limits, Ghislaine delivers a lightning-fast counter-slash, catching Frank completely off guard. To Frank, it feels as though the boy has transformed into a demon on the battlefield. The bloodlust he projects is suffocating. With a deafening shatter, Frank's twin daggers are reduced to metal fragments, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure. With his weapons destroyed and his guard completely shattered, Frank is wide open. Ghislaine delivers a devastating slash across his chest. Blood sprays into the air as the assassin is sent flying backward, a massive gaping wound carved across his torso. Ghislaine stands calmly, looking down at his defeated opponent with an icy, merciless gaze. The fight is officially over. Frank lies in a pool of his own blood, gasping for air and clutching his chest. He can barely move a muscle. The agony of his wounds makes him scream as his life rapidly fades. Ghislaine grabs him by the hair, lifting his head aggressively. There is zero room for mercy here. Ghislaine demands to finish their conversation, asking once again who hired them to murder his little sister. He holds a cold, sharp blade directly against Frank's throat. The assassin grunts, trying to maintain a final scrap of pride. Slowly and subtly, Frank reaches for a hidden sleeve dagger, plotting a desperate suicide attack. He looks toward the sleeping Elena, insanely plotting to at least drag the young lady down to hell with him. He screams for him to die, thrusting the hidden blade forward with all the remaining strength he has left. But Ghislaine easily catches his wrist mid-air. Frank blinks in confusion as a magical purple thread wraps tightly around his hand, completely freezing his movements. Ghislaine smoothly asks to make a deal, having completely bound the assassin in a web of dense mana threads. He tells Frank to stop fighting and answer the question, promising to spare his life if he cooperates. Frank struggles violently, but the mana threads only tighten. He is completely paralyzed, wondering when the boy managed to set up this intricate trap. Ghislaine notes that an experienced assassin like Frank should easily know how to patch up his wounds and survive, so long as he talks. He hovers his glowing hand directly over the assassin's chest, casually adding that survival wouldn't matter if his mana core was destroyed. He drives a sharp pulse of raw energy straight into the core. The agonizing sensation of one's magic center being slowly crushed is a fate worse than death. Frank's tough facade completely crumbles. He screams in absolute terror, begging him to stop. Ghislaine continues to slowly squeeze, making the assassin writhe in pure, unadulterated agony. He can feel his precious mana leaking into the air. His decades of hard work are being dismantled in seconds. The blue energy drifts away from his chest, leaving him feeling completely hollow and weak. In a desperate panic, Frank warns him that a sudden backflow of mana could trigger a massive explosion. He asks if the boy has gone completely insane. Ghislaine replies steadily that he can manage it. His absolute control over his magic makes the warning completely irrelevant. Frank looks into those cold eyes and realizes with absolute horror that the young master is not bluffing. He is fully willing to go through with it. The primal fear of death finally breaks his spirit. He knows he has zero leverage left. He screams out the name Count Desmond, finally confessing the identity of the mastermind. He frantically explains that Count Desmond needed a perfect pretext to instigate a war against the Perdium and Degard families to seize their territories. Ghislaine's eyes narrow as he digests this crucial intel. The puzzle of his family's downfall is finally coming together. He realizes that Count Desmond was merely a pawn acting on Duke Delphine's direct orders. Ghislaine concludes that this was the real reason they wanted Elena dead. Frank nods frantically, begging him to stop squeezing his core. But Ghislaine has no intention of keeping a deal with a snake. In a swift, brutal motion, he drives his sword straight through Frank's heart. Frank gasps, his eyes wide with betrayal. He gurgles out that this is different from their agreement, but Ghislaine simply stares back, unbothered. Ghislaine points out how hypocritical it is for a seasoned killer to cry and beg for mercy when it's finally his turn to die. He lets out a dark, mocking chuckle, fully enjoying the absolute despair of his enemy. With his final breath, Frank spits out that killing him won't save his family, revealing that the plot against the Degard family is already in motion. He gasps out that the Perdium household is destined to perish anyway. Ghislaine merely grabs his face, silencing the final rant. Ghislaine leans in, his voice low and menacing. He declares with chilling certainty that this timeline is going to be completely different. He will rewrite the future and destroy everyone in his way. With a final surge of crimson energy, Ghislaine completely crushes the assassin's core. Frank screams one last time before falling silent. A brilliant purple beam of light shoots high into the night sky, signaling the end of the battle. Ghislaine stands alone amidst the wreckage of his enemies. The quiet of the night finally returns to the alley. The bodies of the treacherous escort knights lie silent in the dirt, having met the swift end they richly deserved. Every single threat has been eliminated. The fated massacre of Elena has been successfully prevented. Ghislaine takes a deep breath, trembling from the immense physical and magical strain. He is completely exhausted. He looks over to find Elena sleeping peacefully, entirely unharmed and oblivious to the brutal carnage. His sword slips from his numb fingers, clattering loudly onto the stone ground. His body has hit its absolute limit. He lets out a long, heavy sigh, looking up at the starry sky as the adrenaline slowly fades. Suddenly, a sharp, stabbing pain shoots through his chest. He gasps, clutching his heart as a severe backlash hits him. He collapses to his knees, groaning in agony. The toll of forcing 3 mana cores to align is taking its heavy price. He mutters that exploding 3 cores used to be child's play, but his current unrefined body is simply too fragile to handle the power. Refusing to fall, he forces his trembling legs to stand. He gently picks up his sleeping sister and begins carrying her out of the blood-stained alley. He stops in front of a nearby warehouse, remembering that another prominent body was discovered in this area in his past life. Remembering Frank's dying words, he enters the dark, quiet warehouse with his senses on high alert. This was the exact moment that sealed the doom of 2 noble households, dragging them into a pointless war of misunderstanding. Lying dead in a pool of blood is the young heir of the Degard family, alongside his personal escort knight. Ghislain realizes the brilliant, evil strategy, murdering both heirs in the same spot to frame each family for the other's death, sparking an unstoppable war. In his past life, this scene caused the 2 powerful households to destroy each other, completely blind to Duke Delphine's puppetry. Ghislain quickly reaches into his pouch, determined to erase this carefully manufactured evidence before the authorities arrive. He sets the warehouse ablaze, carrying his sleeping sister away as the roaring flames consume the evidence. He vows not to let things play out according to their script. But as they leave, a mysterious, cloaked figure watches them silently from the high branches of a nearby tree. The watcher vanishes silently into the night. Ghislain has successfully altered the future, but a new, unknown threat has already taken notice. Deep within a secret meeting chamber, the conspirators are furious. A powerful noble berates a hooded subordinate for failing to kidnap Elena despite sending their best assassins. Kneeling on the cold floor, the survivor trembles, stammering that the entire operation was ruined by a single person, Ghislain Perdium. He explains that the supposedly useless young master was the one who personally slaughtered their elite forces. The name causes a wave of shock to ripple through the room. They ask if he is really referring to the infamous failure of the North. One of the nobles sneers, accusing the survivor of using a notorious slacker as a convenient excuse for his own incompetence. The survivor sweats profusely, insisting that Ghislain's actual combat prowess has absolutely nothing to do with the rumors. The kid is a monster. Memories of the fight flash in his mind. Ghislain's speed and ruthless precision were unlike anything they had prepared for. The memory of Frank being effortlessly cut down still haunts him. It was a complete, one-sided slaughter. The massive backflow of mana and the burning warehouse destroyed any evidence they could have retrieved. He pleads with genuine fear, stating it was as if Ghislain was a completely different person. He begs for one last chance, noting that their plans to instigate a war with the Degard family are still on track. But the leader roars at him to shut up, absolutely furious that they allowed a major variable like Ghislain to slip through. Without a shred of mercy, the leader barks out an order to eliminate the kneeling survivor right there on the spot. In a flash of steel, one of the guard knights steps forward and silences the survivor permanently. This group has zero tolerance for failure. He coldly stares down at the fresh corpse, reminding the room that useless pawns have no right to ask for second chances. Another cloaked assessor quickly steps forward, volunteering to personally eliminate Ghislain to fix this mess. He claims to have the perfect candidate for the assassination, a formidable warrior who can easily handle the young master. Leaning back in his chair, the leader calmly asks who this secret weapon is. The assassin describes a monstrously built young warrior, famous for his brutal, strength-based swordsmanship. He boasts that there is no one in the North who is a match for this warrior's raw physical strength. He reveals the ultimate card. The warrior is Kane, Ghislain's own cousin, making it incredibly easy to arrange a natural encounter. The nobles look highly intrigued by this familial connection. It is the perfect setup for a clean, untraceable elimination. The leader agrees to the plan, but issues a chilling warning that there will be no more second chances if they fail. His single glowing eye pierces through the darkness. The stakes have never been higher. Back at the Perdium Castle training hall, things are surprisingly peaceful. Fergus enters the grand hall, calling out to let the young master know that mealtime is approaching. But he is suddenly cut off as a massive, blinding arc of blue magical energy sweeps across the training field. Fergus instantly ducks, his eyes wide in absolute shock as the deadly wave of energy narrowly misses him. Ghislain stands in a perfect follow-through stance, having just executed a flawless high-level sword strike. He calmly sheathes his blade, completely relaxed as if he didn't just unleash a localized storm of mana. Ghislain stretches his shoulders, noticing Fergus standing there looking like he just saw a ghost. He blinks, wondering why the old knight is staring at him with such a stunned expression. Fergus quickly apologizes, stammering that he didn't mean to interrupt such an intense training session. Unable to contain his curiosity, the veteran knight asks how the young master managed to pull off such an advanced technique. Ghislain casually raises his hand with a calm smile. He conjures fine, glowing blue threads of mana from his fingertips, explaining that it's a technique to manipulate magic like physical strings. In his previous life, mana threads were his signature utility, but with his current immature mana reserves, he has to strain his cores just to maintain a few threads. He notes that by focusing on creating just a single thread, he can utilize the technique effectively even with his current weak body. Fergus is completely spellbound. Despite his decades of training, he has never witnessed such precise and delicate mana control. He thinks back to how lazy the young master was just a few weeks ago, unable to comprehend how the boy suddenly developed such genius-level concepts. Ghislaine asks if Fergus had a specific reason for visiting, snapping the old knight out of his thoughts. Fergus looks at him with deep, heartfelt respect, stating that he simply wanted to stop by and deliver a personal message. Bowing deeply, the old knight expresses his profound gratitude to the young master for protecting Lady Elena during the festival crisis. Ghislaine replies quietly that it was just something he should have done. Protecting his family is no longer a chore, but his ultimate purpose. He suggests they head out to get some food, ending the training session. Following the shocking discovery of the traitorous escort knights, the festival was immediately suspended. It made perfect sense given the circumstances. At the dinner table, Elena pouts, complaining that absolutely nobody believes her when she tells them her lazy big brother was the heroic warrior who saved her. She demands that Ghislaine go explain the truth, but he casually waves her off, noting that they wouldn't believe such a wild story anyway. Belinda joins in, aggressively cursing the dead traitors, while Elena sweat drops at her tutor's intense rage. Watching his sister eat and complain brings an incredible sense of relief to his chest. Elena is alive and safe. By erasing the manufactured evidence, he has successfully prevented the fated territorial war, but he knows their shadow enemies won't simply give up. He realizes he cannot defend his entire family alone forever. He desperately needs to build a formidable military force of his own. Belinda steps up to the table, bringing in the next course of their meal. To secure the funding for a private army, he knows he must begin involving himself in the complex politics of the estate. Belinda sets down a plate containing a single, pathetic slice of dry bread. Ghislaine stares at it completely speechless. His eye twitches as he slowly looks up, asking Belinda why they are being served such a miserable piece of bread for the main course. Belinda looks back with an absolute deadpan expression, bluntly reminding him of their current, miserable financial situation. Suddenly, loud, angry shouts echo from the castle courtyard. A crowd of furious merchants is demanding compensation for the cancelled festival. The wealthy merchants scream at the gates, fuming over their wasted merchandise and ruined business. An angry mob of local business owners has gathered, waving tools and demanding the count pay up. The tension is reaching a boiling point. The mob shakes the gates, accusing the nobles of hoarding wealth while the commoners starve. The castle guards desperately try to hold them back. Ghislaine leans out of his bedroom window, his expression dark as he observes the massive riot unfolding right in his front yard. Belinda stands beside him, sighing deeply. She murmurs that she fully expected the merchants to react this aggressively. She explains that a massive portion of the local population relies entirely on the annual festival to make their living for the entire year. Since the massive event was shut down after only 24 hours, the financial ruin of the local businesses is absolute. Their rage is completely justified. Ghislaine sweat drops, slowly beginning to realize the sheer scale of his family's financial crisis. He knows that if they don't appease the mob quickly, the situation will escalate into a full-blown, violent uprising. He turns to Fergus, commanding him to send the castle guards down to peacefully disperse the crowd and restore order. Fergus quietly admits that they don't have any soldiers left in the castle. Ghislaine is left completely flabbergasted. Fergus explains that almost their entire active guard force was dispatched to the monster forest following the orc raid. Ghislaine curses, realizing his own stunt drained their defenses. He is reminded of the harsh geography of the Perdium territory, sandwiched between hostile barbarians and a monster-infested forest. He pinches the bridge of his nose, muttering about the absolute mess. Saving his family is going to require a lot more than just winning sword fights. Determined to find a quick solution, Ghislaine pulls Belinda aside for a private consultation. He whispers to her, planning to use his own personal allowance to pay off the angry merchants and buy some time. Belinda flatly replies that there is absolutely no money left in his account. Ghislaine is completely shocked. Belinda dryly reminds him that his father cut off his allowance months ago because of his reckless spending. Ghislaine stands frozen. He is slowly realizing the ultimate, horrifying truth. He is completely and utterly broke. He swallows his pride and begs Belinda to lend him some cash, but she lets out a smug chuckle, replying that she is just as broke as he is. Ghislaine sits on his windowsill, staring blankly out at the chaos and groaning about their lack of resources. He realizes that executing any major strategic moves is completely impossible without a proper financial foundation. His first priority must be to acquire money. As he racks his brain for a solution, hurried footsteps echo down the corridor outside his room. Ricardo bursts through the door, panting heavily and looking absolutely panicked. Ghislaine's instincts are immediately on alert. Ghislain asks what's wrong, trying to calm the young soldier down. Ricardo screams that Ghislaine's infamous, monstrous cousin Cain has arrived and is demanding to see him. Ghislain's eyes instantly narrow. The fated trap prepared by their shadowy enemies has already begun to move. The scene shifts to the courtyard, where one of the castle's guard knights stands covered in severe bruises, trembling in pain. Suddenly, a massive, powerful fist strikes the guard directly in the face, sending blood and teeth flying into the air. The assailant clenches his massive, blood-stained fist, his raw physical strength completely terrifying. He continues to brutally pummel the helpless guards, showing absolutely zero mercy. With one final, devastating blow, the soldier is sent flying onto the stone floor, unconscious and bleeding heavily. Ghislain steps out into the courtyard, his expression icy as he takes in the sight of his elite guards lying defeated on the pavement. One of the injured guards barely opens his swollen eyes, whispering a weak warning to the young master. Ghislain keeps walking, his gaze locked directly on the monstrous figure standing in the center of the courtyard. He whispers that he has finally found his target, his eyes filled with absolute, cold resolve. Standing amidst the fallen soldiers is a colossal, incredibly muscular young man, looking at Ghislain with an arrogant smirk. The beast sneers his greeting, dripping with malice. The fated duel between the two cousins is about to begin. Ghislain looks at the massive intruder, letting out a quiet exclamation as his memories spark. He stares at the smug, heavily built warrior, instantly recognizing that incredibly arrogant face. It is Cain Loges, the muscular heir of the neighboring Loges County, with whom his family supposedly holds a strategic alliance. But in reality, Cain was his ultimate nemesis in his past life, a cruel rival who enjoyed nothing more than trampling on Ghislain. Cain stands proudly in the castle courtyard, having just brutally thrashed the castle's elite guard knights. Ghislain turns to Ricardo, calmly asking for an explanation. Ricardo nervously stammers, sweating under the immense pressure. Ricardo explains that the guards were dispatched to the local tavern following reports of a violent public disturbance. They found Cain causing a scene. Upon recognizing the Perdium guards, Cain immediately demanded to know if the wild rumors about Ghislain's heroism were true. Scovon stepped forward and politely confirmed the details, explaining how the young master had saved Lady Elena. But instead of listening, Cain suddenly grabbed Scovon by the face with terrifying speed and force. Cain roared, accusing the commander of fabricating a ridiculous lie to boost his useless master's reputation. Ricardo finishes his report, completely exhausted and terrified by how easily their best commander was overpowered. Cain scoffs, finding it laughable that a lazy slob like Ghislain supposedly defeated multiple elite targets. He gestures to the bloody, unconscious Scovon, arrogantly claiming he merely gave the commander a well-deserved wake-up call. Cain sneers that this wouldn't have happened if they didn't spread pathetic lies. Ghislain remains completely silent, maintaining a cold expression. He quietly observes his cousin, noting how little his arrogant, bullying nature has changed over the years. In their youth, Cain constantly looked down on him, treating him like an inferior servant. Every time Cain visited their estate, he would cause trouble and humiliate Ghislain, and nobody could ever speak up against him. Cain was a natural-born prodigy, admired and respected, in stark contrast to Ghislain's toxic inferiority complex. Cain's absolute confidence and aggressive demeanor were praised by the elders as the ideal qualities of a true noble successor. The constant comparisons with his brilliant cousin only fueled Ghislain's rebellion and self-destructive behavior. Cain continues to grin, finding the young master's quiet composure highly amusing in this tense standoff. Cain is slightly surprised, knowing that in the past, Ghislain would have instantly lost his temper and charged blindly. The scene flashes back to a few days prior at the grand estate of Loges County under a heavy downpour. Cain sat on his throne, listening to a shadowy assassin who had sneaked into his chambers with a shocking request to kill Ghislain. The assassin explained that eliminating his cousin would earn the Loges family the full financial backing of a powerful anonymous sponsor. Cain admitted that crushing a weakling like Ghislain would be child's play, but demanded a safe, untraceable plan to avoid a scandalous murder charge. The assassin proposed baiting the hot-tempered young master into a formal duel and orchestrating a fatal accident. The assassin urged him to take this golden opportunity, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent beneath his hood. Cain let out a cold chuckle, feeling absolutely no hesitation about murdering his own blood for power. With a bloodthirsty grin, Cain cracked his knuckles and declared they should go right away. Back in the present, Cain observes his cousin's steady composure, wondering if their employers sensed a dangerous change in the boy. He grins wider, deciding that this only makes the task far more exciting. Ghislain casually asks him what he thinks he's doing, completely unfazed by the hostile aura. Cain points his sword at the ground, arrogantly demanding that Ghislain deliver the entertainment that is always prepared for him. He laughs, acting as if they are best friends and suggesting they liven up the mood since the festival was cancelled. He leans in closer, his tone dripping with fake warmth as his sharp eyes lock onto Ghislain. Ghislaine remains silent for a long moment, simply letting out a quiet exclamation. He asks flatly if Kane is referring to that specific entertainment. He recalls how his foolish younger self used his precious allowance to pamper his cousin with expensive alcohol, desperately trying to earn his approval. Ghislaine thinks to himself that he only did it to avoid getting beaten up, feeling incredibly bitter about the wasted money. He remembers Belinda's harsh lecture about his allowance being cut off. The source of his current financial ruin is standing right in front of him. A brilliant, predatory glow lights up in Ghislaine's eyes. He has found the perfect solution to all his problems. The source of the funding he desperately needs was here all this time, completely oblivious. Ghislaine whispers that he's going to squeeze every single penny out of his wealthy, arrogant cousin. Kane watches him walk forward, slightly confused by the sudden change in his cousin's expression. Kane demands once again that Ghislaine hurry up and bring the entertainment. Ghislaine smiles smoothly, agreeing that they should indeed settle their accounts first. He leans in close, asking in a low, dangerous whisper if Kane doesn't have a massive debt to repay him first. Disguised as an escort knight, the assassin watches the exchange in surprise, not expecting the young master to act so aggressively. Kane is completely baffled, asking in utter confusion what possible debt he could owe to a loser like Ghislaine. Ghislaine calmly claims Kane owes him a staggering 1,000 gold coins for years of expensive entertainment. Kane's jaw drops, shouting that it shouldn't have cost even 100 gold. Kane angrily defends himself, claiming Ghislaine paid willingly as a friendship fee for hanging out with a loser. Ghislaine's smile turns razor-sharp as he dismisses the friendship excuse, stating interest has been accumulating. He demands immediate payment, noting with a cold grin that he is currently desperate for cash and Kane is his perfect piggy bank. Ricardo frantically begs him to stop, terrified that his crazy young master is trying to extort the most dangerous warrior of Loges. Kane lets out a deep growl, clenching his massive fists as his temper reaches a boiling point. He towers over the young master, glaring down with pure hostility. He feels deeply insulted that his favorite punching bag is talking back. Kane sneers, calling Ghislaine a weak parasite leeching off his family's name. Raising his massive iron fist, Kane prepares to deliver a brutal, bone-crushing punch to Ghislaine's face. With a deafening roar, Kane swings his fist down with absolute crushing force. But Ghislaine stands completely still, his eyes tracking the trajectory of the massive punch with ease. In a shocking display of raw strength, Ghislaine catches the high-speed fist directly with his open palm, completely unbothered. Ricardo and the disguised assassin stare in absolute shock, not expecting the slender young master to catch a blow of that caliber. Before Kane can even react, Ghislaine drives his own fist straight into his cousin's gut with explosive speed. Kane's eyes bulge, his breath completely stolen as the devastating blow bypasses his solid muscle defense. He is left completely dumbfounded, unable to process how his weak cousin possessed such terrifying power. Seizing the opening, Ghislaine delivers a second devastating blow straight to Kane's chest, sending him staggering backward. Ghislaine lands gracefully, standing completely relaxed as his cousin groans in pain. He looks down at his opponent with a cold, merciless glare. With a heavy thud, the monstrous heir of Loges collapses onto his hands and knees, coughing up blood. The disguised assassin frantically rushes to Kane's side, panicked by the sudden, overwhelming defeat of his champion. Ghislaine tells his cousin to stop whining and get up, noting that Kane used a quick mana barrier to block the full impact at the very last second. The disguised assassin steps in front of Kane with his blade drawn, desperately trying to control the situation. The surrounding guards whisper in sheer, unadulterated shock, unable to believe the infamous failure just beat the strongest warrior of the North. Ghislaine chuckles quietly to himself, a cold smirk playing on his lips. He is highly amused by their desperate attempts to salvage the situation, fully ready to play their game. Behind the assassin's back, Kane slowly stands up with a bloodthirsty grin, whispering to ask how his defeat acting was. The assassin commends him, whispering that the performance was perfect. By making it look like an unprovoked assault, they now have justification to demand a formal, lethal duel. Kane tightens his grip on his hilt, highly motivated by the promise of powerful backing and determined to execute his cousin permanently. He declares to himself that this is the perfect time to crush the falling Perdium household once and for all. He slowly slips on his leather gloves, his bloodlust reaching a peak. With a booming voice, Kane accuses Ghislaine of tarnishing noble dignity before aggressively slapping him across the face with his glove to challenge him to a duel. The heavy leather glove strikes Ghislaine's face, finalizing the traditional noble invitation to a death match. But Ghislaine easily catches the glove mid-air, his gaze icy as he calmly accepts the challenge. Kane is taken aback once again by the boy's incredible reflexes. Ghislaine points out that Kane publicly insulted him and brutally assaulted his knight, completely turning the tables. He gestures to the battered Skovan, establishing undeniable grounds for a formal, noble duel. He looks Kane dead in the eye, asking with a chilling smile if he intends to deny his crimes. Kane and the assassin exchange a triumphant look, thrilled by how easily the foolish young master fell into their trap. Kane chuckles darkly, fully confident that he will slaughter his cousin in the arena. Ghislaine draws his sword with absolute icy calm, finalizing the acceptance. He issues a chilling warning to his cousin, telling him not to complain even if he ends up dead in the dirt. Ghislaine turns around, calling out to Ricardo, who quickly stands at attention. Ghislaine issues a highly bizarre command, telling Ricardo to gather all the protesting merchants and bring them to the arena. Ricardo is left completely flabbergasted. With a brilliant grin, Ghislaine tells him to let the merchants know he is about to make them an absolute fortune. His master plan has officially begun. The sudden cancellation of the festival hit the estate like a bucket of ice water, vaporizing the vibrant celebration in an instant. Tourists and local merchants are left standing in the streets, frustrated and stuck in limbo. People have a massive amount of unspent energy, time, and money with absolutely nowhere to direct it. Ghislaine knows exactly how to exploit this. He reasons that a highly exciting event right now would draw the frustrated crowd instantly. He stands in the center of the Grand Castle Arena, surrounded by a massive, roaring crowd. His plan worked flawlessly. The crowd is hyped, eagerly placing bets on Kane and thrilled by the prospect of watching the useless young master get beaten. Clever local merchants have set up temporary stalls inside the arena, selling their leftover festival goods to the massive crowd. A local merchant happily takes up the role of head bookie, laughing as he shouts for the spectators to place their bets. A constant rain of gold and silver coins pours into the betting pool. Everyone is betting exclusively on Kane, confident it's a guaranteed win. Kane steps onto the arena sand, aggressively planting his massive greatsword directly into the stone tiles. He looks around the crowded arena, demanding to know how Ghislaine dared to turn a sacred noble duel into a chaotic marketplace. Kane sneers, warning that his sword will not stop even if Ghislaine begs and tries to surrender. Ghislaine merely stares back with an icy, calm expression, completely unbothered by his cousin's bloodthirsty threats. He knows that the threat of a lethal accident was always the primary objective of Kane's shadowy employers. Ghislaine raises his hand, signaling the bookies and spectators that the match can finally begin. But the bookie suddenly interrupts, waving his hands nervously as he tries to address an unexpected problem. The disguised assassin steps forward, pointing out that under the current conditions, the betting cannot proceed. The bookie nervously explains that because absolutely nobody has placed a single bet on Ghislaine, the betting pool is completely broken. A one-sided betting pool means there is zero payout and no way to run the business. Ghislaine stands there with a completely deadpan expression, letting out a silent sigh at how little confidence his own people have in him. The spectators laugh, mockingly demanding that someone find a fool stupid enough to throw away their money on the young master. Kane chuckles, boasting that even the common merchants and peasants refuse to take Ghislaine seriously. The disguised assassin proposes changing the bet to how many seconds Ghislaine can survive before being crushed. But before they can finalize the new rules, a massive, heavy sack of gold coins is slammed directly onto the bookie's table. It is Ricardo and Scovan. With determined expressions, they loudly declare they are placing their entire savings on Ghislaine. Ghislaine lets out a small, satisfied smirk, appreciating their absolute loyalty. Immediately after, a second, smaller bag of coins is placed on the table next to the first one. Elena beams, standing alongside Belinda and declaring she wants to bet on her big brother too. The sudden entrance of the young lady leaves everyone, including Ghislaine, completely startled. The crowd gasps, shocked to see the Count's beloved daughter showing up to support her notorious brother. Even the bookies are hesitant, sweating under the young lady's intense gaze. Belinda sighs, confirming that this massive amount of gold is more than enough to open the betting pool. The bookie quickly nods, his eyes sparkling. The disguised assassin glares at the massive betting bags, his expression turning cold. Kane scoffs, highly annoyed by all the unnecessary delays and distractions. He just wants to get on with the slaughter. The referee finally signals the start of the match, shouting for both combatants to ready themselves. Kane boasts, offering to let Ghislaine strike first so it doesn't look embarrassing for the older cousin. Without saying a single word, Ghislaine draws his blade, the cold steel gleaming under the arena lights. He enters a flawless, perfectly balanced combat stance, completely relaxed. He beckons his arrogant cousin forward, completely rejecting his offer to strike first. He looks at Kane with absolute cold contempt, treating him like a minor annoyance. Kane's smug smile completely vanishes. He feels deeply insulted by the young master's fearless attitude. Kane roars, leaping forward with his massive greatsword raised to strike. He slams his greatsword down with bone-shattering force, aiming to crush Ghislaine in a single blow. But Ghislaine is already gone. He easily steps aside, the giant blade slicing nothing but empty air. Kane screams, launching a series of wild, heavy sweeps to catch his nimble opponent. His face is contorted in pure bloodthirsty rage as he pours his raw physical strength into every swing. Ghislaine ducks and weaves under the deadly path of the blade, his movements incredibly fluid and calculated. Another massive strike smashes into the stone pavement, sending debris flying, but Ghislaine has already cleanly backed away. Kane continues to swing relentlessly, trying to corner his target. Ghislaine parries a heavy side sweep, the impact sending a shower of bright sparks into the air. The crowd goes wild, cheering and shouting that Ghislaine is running for his life and won't survive a direct hit. Kane lets out a smug smirk, confident that his opponent is completely overwhelmed by his physical dominance. But Ghislaine's expression remains completely calm, his sharp eyes analyzing every single flaw in Kane's aggressive stance. In the VIP booth, Ricardo and Scovan sweat profusely, terrified by the sheer ferocity of Kane's attacks. The disguised assassin smirks, confident that facing Kane's relentless heavy style is a guaranteed death sentence. He analyzes that opponents are quickly overwhelmed by Kane's raw physical force, draining all their energy on defense. Once completely exhausted, they inevitably leave a fatal opening, allowing Kane to crush them with a single blow. The assassin concludes that Kane has always won his battles that way. In the arena, Kane scoffs, calling Ghislaine as slippery as an eel. He admits with a smug grin that Ghislaine's evasion skills have indeed improved compared to his past pathetic state. He mocks him, claiming running away was the only thing he was ever good at, before launching another heavy lunge. Ghislaine parries the heavy lunge, redirecting the massive force with minimal effort. Ghislaine swiftly slides inside his guard, his blade grazing directly across Kane's chest. He slides past with incredible elegance, leaving a clean, bloody gash across Kane's chest. Scovan and Ricardo leap up, cheering wildly as they realize the young master just landed a direct hit. The disguised assassin is left looking on in absolute disbelief. In the shadows, the assassin's eyes glow with murderous intent. He realizes Ghislaine is a major threat that must be eliminated. Furious and humiliated, Kane screams, bringing his greatsword down with frenzied force to crush his cousin. Ghislaine easily slides out of the path of the strike, the heavy blade smashing into the empty ground. Clutching his bleeding chest, Kane growls that he is now going to unleash his full power, beginning to condense a massive amount of blue mana into his legs. Ghislaine instantly senses the magical buildup. Instead of backing away, he charges forward with blinding speed. Kane is taken aback by his cousin's sudden, aggressive charge, not expecting him to close the distance so rapidly. Ghislaine delivers a heavy, precise kick directly to Kane's shin, completely disrupting his stance and his mana gathering. Kane is left completely dumbfounded as the compressed magic in his legs is forcefully shattered by the precise blow. The disguised assassin sweats in pure horror, unable to believe his eyes. Disrupting an opponent's condensed magic with a physical strike requires legendary precision. Ghislaine lets out a long sigh, muttering about his cousin's incredibly crude and ignorant swordsmanship. He points out that Kane only felt strong because his past opponents were too terrified of his raw physical size to analyze his massive flaws. Ghislaine points his blade directly at Kane's face, his eyes glowing with absolute authority as he offers to open his eyes. Kane's face contorts in pure, humiliated rage. He screams, asking how a weak loser could possibly teach him anything. He lunges forward, swinging his massive sword in a desperate attempt to shred his cousin. Ghislaine calmly steps inside the giant blade's reach, completely neutralizing its offensive power. He delivers a rapid series of light, incredibly precise strikes to Kane's vital joints and weak spots. He moves like a ghost, appearing at every blind spot and delivering precise slashes before Kane can even turn his head. Kane is completely overwhelmed, his body covered in minor cuts as he is thoroughly dominated by Ghislaine's superior technique. He lets out a primal roar of pain and frustration, completely losing his mind as his pride is trampled. With one final powerful kick, Ghislaine sends the giant warrior crashing onto the hard stone tiles. Kane collapses heavily onto the floor, his giant greatsword slipping from his grip. The once monstrous heir has been utterly defeated. Ghislaine calmly sheathes his blade, his expression completely relaxed. He stands quietly, looking down at his bleeding, groaning cousin on the arena sand. He remains silent, letting the reality of the situation sink in for the stunned spectators. Kane sits on his knees, gasping for breath and coughing up blood. His pride and physical body are completely shattered. The arena erupts into absolute chaos. The spectators scream in sheer shock, while the bookies sweat, realizing they are about to pay out a massive fortune. In the VIP booth, Elena jumps up and down cheering, while Belinda watches with a satisfied smile. Scovan stands frozen, his eyes wide as he notices something highly unusual about Ghislaine's strikes. The disguised assassin is sweating profusely, realizing that Ghislaine's level of swordsmanship is completely off the charts. Scovan realizes every single wound is incredibly shallow, stunned that the young master spared Kane's life on purpose. Kane clutches his bleeding chest, his mind racing as he realizes Ghislaine was holding back the entire time. He groans, his pride completely shattered as he wonders how that useless punk possessed godlike technique. Ghislaine stands calmly in front of him, looking down with a completely neutral expression. He quietly examines his blade, noting how worn out his current weapon is after the intense fight. In a shocking move, Ghislaine casually tosses his sword onto the arena sand, leaving everyone completely confused. Ghislaine declares with a mocking smile that such a massive gap in skill won't provide enough entertainment for the crowd, so he will be fighting barehanded. He stands there unarmed, challenging his fully armored and armed cousin with absolute crushing confidence. Kane screams, his face completely red from the ultimate mind-shattering humiliation. Ghislaine cracks his knuckles, looking down at his cousin with an icy gaze and stating he wants to properly educate him today. With his bare knuckles ready, the real lesson is about to begin, and Ghislaine is going to ensure Kane remembers every single blow for the rest of his life. Kane stands frozen, his teeth clenched in pure humiliation. He repeats the words in utter disbelief, unable to accept being pitied by his cousin. Ghislaine calmly explains that since Kane is clearly no match in swordsmanship, he is willing to take a massive handicap and fight barehanded. He raises the stakes dramatically, declaring he will bet an additional 2,000 gold coins that he'll win. The crowd and the bookies gasp, unable to believe the young master is throwing his sword away and betting 2,000 gold coins on a barehanded fight. The disguised assassin is completely stunned by Ghislaine's absolute confidence. But a sinister grin spreads across his face. He is thrilled by Ghislaine's apparent stupidity, believing this is a guaranteed death sentence. The bookie immediately roars for the spectators to place their additional bets on this newly modified barehanded duel. The crowd shouts that challenging Kane in raw physical power is outright suicide, flocking to place their money on Kane, though a few hesitate. Despite the warnings, a few brave souls decide to place their bets on Ghislaine, captivated by his fearless demeanor. Kane lets out a mocking laugh, thrilled by Ghislaine's apparent suicide wish. He sneers, telling him to fight like a fool without a weapon while tightening his grip on his massive hilt. He leaps forward, determined to slice the unarmed young master to ribbons. Kane screams that he's going to use his sword, completely throwing away any noble pride just to murder Ghislaine. In the VIP booth, Belinda screams and calls Kane a complete coward, begging Ghislaine to pick his sword back up. Kane roars, bringing his massive blade down with absolute crushing force to cleave his cousin in half. Ghislaine stands completely still, his eyes tracking the descending blade with perfect composure. He knows exactly how to handle this. With flawless timing, Ghislaine steps inside the giant blade's reach, the heavy steel slicing nothing but empty air. Before Kane can even recover his balance, Ghislaine drives his fist forward with explosive speed and precision. His footwork is impeccable, allowing him to shift his entire weight into the strike with maximum efficiency. He slides past the clumsy, heavy attack, completely exposing Kane's blind spot. He drives his solid fist straight into Kane's face, the impact echoing loudly through the silent arena. His gaze is cold and completely focused, devoid of any hesitation or mercy. The sheer force of the blow contorts Kane's face, sending a shower of blood and spit into the air. The impact is absolute, thoroughly crushing Kane's arrogant pride along with his jaw. Kane staggers backward, clutching his bleeding face in sheer agony. He can barely stand. The disguised assassin's jaw drops, unable to comprehend how a mannerless teenager is displaying the movement speed and raw physical force of a master warrior. The spectators explode into cheers, starting to realize that the young master might actually win this impossible duel. Ghislaine looks down at his cousin, telling him to get up because he hasn't even gotten started yet. Humiliated beyond belief, Kane grits his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with pure rage. He screams, launching a wild, frantic charge to tear his cousin apart, throwing away any tactical caution. Kane screams about how Ghislaine used to be too terrified to even look him in the eye, but his frantic swings are easily evaded. He roars, unable to accept that his former victim is now looking down at him. Ghislaine's response is a clean, swift punch directly to Kane's chin, completely disrupting his momentum. In his mind, Kane is desperate, knowing he must kill Ghislaine to secure the promised backing for his family's future. Another heavy blow lands, leaving Kane's face covered in deep bruises and blood. Ghislaine unleashes a rapid, merciless flurry of punches, completely dominating the giant warrior with his bare knuckles. The relentless strikes rain down, thoroughly crushing Kane's physical body along with his sanity. Kane collapses to his knees, gasping for breath and coughing up blood as he looks up and weakly asks why. Ghislaine grabs him by the hair, forcing his head up, and states flatly that he pities his father. Kane blinks in confusion, unable to understand what his father has to do with this. Ghislaine explains that Count Lagas was a loyal ally who supported the Perdium household until the very brink of their downfall. He notes with complete disgust that his son had an entirely different, treacherous plan in mind. Kane's eyes fill with fear and shame as he realizes his secret plot has been completely exposed. He remembers arguing with his father years ago, frustrated that their family was wasting resources to support the failing Perdium household. He had yelled, completely unable to understand his father's loyalty, complaining about pouring money into a cracked bucket. He complained bitterly about his father's constant travels to assist their ally, feeling their family's wealth was being thrown away. His father had merely looked back in silent disappointment, unable to explain the value of true loyalty to his greedy son. Kane had grumbled, his heart already turning toward the treacherous path of betrayal. He had demanded to know why his father insisted on helping a dying household when everyone else advised against it. His father chose to remain silent, knowing his words would fall on deaf ears. Back in the present, Kane looks up weakly, realizing that his father's loyalty was genuine and that his own greed led him straight to this humiliating defeat. With one final powerful punch, Ghislaine completely shatters whatever remaining pride Kane had left. The blow lands squarely, leaving Kane's face completely swollen and covered in deep gashes. He looks up at his cousin, his eyes filled with pure terror as he realizes Ghislaine is completely capable of killing him right here. But instead of delivering a final blow, Ghislaine calmly extends his hand, telling Kane to get up. Kane stares at the outstretched hand in complete disbelief, unable to understand why his cousin is showing him mercy. Sinking his head in shame, Kane is completely humbled by the young master's noble demeanor. He whispers with a trembling voice that he admits his defeat, surrendering the match. The entire arena falls into a stunned, absolute silence. Nobody can believe the legendary champion of lodges just surrendered to Ghislaine. The disguised assassin is sweating in pure panic, realizing their entire carefully crafted plan has completely backfired. The silence is shattered as the few who bet on Ghislaine explode into joyous cheers while the rest of the crowd groans in despair. Elena jumps up and down in pure happiness, screaming that her big brother won the fight. Scovan and Ricardo celebrate alongside her. The disguised assassin frantically rushes into the arena, grabbing Kane and demanding to know how he could surrender so easily. He screams, his eyes wild with rage as his plans crumble to dust. Kane coldly slaps his hand away, telling him to let go because he is done fighting. The assassin grits his teeth in pure, silent fury, cursing the weak little brat for ruining their perfect assassination plot. Suddenly, Ghislaine steps up directly behind the assassin, his voice cold and steady. With a calm smile, Ghislaine states that it is time to collect what he is owed. The assassin turns around, sweating profusely under the young master's intense, predatory gaze. Turning to the massive crowd, Ghislaine loudly announces that his generous opponent has volunteered to pay for all the food and drinks for everyone in the arena. The assassin is completely flabbergasted, his jaw dropping in sheer unadulterated shock. The spectators explode into ecstatic cheers, praising the young master and celebrating the massive free feast, completely drowning out the assassin's frantic denials. Furious, the assassin grabs Ghislaine by the shirt, aggressively demanding that he withdraw the announcement immediately. Ghislaine calmly but firmly grabs his wrist, his grip like an iron vice. Ghislaine whispers that this is merely the price for losing the duel, and that it won't be deducted from the massive bet they owe. He squeezes the assassin's wrist harder, reminding him that they still owe a staggering 3,000 gold coins for the betting pool. A terrifying, dark aura surrounds Ghislaine as he issues a chilling threat about what will happen if they try to run without paying. The assassin gulps, completely terrified by the raw, demonic pressure radiating from the boy. He realizes he has 0 options left. He stammers his understanding, his spirit completely broken as Ghislaine calmly walks away, highly pleased with the outcome. The tense situation is finally resolved, and order is restored to the estate. The next morning, the scene shifts to Ghislaine's bedroom, where a massive wooden chest sits on his table. He throws open the lid to reveal a massive treasure trove of shining gold coins, the payout from his brilliant betting scheme. Ghislaine gasps, his eyes sparkling as he runs his hands through the sea of gold. He estimates that this fortune is more than enough to hire a small but highly efficient mercenary corps to begin building his private army. However, he knows simply sitting on this gold won't grow it fast enough, and he must find a way to multiply his funds before the Shadow Factions act. His thoughts are interrupted as Elena and Belinda walk into his room, curiosity written all over their faces. Ghislaine turns around, asking what they want. Elena beams with curiosity, asking her big brother what he plans to spend all that massive gold on. Ghislaine chuckles and asks if she wants some, but Elena waves her hands, insisting she is just curious. Belinda lets out a smug, knowing smile, commenting that it's completely obvious where a teenage boy would spend his newly acquired fortune. Belinda giggles, teasing him about Lady Amelia's upcoming birthday, assuming he put up the show just to buy his beautiful fiancée a lavish present. Elena laughs, joining in on the teasing and mocking him for acting like a lovesick fool. But Ghislaine is left standing in absolute, mind-melting horror. He had completely forgotten a crucial detail of his youth. He actually has a fiancée. Ghislaine sits frozen in his chair, completely mind-blown. He repeats the words in utter disbelief, having been so focused on saving the world that he forgot this crucial detail. Belinda giggles and tells him he doesn't need to be so shy, assuming he's just playing dumb out of sheer embarrassment. Ghislaine gasps, a cold sweat breaking out as the memory of that woman finally resurfaces. His mind flashes back to a terrifying, dark image of a giant spider with a glowing red eye. That name belongs to Amelia Rayfold, his supposed fiancée. To the public, she was a noble among nobles, famous for her boundless kindness toward the common folk, but the reality was far more terrifying. She would later incite a massive rebellion, earning her the chilling title of the Witch of the North, a cold, calculating traitor who pulled the strings from the shadows. Guylan lets out a cold, sharp smirk. A brilliant plan begins to form in his mind. He asks Belinda when the Count is expected to return, and she replies that the Lord will probably not be back for another week. He thinks to himself that a week should be more than enough time, his eyes filled with resolve. He abruptly stands up and announces that he is heading straight to Rayfold County. Belinda is startled, asking why he's in such a rush since her birthday is still days away. Ghislaine looks back with a completely serious expression and declares his primary objective, to squeeze some money out of them. The scene transitions to Rayfold County, where Lady Amelia kneels on the dirty ground and gently places her own shoes in front of a barefoot beggar child. She tells her to wear them with a sweet, angelic smile, her ruby red eyes shining. The surrounding crowd of peasants and commoners watch in absolute, breathless awe, deeply moved by her boundless generosity. The dirty, bruised little girl looks up with teary eyes, unable to believe a high-ranking noble would show such kindness to a peasant. Amelia declares that if anyone has to walk barefoot on her territory, it should be her. She commands her guards to immediately provide food and warm shelter for the beggar family, and the guards bow deeply in compliance. The crowd of townspeople explodes into ecstatic cheers and applause, praising her as a saint. Amelia walks barefoot through the dirty streets, waving and thanking the cheering crowd with a humble smile. Back at her private garden, the atmosphere is incredibly serene and luxurious. Her elite escort knight, Bernaf, kneels before her, carefully washing the dirt from her feet and commending her on another successful public performance. Petting a massive, fluffy white cat, Amelia sighs, recalling how her father always relied on fear and force to demand absolute obedience. She smiles coldly, noting that the common folk will always faithfully follow the one who keeps them warm and well-fed, not the one who threatens them. Bernaf looks up with deep adoration, confident that this popular support will guarantee her victory in the upcoming Rayfold family succession battle. Amelia remains silent, her sweet expression completely vanishing into an icy, calculating stare. In a sudden, shocking display of cruelty, she shoves her foot directly into Bernaf's face, pressing his head down against the stone floor. SFX, smack, not enlist, you slap, let's you slap. With her foot planted on his face, she coldly demands to know what happened during his secret duel against Cain Loges. Bernaf submissively kisses her foot, apologizing and explaining that he had to throw the match to avoid drawing needless attention to her secret faction. Amelia strokes his chin with her bare toes, whispering that it is not yet time to reveal their sharp claws to the world. Bernaf declares with absolute fanatic loyalty that his blade belongs entirely to her. Amelia smiles, a small spider accessory visible on her lips, noting she has spent immense resources training him to be her perfect weapon. Grabbing him by the chin, her eyes flash red as she issues a chilling warning that he is never allowed to be weak. She shifts the topic, asking about the progress of their economic operations, and Bernaf assures her that their secret alliance with the Arctia Merchant Guild is proceeding flawlessly. He explains that they are secretly funneling all the aid funds Count Rayfold sends to Perdium right back into Amelia's private coffers. Furthermore, they are secretly recruiting all the demoralized veteran knights deserting the impoverished Perdium household into her private army. Amelia commands him to keep maintaining the facade of a harmless merchant guild, warning him not to let their true intentions be exposed until they have enough power. Their private conversation is suddenly interrupted as a nervous servant cautiously steps into the garden. Bernaf angrily barks at the servant for entering without permission, but the trembling servant stammers that young Lord Ghislaine Perdium has arrived and is demanding an audience. Amelia's eyes flash with intense irritation as she mutters, wondering why that useless, annoying brat has suddenly shown up at her doorstep. The servant sweats profusely, trembling under her terrifying red gaze. He weakly explains that the young master claimed to have some highly urgent business to discuss regarding their merchant guild. The scene shifts to the luxurious visitor's room of Rayfold Castle. Amelia slowly enters the room, her sweet, fake smile firmly back in place as she prepares to greet her annoying fiancé. Delaine sits casually on the plush sofa, greeting her with a completely calm and confident tone. Amelia approaches, holding her white cat and pretending to be a sweet, loving fiancé. She gently scolds him for showing up completely unannounced, but Ghislaine smoothly replies that he wanted to personally deliver her birthday gift early. He smiles, looking exactly like a devoted, loving fiancé. In a hilarious display of cheapness, he places a single dried weed on the polished table, claiming he picked it up from a nearby guild. He drops the name of her secret organization with absolute chilling casualness, asking if the place was called the Arctium Merchant Guild. Amelia's eyes narrow into slits, her pupils dilating as she absorbs the shock, but she tries to keep her composure and denies knowing what he is talking about. Ghislaine merely smiles, completely ignoring her denial. He turns around and begins walking toward the door, as if their meeting is already over. But as he reaches the door, his friendly demeanor vanishes, and he commands her to sit down with absolute, freezing authority. Amelia freezes in profound shock, feeling a suffocating, heavy wave of physical pressure emanating from the boy. The pressure is so intense that her teacup begins to rattle on the table, and she can't comprehend how the wheat boy who used to stutter is now projecting such a monstrous aura. Completely overpowered by his presence, she slowly sinks back down onto her sofa, her eyes locked onto him. Ghislaine sits back down, crossing his legs casually and demanding 10,000 gold coins right now. Her sweet persona completely shattered, she asks how he can show up out of nowhere and aggressively demand such an astronomical sum. She asks if this extortion is on the direct orders of the Count, but Ghislaine dismisses it, commanding her to just hand over the gold. Leaning forward, he whispers a chilling truth, noting that she has absolutely no intention of marrying a loser like him anyway. Amelia's eyes widen, her heart stopping for a brief second as her secret, cold hatred for him is completely exposed. Ghislaine smoothly explains that if word of her secret alliance and private army recruitment leaked to her rivals, her chances in the succession battle would be ruined. He has her in a complete checkmate. Sensing the danger to its mistress, the massive white cat leaps off her lap, hissing and baring its sharp fangs. Amelia gently strokes her cap, her fake smile firmly gone, replaced by a cold, murderous expression as she warns him not to make such dangerous jokes. She looks him dead in the eye, her ruby eyes glowing with pure, unadulterated malice. Ghislaine calmly counters, noting his memory might get flaky if he leaves empty-handed. Amelia chuckles darkly, replying that she will make sure that doesn't happen. With a cold, commanding tone, she calls out to her shadow guardian. The doors swing open, and Bernaf strides into the room, his eyes fixed on Ghislaine like a predator. Bernaf greets him, his voice dripping with hidden malice. Galen's expression turns completely serious, knowing Bernaf is a legendary swordmaster who can easily rival the strongest knights of the north. Bernaf slowly draws his elegant, thin rapier, coating the blade in a dense, menacing blue aura. Ghislaine asks if she is truly prepared to handle the political fallout of his death, but Amelia smiles cruelly, replying they already have a perfect cover story prepared. She giggles, completely confident that the world will hear he was killed as an intruding ruffian by her loyal escort knight. With a cold wave of her hand, she issues her execution order, and Bernaf bows respectfully to comply. In a flash of blinding speed, Bernaf lunges forward, his thin blade thrusting directly at Ghislaine's throat. Ghislaine stands his ground, his eyes narrowing into cold slits as he whispers that if that's how they want to play, he declares he has no choice but to get a little serious, a massive surge of purple and crimson mana erupting from his body as he prepares for the duel. The duel begins with an explosive clash of steel. Bernaf's thin, lightning-fast rapier collides violently with Ghislaine's blade, sparks flying in the dim room. Pushed back by the sheer force of the impact, Ghislaine leaps backward gracefully, sliding away to regain his distance and assess his opponent. Ghislaine mutters, his eyes narrowing as he scoffs at how easily Bernaf dropped his polite facade to launch a deadly surprise attack. He mocks their lack of manners, dryly commenting on what incredibly poor hospitality Rayfold County is showing to its guests. Bernaf remains silent, his expression cold as he immediately launches a second high-speed lunge. He unleashes a dizzying flurry of thrusts, his rapier moving like a swarm of angry hornets aimed precisely at Ghislaine's vitals. Ghislaine effortlessly weaves his head through the deadly path of the rapier, asking if Rayfold County possesses absolutely no sense of chivalry. Bernaf replies smoothly that Ghislaine was the one who initiated the rudeness by showing up unannounced and unsettling Lady Amelia. Ghislaine retorts that there is absolutely no need to show politeness to a snake like her, parrying a heavy thrust with a sharp clank of steel. Bernaf quickly shifts his stance, launching a low, deceptive sweep to cut his opponent's legs. Ghislaine easily leaps over the blade, executing a perfect aerial spin to dodge the attack. He lands gracefully on the carpeted floor, immediately readying his defensive guard. The two move around the spacious room, their clashing weapons carving deep marks into the luxurious furniture and walls. Bernaf's eyes narrow in brief concern as he realizes the warrior standing in front of him is displaying the mastery of a seasoned veteran, contrary to the rumors. Bernaf concludes that this kid is definitely no amateur, his respect for the opponent growing. Lady Amelia watches the stalemate in growing impatience, barking at Bernaf and demanding to know why he is struggling so much against a useless punk. With her sweet facade completely gone, her eyes flash with murderous rage as she commands him to bring her Ghislaine's head immediately. Burnap's expression hardens, filled with absolute fanatic devotion as he vows not to disappoint her. He raises his blade, pointing it directly at Ghislaine's chest with absolute, cold resolve. He whispers for him to come forth as a massive, suffocating wave of blue mana erupts from his body, preparing to unleash his full power. Ghislaine merely lets out a cold chuckle, mocking his opponent's audacity and stating he was trying to show some mercy. He raises his sword, his eyes glowing blue with absolute crushing confidence. He declares that he will grant his suicide wish. Burnif lunges forward in a blinding blur of speed, moving so fast that he seems to vanish from the room entirely. He unleashes a lightning-fast thrust aimed directly at Ghislaine's heart with absolute deadly precision. Ghislaine is taken aback by the incredible acceleration, barely managing to twist his torso to dodge the strike as the blade grazes his shirt. Burnaf's focus is absolute, immediately shifting his stance to launch a follow-up strike before Ghislaine can recover. A spectacular flurry of high-speed clashes echoes through the room as the two warriors trade blows with incredible skill. Amelia stands frozen in sheer, unadulterated shock, unable to comprehend how the useless failure of Perdium is fighting her strongest champion on equal footing. She screams internally, her mind struggling to accept this terrifying reality. Burnaf swings his rapier down with explosive force, his blade coated in dense blue magic. Ghislaine parries the blow, the shockwave of their clashing magic rattling the windows of the room. They lock blades, staring intensely at each other from mere inches away. Burnif realizes that the young master is anticipating every single one of his strikes, his defense completely flawless. With a smooth, snake-like movement, Ghislaine slides under Burnaf's guard, aiming to deliver a decisive counterstrike. Burnaf barely manages to leap backward, his eyes wide in sudden panic as he realizes how close he just came to being decapitated. Ghislaine asks if he's trying that same trick again, a mocking smile on his lips as he steps forward aggressively. He unleashes a dazzling flurry of strikes, his blade moving in an elegant, deadly arc that completely overwhelms Burnaf's defense. Burnaf is forced onto the defensive, his arms trembling as he struggles to block the relentless storm of attacks. Seizing the opening, Ghislaine delivers a heavy, precise kick straight to Burnaf's chest, sending him staggering backward. Burnaf quickly recovers his balance, gritting his teeth and growling that it won't work twice. He lunges forward with renewed ferocity, his sword thrusting with absolute, desperate force. Ghislaine barely manages to duck, the tip of the rapier grazing his shoulder and leaving a small tear in his coat. Burnaf continues to press his advantage, his rapier moving with blinding speed. Ghislaine parries from a low, awkward angle, utilizing his advanced technique to absorb the massive impact. He slides backward, creating some distance to assess the situation and plan his next move. Ghislaine notes that his opponent is heavily relying on his massive mana reserve to sustain his speed and power, trying to outlast him. Burnaf stands tall, his confidence restored as he admits the young master is vastly different from his lazy reputation. He analyzes Ghislaine's style, guessing he must have acquired his wild, practical technique through actual bloody combat experience. Burnaf declares that such crude, practical methods won't work against a true master, charging forward with absolute, cold certainty. He aims a series of narrow, incredibly precise thrusts directly at Ghislaine's vitals, confident in his victory. Ghislaine grits his teeth, admitting to himself that fighting one of the finest sword masters with his current weak body is incredibly difficult. He notes that Burnaf's precise thrusts are constantly targeting his head, completely messing with his sense of distance and timing. Ghislaine realizes that with his current unrefined body, Burnaf is an opponent he shouldn't have tried to face yet, but he has no choice. His eyes flashing with raw, desperate resolve, Ghislaine prepares to use his ultimate trump card. In a split second, he unleashes a hidden mana thread from his fingertips, aiming to catch his opponent off guard. Burnaf's heart stops as he notices the fine, glowing purple threads wrapping around his sword arm, gasping in sheer disbelief. He tries to pull his arm back, but the magical threads act like steel cables, completely paralyzing his movements and locking his sword in place. Ghislaine's eyes glow with absolute, cold fury. He has caught his prey and is not about to let him go. With Burnaf completely paralyzed, Ghislaine lunges forward, driving his fist straight into the master's face with explosive, bone-shattering force. The force of the blow sends the legendary swordmaster flying backward, crashing heavily onto the carpeted floor. Burnaf lies there coughing up blood, his face covered in deep bruises, completely dumbfounded by the magic that overpowered him. Lady Amelia screams in pure, unadulterated horror, unable to believe her strongest champion has just been beaten to the ground. Ghislaine calmly stands over the fallen knight, his sword resting in a loose, relaxed grip. He raises his blade, his eyes filled with absolute, cold resolve. In a desperate final struggle, Burnaf raises his rapier to block, screaming as he pours his remaining mana into a defensive barrier. The two clash one final time, the explosive surge of their clashing magic illuminating the dark room. Pushed back by the force of the blow, Burnaf lands in front of Amelia, panting heavily and urging her to flee the room immediately. He gasps that he can no longer guarantee her safety, admitting that the young master's power is simply too overwhelming. Turning back to Ghislaine, Burnaf's gaze is filled with absolute suicidal resolve, declaring he will give it his absolute all. Ghislaine merely stares back in silence, his expression unreadable. Ghislaine smiles, his eyes glowing with the raw, bloodthirsty excitement of a true mercenary king, declaring that he hasn't faced such an entertaining opponent in a very long time. Furious and deeply humiliated, Amelia sprints down her castle corridor, cursing Ghislaine's name for having the nerve to extort her. Her face is contorted in pure, unadulterated rage, determined to find a way to silence him before her secrets are exposed. She desperately tries to figure out how Ghislaine obtained such classified information, suspecting a traitor leak within her own organization. She recalls the wild rumors about Ghislaine's recent heroic actions, realizing with a shudder that they might be completely true. She curses internally, her mind racing as this unexpected variable threatens to derail her entire succession strategy. Reaching her private quarters, she opens the door, wondering why her elite guards haven't responded to the noise. She stands frozen at the threshold, her blood running cold as she spots her elite guards lying slaughtered on the floor. Standing amidst the carnage is a slender, cloaked figure holding a bloody blade. The cloaked assassin lowers her hood, revealing a familiar, sweet voice greeting her. Amelia's eyes widen in absolute horror as she recognizes Belinda, Ghislaine's seemingly ordinary personal maid, and stammers to ask why she is here. Belinda simply places her finger against her lips, whispering a soft, chilling command for Amelia to be quiet. In a split second, Belinda vanishes and appears directly behind her, holding a cold, sharp dagger tightly against Amelia's throat. Amelia is completely paralyzed, unable to move as Belinda looks at her with a soft, mocking smile, commenting on her creepy spider accessory. She gently pushes Amelia against a pillar, keeping the sharp blade pressed firmly against her neck to prevent any escape. Belinda whispers into her ear, bringing up a highly confidential conversation she eavesdropped on during the fated engagement ceremony. Belinda reveals that Amelia used to get bullied for her creepy spider obsession. So, in response, Amelia literally raised a horde of venomous spiders and used them to execute her siblings in a brutal act of revenge. Belinda sneers, questioning if that spider accessory is some pathetic attempt to overcome her childhood trauma. She coldly notes that it really does not suit her at all. With one clean flick of her blade, Belinda slices the accessory right off Amelia's lips. It falls uselessly onto the blood-stained carpet. She brings her heavy boot down and forcefully crushes the creepy accessory into pieces. Turning back to the terrified noblewoman, Belinda politely asks for her full and absolute cooperation. The scene flashes right back to the intense battle raging in the visitor room. Ghislaine continues dodging the lightning-fast rapier thrusts with a serious expression. He notes that the magical pressure in the air is getting increasingly dense and suffocating. Burnaf's blue mana reaches its absolute peak. He radiates an overwhelming magical force that literally shakes the entire room. Burnaf sneers, mocking Ghislaine's choice of words. He claims that calling a fight entertaining is the typical behavior of a lowly, bloodthirsty mercenary, not a proud, noble heir. He questions if Ghislaine has any right to even call himself a noble. Ghislaine merely smiles and replies with absolute calm certainty that he is indeed proud of his nobility. Ghislaine counters smoothly, pointing out that lecturing someone on nobility is not something a mere servant or escort knight should be doing. He completely dismisses Burnaf's status in one sentence. Irritated, Burnaf lunges forward once again. Their blades clash violently in a spectacular shower of sparks and magical energy. Burnaf pours his massive mana reservoir straight into his thrusts, his sword moving with incredible, crushing momentum. Burnaf roars at him not to disgrace the pride of true nobility, his face completely contorted in pure fanatical rage. The clashing steel reaches a frenzied pace. The two swordmasters trade blows in an incredibly high-speed dance of death. Ghislaine is forced onto the defensive, his arms trembling from the sheer relentless weight of the blows. He notes that the swordmaster is pushing forward with terrifying ferocity. The rapid thrusts rain down like a storm of falling stars. Ghislaine is left with barely any room to breathe, let alone counterattack. Ghislaine finally shouts that he has had enough of these boring, repetitive attacks. With flawless timing, he parries a heavy thrust and slides smoothly right under the blade, completely bypassing Burnaf's reach. He swings his blade upward in a swift, devastating counter-slash that catches Burnaf completely off guard. Burnaf barely manages to twist his body to dodge. The tip of Ghislaine's blade carves a clean, bloody gash directly across his chest. Burnaf slides backward, his sword arm trembling slightly as he tries to assess the fresh damage. He quickly recovers his balance and grits his teeth in pure frustration. Standing tall, Burnaf offers a cold smile. He declares that Ghislaine's desperate counterstrike right there was his final attack. He notes that Ghislaine's physical movements are getting increasingly sluggish. The young master's untrained body has finally run out of stamina. He raises his blade and points it directly at Ghislaine's chest, fully confident that the young master is now completely helpless. He lunges forward with blinding speed, aiming to end the duel with a single decisive strike. But suddenly, Burnap's eyes widen in sheer utter disbelief as his sword is abruptly stopped. Instead of dodging, Ghislaine deliberately braced himself for the impact. He lets the blade pierce directly through his shoulder to trap it and push it aside with his own body. It is a terrifying, high-risk tactical sacrifice. Ghislaine firmly grabs Burnap's wrist, his grip like a steel vise. With a bloody smile on his lips, he admits he truly cannot afford to let his guard down against a monster like him. Burnap is completely paralyzed by the sheer suicidal nerve of the boy. He stammers and frantically tries to pull his blade free. With Burnap securely locked in place, Ghislaine raises his solid heavy fist. Ghislaine roars that this is the primary difference between a true mercenary king and a soft noble who merely wields his blade for entertainment. He drives his fist straight into Burnap's face. The force of the blow completely twists Burnap's head, sending a spray of blood and broken teeth into the air. The legendary swordmaster stumbles backward, his nose completely shattered and his vision swimming. Ghislaine stands calmly and wipes the blood from his lips. With his eyes glowing, he smiles and notes that this duel is getting incredibly entertaining. His bloodthirsty combat instincts are fully awakened, making him look like a completely different person. Burnap's hands tremble as he realizes the boy is completely controlling the flow of the entire fight with overwhelming speed and range. Any attempt to counter him at close quarters is instantly shut down. He realizes with absolute horror that even with his massive mana pool, he cannot match the raw physical power and technique of the young master. Ghislaine notes that his current weak cores have reached their limits. A dark smile plays on his lips as he whispers that this is only the power he has at this specific moment. He states it is a massive shame that he has to resort to a forbidden technique to bring down a master of this caliber, pointing out that Burnap overlooked one crucial thing. His body starts to vibrate as a terrifying crimson magic begins to swirl. He unleashes his unique forbidden mana cultivation technique, unleashing his third core. The crimson energy explodes from his body with absolute crushing force. In a blinding flash of red light, Ghislaine lunges forward, his speed and power increased tenfold. He swings his blade with terrifying momentum, aiming to end the duel in a single decisive strike. Their weapons collide in a massive explosion of red and blue sparks, the sheer power of the clash cracking the stone tiles beneath them. Ghislaine effortlessly parries the desperate defense, his sword moving with incredible fluid precision. With one final powerful thrust, he drives his sword straight through Burnap's chest and pins him to the floor. Burnap gasps the young lord's name, his eyes wide in utter disbelief as blood spurts from his mouth. He simply cannot comprehend how a teenager channeled such explosive massive mana during combat. The legendary swordmaster has been completely and utterly defeated. Ghislaine stands quietly, looking down at his opponent. Burnap's vision slowly fades into darkness as his life force is completely extinguished. Turning his cold, bloody blade toward Lady Amelia, Ghislaine stares at her with an icy, merciless gaze. Amelia screams at him to just take the money, her face pale and trembling in pure terror. She throws a purse of 10,000 gold coins onto the table and begs him to get out of her sight immediately. Ghislaine sighs that this was a massive hassle, casually picking up the gold. He smirks, noting that things would have been much better if she had just cooperated when he asked nicely. He casually points his blade toward her neck once again and lets out a soft chuckle. He mockingly points out how this intense bloodbath can easily be framed as a simple lover's quarrel. Amelia gulps, completely powerless and entirely at his mercy. Ghislaine whispers that he has some highly unfortunate news for her, his eyes glowing with dark amusement. With a razor-sharp smirk, he issues his final extortion price. The fee just went up to 20,000 gold coins. He has completely dismantled her secret organization and secured the funds he needs to build his legendary mercenary army. Following her tense encounter with Ghislaine, Amelia rushes down her castle stairs, clutching her fluffy white cat. Her face is contorted in pure, unadulterated fury. She repeats his name in a low growl, unable to accept that she was just successfully extorted. Arriving at her private quarters, she finds the entrance doors wide open. She gasps as she spots her elite guards lying dead on the floor. Burnap, covered in bruises and clutching his chest, kneels before her in shame. He deeply apologizes for his defeat, admitting that Ghislaine is a monstrously strong warrior who far surpasses any of the rumors. She recalls how Ghislaine suddenly channeled an explosive surge of mana, easily matching the level of an advanced-level knight. She realizes with a shudder that her useless fiancé has somehow changed into a dangerous monster. Burnif looks up and asks if they should immediately report this highly unusual threat to their allies in the Delphine Duchy. Amelia's sweet facade vanishes instantly. She grabs Burnaf by the collar and shakes him aggressively, warning him to watch his mouth. She snaps that he has no idea how terrifying and ruthless Duke Delphine truly is. She warns him that if the Duke finds out about their humiliating defeat and the loss of her private funds, they will be discarded and eliminated immediately. She explains the fragile nature of her secret alliance with the Duke. If this failure is exposed, her rival siblings will seize the opportunity to execute her. Since Ghislaine somehow discovered the secret of her merchant guild, she fears he might already know about her treasonous pact with the Duke. With a look of pure hatred, she declares they must do whatever it takes to murder Ghislaine. Burnaf bows respectfully and accepts her command. He asks about Ghislaine's physical condition after their duel, hoping to find a vulnerability. Burnaf notes that while Ghislaine won, he managed to land several cuts across his body and a deep, severe wound directly on his shoulder. Furthermore, because Ghislaine forced his weak body to channel such an explosive surge of mana, his cores are bound to suffer a massive, painful backlash that will leave him weakened for days. He advises that to ensure this assassination remains completely untraceable, they cannot use any of Rayfold's own knights or forces. Amelia looks over a strategy map on her table and nods in agreement. She offers a cold smile, stating that they have already prepared a specialized off-the-books force for exactly this kind of situation. Realization hits Burnaf, and his eyes widen in brief surprise as he gasps. He asks if she is seriously planning to deploy the notorious Wildcats for this operation. The Wildcats are an elite underground band of war orphans and outcasts. They are known as the Fated Wildcat Traffickers, and consist solely of natural-born specialists in assassination. Amelia places a marker on the map, commanding him to assemble a dozen of their best mana-proficient assassins and dispatch them immediately. Burnaf nods quickly, fully understanding her tactical choice. The narrow ravine on the border between Rayfold and Perdium is the perfect spot for an ambush. Because of its remote location, they can easily execute Ghislaine quietly with 0 witnesses. Burnaf vows to have them fully prepared for the ambush immediately, his face filled with cold, murderous resolve. In his mind, he swears to make Ghislaine pay tenfold for the deep humiliation he brought upon his lady. The scene shifts back to the carriage, where Ghislaine sits quietly staring out the window as they head back home. Inside the carriage, Fergus watches him with deep concern, asking if the young master is truly all right. Ghislaine casually waves him off and assures him that his wounds are nothing to worry about. Ghislaine flexes his arms and notes that the cuts are actually quite shallow. He is highly pleased with the outcome, realizing that the 20,000 gold coins are more than enough to rebuild his family's territory. Reclaiming this massive amount of wealth at this early stage is the equivalent of saving several years of hard work. He admits to himself that he would have loved to execute the treacherous Amelia right then and there. However, openly murdering her would have triggered a devastating territorial war. With their forces currently fully occupied dealing with the northern barbarians, maintaining a fragile peace is critical. Besides, the psychological burden of knowing he holds the secret of her Arctia merchant guild is more than enough to keep her paralyzed for now. He adjusts his collar with a cold smile, fully confident in his strategic positioning. He thinks to himself that this time he will make good use of Amelia's greed. His eyes are filled with absolute, calculated resolve. Belinda sits across from him in the carriage and watches him silently. Belinda smiles knowingly and asks if things are going exactly as he planned. Ghislaine blinks, slightly surprised by her question. She reminds him of his precise instructions before the meeting. She was commanded to neutralize the guards once she heard fighting and hold Amelia hostage. Ghislaine sweat drops and stammers that while he did design that plan, he had actually commanded Old Man Fergus to execute the infiltration, not his personal maid. Before they can finish their conversation, Ghislaine suddenly winces and clutches his chest in severe, agonizing pain. Fergus and Belinda shout in panic as he collapses. He groans with his face pale and cold sweat pouring down his neck. He realizes this is the severe backlash for forcing the third core to align. Though the pain is slightly more manageable than his first attempt, having to suffer this level of physical agony every time he exerts his power is highly problematic. He realizes he must find a way to quickly expand his mana pathways to eliminate this backlash. Suddenly, Belinda reaches her hand out and gently presses it against his chest. Ghislaine blinks in surprise as Belinda looks at him with a focused expression, murmuring that the flow of mana inside his pathways is currently in complete disarray. She begins to channel a warm and incredibly pure stream of blue magic directly into his heart. A brilliant light fills the interior of the carriage as the magic flows smoothly. Fergus watches in absolute breathless awe as the maid performs a highly advanced healing technique. Ghislaine's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as his pathways are instantly soothed. The suffocating pain and backflow are completely neutralized within seconds. He can feel his clogged and twisted magic pathways opening up and expanding smoothly. Ghislaine stares at his hands and marvels at how incredibly advanced this is. Performing such a delicate, precise purification on another person's core is a feat that requires a legendary understanding of magic. He looks at Belinda with his suspicion growing. He always knew she was different, but this level of skill is far beyond anything a regular maid should possess. He wonders who she really is, and why such a powerful master is willing to work as a simple headmaid in a remote countryside estate, but he is incredibly grateful for her loyalty. He smiles, noting that having as many powerful, loyal allies as possible is critical. The enemies he has encountered so far are merely the tip of the iceberg. Belinda speaks up and softly assures him that she is willing to help him with absolutely anything, simply because she trusts him unconditionally. She asks him gently to tell her the truth about why he went out of his way to extort such an astronomical sum from Lady Amelia. Ghislaine remains silent for a brief moment before letting out a dry chuckle. He shrugs and admits he desperately needs to spend a massive amount of money, and Amelia is literally the only wealthy person he knows. Both Fergus and Belinda are left completely speechless by the hilarious, blunt honesty of his reply. Belinda sighs and asks if that petty financial reason was why he decided to brutally break off his engagement. She warns him that Count Rayfold will be furious, but Ghislaine reassures her that Amelia wouldn't dare to tell her father a single word. He looks Belinda dead in the eye and asks her with absolute sincerity if she trusts him. Belinda smiles warmly and says of course she does, but she points out that he should at least tell the person who risked her life to help him what exactly he plans to use this massive fortune for. Ghislaine's expression turns completely serious, his gaze filled with ancient solemn resolve. He quietly tells her that they are going to buy a forest, the Forest of Beasts. He declares his grand strategy to completely pioneer and conquer the dangerous, monster-infested Forest of Beasts, turning it into his private domain. Fergus jumps up in a complete panic and shouts that it's impossible. He reminds him that their family has tried and failed to conquer that cursed forest for generations, resulting in massive casualties. Ghislaine ignores the warning and calmly asks if Fergus completed the highly specific search request he made before they entered Rayfold Castle. Fergus looks hesitant and nervous as he prepares to deliver his report. Fergus confirms that the target was indeed located exactly where Ghislaine said he would be. He expresses his deep doubt, asking if that pathetic, broken individual is truly the legend Ghislaine is looking for. Ghislaine replies that as long as he is breathing, it's more than enough. He orders them to change their route immediately, refusing to waste a single second despite Belinda's protests. Ghislaine asks Belinda if she honestly believes a cruel, vengeful woman like Amelia is going to let them leave her territory peacefully. Belinda gasps as she realizes the danger of an impending ambush. Belinda aggressively cracks her knuckles and boasts that she and Fergus are more than capable of beating down any assassins. Ghislaine chuckles and thanks her, but notes that combat is not her primary role. He says quietly that to conquer the Forest of Beasts, he doesn't just need fighters. He desperately needs a legendary vanguard to lead our army. The carriage arrives at a rundown, dusty village on the outskirts of the territory, stopping in front of a dilapidated wooden house. Ghislaine steps out of the carriage and firmly knocks on the weathered door with anticipation. Fergus looks around the silent, dusty porch, commenting that the building looks completely abandoned while confirming the address. With a heavy creak, the wooden door slowly slides open to reveal a dark, dusty interior. A disheveled, bearded old man dressed in tattered rags slowly steps out. He blinks and asks in a weak, gravelly voice who they are. He looks completely worn out, his eyes hollow and devoid of any energy. The accompanying knights stare in absolute brain-melting disbelief. They can't believe this broken, pathetic beggar is the legendary hero Ghislaine went out of his way to find. Ricardo whispers that the old man looks like he won't even survive another day. Ghislaine calmly shakes his head and insists they are in the right place. The old man merely stares at them in silence with a blank expression. The old man grumbles and tells the young noble to stop wasting his time and get lost, turning back to go inside. Ghislaine calmly calls out his true name, the fated former captain of the Ratatost mercenaries, Gillian. Gillian instantly freezes in his tracks. A brilliant, powerful blue glow ignites in his eye as his suppressed combat aura returns in an instant. Ghislaine extends his hand with a brilliant, welcoming smile. He tells Gillian he has searched for him for a very long time. The final legendary piece of his army has been successfully found. Fergus and Ricardo stammer in absolute disbelief. The legendary name of the Ratatosk mercenaries sends shivers down their spines. The Ratatosk mercenaries were an elite group that only admitted warriors who had mastered almost every single weapon of war. Any knight across the continent has heard of their legendary name. And standing at the absolute peak of that group was their fearsome Captain Gillian, one of the most formidable warriors of the era. Gillian looks at the dirty old man and softly tells him he came all this way to meet him. With an open, welcoming gesture, he invites the old master to join his cause. But before he can finish, a sudden, blinding arc of blue magical energy flies directly at his face. Gillian has unleashed a high-speed surprise attack. Gillen barely manages to duck, the deadly wave of energy narrowly shaving past his hair. The sudden ferocious attack leaves his companions looking on in pure, unadulterated horror. They didn't see the old man's lightning-fast movements coming. Gillian stands in a solid combat stance holding a heavy wooden spear. He mutters in a deep, gravelly voice that Ghislaine actually knows who he is. His disheveled appearance vanishes completely, replaced by the terrifying heavy presence of a veteran killer. He demands that they immediately state their business. His eye glows with pure, hostile magic. Belinda immediately steps in front of Ghislaine and draws her daggers. She warns the young master to stand back, sensing that Gillian is highly unstable. Ghislaine calmly steps past her and ignores the danger. He looks Gillian dead in the eye and mentions the fated curse. He knows the exact cure to the incurable illness Gillian's daughter is suffering from. Gillian's heart stops, and his eyes widen in sheer, utter disbelief. The mention of his daughter's secret illness completely shatters his composure. Ghislaine asks with a confident smirk if that happens to pique the captain's interest. He recites the horrific symptoms of the eternal punishment curse: high fever, coughing up blood, and painful red spots. The agonizing sight gave this incurable disease its terrifying name. It is a slow, agonizing death sentence, and Gillian has spent years watching his daughter slowly decay from it. The heavy spear slips from Gillian's fingers and clatters onto the dirt floor. The legendary warrior collapses to his knees, clutching his face in a sudden, overwhelming wave of grief. Gillian cries out his daughter's name, tears streaming down his face as he weeps. Ghislaine tells him quietly that it is not too late. In his previous life, Ghislaine had searched for Gillian to recruit him but was too late. Gillian had committed suicide the moment his daughter passed away. Looking around the empty, dusty room, Ghislaine notes that Gillian has clearly spent every penny of his massive wealth trying to find a cure. Through a half-open door, they hear Rachel groaning, begging her father to let her die because the pain is too much to bear. Gillian weeps. Ghislaine aggressively strips off his heavy coat and declares there is no time to waste. He prepares to initiate the treatment immediately. But Belinda suddenly grabs his shoulder and tells him they must return home immediately. She is deeply concerned about his physical state, knowing he hasn't recovered from his grueling duel with Burnaf. She points out that the curse is so severe that even high-ranking priests cannot cure it. She asks how he plans to cure it, but Ghislaine simply replies with absolute certainty that he can fix her. Belinda is completely stunned by his confidence, unable to understand where his medical knowledge comes from. Ghislaine looks her dead in the eye and asks if she trusts him unconditionally. Belinda is left completely speechless. She bites her lip and reluctantly nods. Ghislaine reaches into his shirt and pulls out a folded piece of paper. He hands her the paper and commands her to immediately purchase every single medicinal herb on the list. Belinda reads the list, her eyes widening in absolute shock as she recognizes the ingredients. She looks up, completely flabbergasted by the bizarre combination of herbs. Ghislaine notes that for wandering mercenaries, medical knowledge is directly tied to survival. They cannot afford to rely on expensive priests. He recalls that a highly simple and effective cure for the eternal punishment will be discovered in the future, making it a famous topic among mercenaries. Belinda quickly returns with the herbs, and Ghislaine meticulously begins preparing the mixture on Gillian's table. He carefully crushes a beautiful glowing purple flower known as the fairy's blessing, the core catalyst of the cure. He finally chops the herbs and mixes them inside a glass jar, shaking it thoroughly to ensure perfect integration. A brilliant, glowing purple potion begins to form inside the jar. Ghislaine hands the bottle to Gillian, commanding him to have Rachel drink it immediately. Gillian stares at the potion in absolute awe. With trembling hands, the fated captain prepares to administer the cure to his dying daughter. He gently lifts Rachel's head and slowly pours the glowing purple liquid down her throat, praying for a miracle. Rachel swallows the medicine, her breathing shallow as her body absorbs the concentrated magic. She lies completely still for a tense, terrifying moment, her face still covered in bloody spots. Everyone in the room stands frozen, waiting for any sign of change. Suddenly, Rachel's eyes flutter open, completely clear and devoid of the painful, feverish haze. She weakly whispers for her dad. Gillian lets out a loud, emotional cry, throwing his arms around her and weeping in pure joy. Belinda gasps as they watch the painful, bloody spots across Rachel's skin begin to rapidly fade away. Gillian weeps, completely amazed that the medicine actually worked. Ghislaine simply smiles and notes that the potion worked exactly as expected. Gillian looks up, staring at the young master in absolute breathless awe. He can't comprehend how a noble child possessed a cure for a curse deemed impossible. With his voice trembling, Gillian asks how he did this when not even holy divine power could cure her. Ghislaine explains that divine magic is not omnipotent and cannot purge a highly specific, fundamentally targeted curse like the eternal punishment. Gillian looks at his trembling hands, his voice filled with a fragile, desperate hope as he asks if his daughter can truly be saved. The fated mercenary captain falls to his knees, clutching Ghislaine's coat as he begs for his daughter's complete recovery. Ghislaine looks down with a gentle, reassuring smile and promises that within a couple of months of regular treatment, she will be completely cured. Gillian looks up, tears of profound, overwhelming gratitude streaming down his weathered face. Sinking his head to the dirt floor, Gillian asks what the young master wants in return. Gillian mumbles that he has spent every penny he had, and all he has left to offer is his useless, battered body. With an intensely fierce gaze, he roars that if Ghislaine needs him to be his dog or slave, he will gladly do it to save his daughter. Ghislaine calmly shakes his head and replies that he has absolutely no need for a slave or a dog. Gillian blinks, looking up in complete confusion. He looks into the young master's eyes and is suddenly struck by the intense, ancient presence he senses behind them. Gillian thinks to himself that those are the eyes of a dreamer, recognizing the gaze of a true visionary leader. Standing up, Gillian reaches for a massive, heavy combat axe resting on the wall, his strength fully returning. He hoists the giant weapon onto his shoulder, looking completely ready to march back into battle. He plants his foot firmly on the floor, the fated captain of Ratatosk fully reborn. His companions watch in stunned silence. The sheer physical presence of the giant warrior is incredibly intimidating. Skovan is completely flabbergasted, whispering that he cannot believe this is the same broken old man they met an hour ago. Gillian stands enveloped in a massive, dense blue magical aura, looking like an unstoppable titan. He strides toward Ghislaine, his footsteps heavy and rhythmic. He asks if there are any other soldiers stationed outside who might come looking for them. Ghislaine calmly replies that they came alone. He asks Gillian if he has any old enemies who might have tracked him to this village. Gillian lets out a cold chuckle and replies that he does, and that there are bound to be plenty more in the future. Suddenly, Gillian's eyes narrow as he senses a hostile presence outside. He draws his dagger with lightning speed. In a blinding flash of blue light, Gillian dashes out of the house. He moves so fast he seems to vanish entirely. He lunges into the surrounding trees, his giant axe and daggers carving through a group of cloaked assassins who had been surrounding the house. It is a complete, effortless slaughter. Amelia's elite wildcat assassins are cut to pieces before they can even draw their weapons. Gillian demands to know who sent them. The trembling assassin can only stutter in terror, unable to comprehend the old man's monstrous power. Gillian chokes him tighter and turns back to ask what Ghislaine wants to do with this final survivor. Ghislaine calmly steps out of the house and tells him to kill him, stating he already knows exactly who sent them. Ghislaine sighs, remarking that he really didn't want to stain his blade on a happy day like this. Gillian steps in, asking the young master to leave the dirty work to him. Gillian's gaze is filled with absolute cold resolve as he asks to handle this trash. With one effortless twist of his massive hand, Gillian snaps the assassin's neck and drops his corpse onto the dirt. The threat is entirely eliminated, the fated ambush completely neutralized within a matter of minutes. Belinda watches the execution silently, her expression serious. Belinda narrows her eyes, wondering why the young master went out of his way to recruit such an incredibly dangerous and bloodthirsty monster. Turning back to Ghislaine, the legendary mercenary captain drops to one knee and bows his head in absolute lifetime submission. He vows that from this moment forward, he shall leave his life and his blade entirely in Ghislaine's hands. Ghislaine smiles, his eyes shining with absolute triumph. He tells Gillian he looks forward to working with him. His grand fated army has officially taken its first powerful step. Deep in the misty woods at night, a report reaches the secret hideout of the wildcat traffickers that a reconnaissance unit has been completely wiped out. The news triggers tense whispering among the assassins, but their commander quickly tells them to quiet down. The leader commands them to lower their voices, his tone icy and absolute. This is Viego, the fearsome captain of the wildcat traffickers. He sits calmly and absorbs the report with an unreadable expression. A guard bows in apology, deeply embarrassed by their failure to secure a clean assassination. Viego points out that Ghislaine shouldn't have been capable of wiping out their hidden unit. The guard nervously reveals that the legendary Gillian has joined Ghislaine's side. Hearing Gillian's name, Viego's eyes widen in genuine shock. The legendary captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries was supposed to be a broken old man. He remembers Gillian's fearsome reputation as a warrior who was once feared across the entire continent. Grabbing the guard by the collar, Viego aggressively demands confirmation. The trembling guard stammers that he witnessed Gillian's monstrous power with his own eyes. He states that Gillian was moving with the precise lethal speed of his prime, effortlessly tearing their units to pieces. But instead of backing down, Viego lets out a bloodthirsty maniacal laugh. He is thrilled by the prospect of fighting a legend like Gillian. Meanwhile, Ghislaine's carriage continues its journey back home through the dark, quiet forest paths. Inside the carriage, Belinda complains about how cramped it is, grumbling about Gillian packing a massive mountain of old weapons. Ghislaine points out that they actually had to purchase an entire extra carriage just to transport Gillian's massive personal arsenal. Ghislaine notes that since they needed the extra carriage for Rachel to travel comfortably anyway, it is perfectly fine. In the rear carriage, Fergus and Ricardo are tasked with guarding the cargo and keeping watch. Ghislaine assures Belinda that Gillian has a vital purpose for every single weapon in that pile, so she should just tolerate the cramped space. The carriages enter the narrow, ominous ravine border path. Ghislaine's main focus is to clear this dangerous bottleneck as quickly as possible. Belinda asks if the spy Gillian eliminated was sent by Lady Amelia. Ghislaine replies that it's almost certain, and Belinda notes that this constant tracking could lead to trouble. She reveals that the spy's mask carried the distinct symbol of the Wildcat Traffickers, a highly dangerous guild operating within Rayfold County. The mask is carved in the shape of a snarling beast, the fated mark of their elite assassins. Ghislaine mutters the name, highly familiar with their bloody reputation. Their illegal trade spans assassination and trafficking. They are regarded as the most ruthless scum of the underworld. She warns him that their ranks are filled with elite, battle-hardened former mercenaries. Gillian looks at her suspiciously, asking how a simple castlemaid possesses such detailed knowledge of secretive assassin guilds. Belinda nervously stammers that she simply heard rumors. Shifting the topic quickly, she tells him to be extremely careful because the Wildcats are notoriously persistent. Ghislaine merely lets out a calm, confident smile. He notes that it will be fine because they have the ultimate shield with them. Having a legendary warrior like Gillian on their side means they are more than prepared for any ambush. The carriage continues down the silent road, the surrounding trees casting long, ominous shadows under the moonlight. The tension in the air is palpable as they navigate the narrow ravine path, the high stone cliffs of the ravine tower over them, creating a perfect bottleneck. Riding on horseback beside the carriage, Gillian's expression is intensely serious. His veteran instincts are screaming. Suddenly, a cloaked assassin leaps down from the high cliffs above, his daggers drawn for a lethal downward strike. Gillian mutters calmly, already reaching for his massive battle axe. In a split second, Gillian swings his heavy axe, intercepting the assassin's daggers mid-air with an explosive impact. Multiple cloaked figures spring out from the surrounding shadows, launching a coordinated high-speed assault on the carriage. But Gillian moves like a cyclone. With one massive sweep of his axe, he cleanly cuts through the first assassin's guard. The sheer weight and force of his swing are completely overwhelming. He delivers a crushing downward blow, completely splitting another ambusher's shield and body in half. The impact of his massive attacks shakes the very ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and debris in the narrow pass. He effortlessly parries two simultaneous attacks, his balance and control completely flawless despite his age. The horses rear up in panic as the road ahead is suddenly blocked by falling debris. The carriage is screeched to a halt. Gillian stands defensively in front of the carriage, warning the young master that they will be crushed by falling boulders if they remain stuck. Ghislaine commands the driver to push through at all costs. The horses gallop frantically, trying to clear the danger zone. Boulders and arrows rain down around them, but the drivers manage to navigate the chaotic path with incredible luck. Ghislaine says calmly that the ambush is exactly as he expected, his expression completely relaxed. Meanwhile, Gillian's blade clashes violently with a massive, dual-dagger-wielding assassin who has leaped down to block their path. The leader of the assassins sneers, recognizing Gillian as the legendary former captain of the Ratatost mercenaries. Gillian merely stares back in silence, his expression completely blank. The leader tries to provoke him, calling him a coward who disbanded his legendary group to nurse his dying daughter. Gillian simply replies that he has no idea what the trash is talking about. He casually readies his massive combat axe, his aura starting to turn cold. The assassin screams in fury, revealing himself to be a former peer from their old mercenary days who ended up living a miserable life because of Gillian's retirement. Gillian merely looks at him with absolute freezing indifference. He genuinely does not care about the assassin's sob story. The leader snarls and swears to carve his name into Gillian's flesh, ordering his men to kill them all. With a loud roar, the entire band of wildcat assassins charges forward to slaughter them. Ghislaine leans out of the carriage to ask if Gillian needs any help. Gillian calmly waves him off, telling the young master to just sit back and rest. Gillian declares steadily that he will handle this garbage on his own. He unleashes a massive sweeping swing of his axe, the sheer physical force sending several charging assassins flying. The assassins scream in panic as they are easily sliced to pieces by the brute force of his weapon. Gillian lands on the ground, completely relaxed as his opponents retreat in terror. He instantly clashes weapons with the furious leader in a tense struggle of raw power. He easily parries the wild, frantic daggers, demonstrating his absolute superiority in technique and experience. Ghislaine watches the battle calmly from the carriage, highly satisfied with his recruitment choice. Gillian delivers a heavy, solid shoulder strike, sending the leader staggering backward. The leader grits his teeth, realizing Gillian is just as monstrously strong as he was in his prime. He barks out a command, ordering his remaining units to split up and attack Gillian from both sides simultaneously. Gillian merely scoffs and leaps onto his horse, charging directly into the flank of the first group. The assassins cry in a panic, completely caught off guard by his sudden mobility on horseback. Swinging his giant battle axe from the saddle, Gillian unleashes a terrifying sweeping strike that clears his path instantly. He gallops through their ranks like a juggernaut, leaving a trail of ambushers in his wake. He stands tall on his mount, looking like a general commanding a battlefield. The leader tries to charge, but Gillian's defensive sweeps are too strong, leaving him groaning in frustration. Desperate, he commands his men to stop targeting Gillian and aim for the horse's legs instead. An assassin slides low and slices the horse's leg. The beast rears in pain, sending Gillian off balance. With a heavy crash, Gillian is thrown from his saddle onto the hard dirt ground. Gillian grunts and quickly recovers his footing as the leader lets out a triumphant laugh, believing he finally has his opponent cornered. The leader leaps down with his daggers raised, determined to deliver a fatal downward strike to the grounded master. But even on the ground, Gillian's defense is absolute. He parries the daggers with his axe, sending sparks flying. The leader screams in pathetic rage, telling Gillian to stay out of his way since he already ruined his career once. With an insane grin, he swears to personally decapitate Gillian to settle their old grudge. Ghislain watches the pathetic tantrum from the window, his expression completely blank and unimpressed. Belinda watches silently, hoping the old man can quickly silence this annoying pest. Gillian's expression remains completely calm. He has zero interest in engaging in a debate with a failed peer. Gillian states deep and steady that he is no longer the captain of the Ratatost mercenaries. He declares that he has discarded his past and is now nothing but a loyal subordinate of young Lord Ghislain. The leader is completely stunned, unable to understand how a master willingly bent his knee to a useless noble brat. Ghislain merely watches, his expression filled with absolute quiet pride. Gillian parries a wild sweep, completely neutralizing the assassin's momentum. The leader screams in pure denial, asking who on earth he is if he is not the captain of Ratatosk. Gillian replies that he has discarded his past, his eyes glowing blue as a massive surge of magic coats his axe. He stands tall, his colossal power radiating through the narrow pass as he readies the final crushing blow. The leader stammers in absolute primal terror, screaming a desperate empty curse that he will kill him at all costs. But his words are completely cut short. Gillian brings his magic-reinforced axe down with crushing force, completely ending the assassin's life in a single strike. The battle between the two former comrade mercenaries resumes with immense intensity. Gillian's massive battle axe clashes violently with the leader's dual daggers. They lock blades, pouring their raw strength and magic into a tense stalemate. Finding Gillian's physical power too overwhelming, the leader leaps backward, bitterly shouting that their mercenary company disbanded shortly after Gillian's retirement. He screams that because Gillian left, he lost his purpose and was forced to live a shameful existence as an assassin just to feed himself. Gillian remains silent and absorbs his former comrade's bitter resentment. He feels a quiet sense of regret, but his focus remains unshaken. He simply stares back with an icy calm expression as the wind drifts through his white hair. While the duel rages, Ghislain's carriage continues to push forward through the narrow gorge. The horses gallop at full speed to escape the dangerous bottleneck before more ambushers arrive. Boulders and arrows continue to rain down from the cliffs, but Gillian's defense has bought them more than enough time. With a final, desperate surge, the carriages successfully clear the most dangerous part of the ravine and enter a slightly wider path. Gillian's heavy shield remains planted, acting as a solid barrier to protect the carriage's rear. Back in the woods, the leader points his daggers and screams that he was completely willing to sacrifice his life to help Gillian build the greatest mercenary force. He roars with bloodshot eyes, unable to forgive Gillian for throwing that legacy away to serve a spoiled noble brat. He lets out a chilling, psychotic laugh, his single eye glowing red under his hood. Channeling his full mana pool, he lunges forward with his daggers glowing with a dense, lethal blue aura. Gillian easily parries the desperate attack with his heavy axe, his balance completely unshaken by the impact. The leader swiftly swings his second dagger, trying to find an opening in Gillian's heavy armor. But Gillian simply steps aside and lets the blade slice nothing but empty air. He delivers a heavy knee strike directly to the leader's chest, forcing him back. The two trade a flurry of lightning-fast blows, their movements a blur of pure, high-level combat. The leader smiles insanely through his blood, boasting that Gillian's fearsome strength is a thing of the past. He screams that while Gillian wasted his prime nursing his daughter, he was constantly fighting bloody battles to grow stronger. He boasts that he has finally surpassed Gillian and that the old man is no longer a match for him. Gillian merely looks at him with absolute freezing pity. In a shocking display of mastery, Gillian catches the high-speed dagger thrust directly with his bare palm, his hand coated in dense blue magic. The leader's jaw drops. He can't understand how Gillian blocked a magic-reinforced steel blade with his bare knuckles. The dense, perfectly controlled magic surrounding Gillian's hand is completely impenetrable. Gillian whispers that it is over, grabbing the leader by the throat and completely sealing his movements. He hoists his massive combat axe with his other hand, preparing to deliver the final crushing blow. With one massive, magic-reinforced swing, Gillian completely shatters the leader's daggers and armor, sending him crashing onto the dirt floor. Gillian asks flatly if childish jealousy is the actual reason for his vengeance. The bleeding leader crawls back in absolute trembling terror, realizing Gillian concentrated his entire mana supply around his hand just to block the blade. He gasps in pure horror, realizing that Gillian was not showing his full strength this entire time. Gillian calmly walks up and raises his heavy weapon once again. He delivers a bone-shattering blow, completely ending the combat. The defeated assassin wheezes in his own blood, his voice growing weak as he admits he does not understand. Gillian looks down at him, quietly asking why he didn't seek his revenge when he had the chance. Gillian asks why he didn't try to assassinate him when he was retired and weak, and why he waited until now. The leader lets out a bloody weak chuckle and grunts that Gillian doesn't know the whole truth. He reveals that he actually visited the remote cabin months ago, fully intending to murder him. But he found only a broken, weeping old man clutching his daughter, realizing the legendary captain was already dead. Seeing his former idol in such a miserable state broke his spirit. He felt that slaying a broken old man wasn't even worth his blade. He screams with tears mixing with his blood, demanding to know where the legendary giant he spent his youth looking up to had disappeared. Gillian remains silent, deeply moved by the tragic confession. He slowly plants his sword in the ground and quietly commands him to raise his weapon. Gillian says solemnly that he too is now a body bound to another's will, serving his young master. But he adds that for this brief moment, as a fellow warrior of the arena, he vows to show his old comrade the highest level of respect on the battlefield, preparing to give him an honorable warrior's death. His eye ignites with magical fire as he declares he will deliver the final blow with his full prime power to honor his old friend. In a blinding flash of blue light, Gillian lunges forward, his massive axe moving in a perfect arc. The leader lets out a final happy grin and raises his daggers to block, thrilled to finally face his idol's true power. Their weapons collide in a spectacular explosion of sparks and magic, a beautiful tragic duel between two old comrades. He laughs maniacally, pouring every remaining drop of his life and mana into this final clash. They trade a rapid flurry of slashes and parries, moving across the dirt path in a blur of clashing steel. Gillian parries a low, deceptive thrust, easily absorbing the impact with his flawless technique. He swings his battle axe in a massive sweep, the sheer physical force of the strike shattering the air. The leader barely manages to raise his daggers to block, but the heavy impact causes deep cracks to spread across his steel blades. Seizing the opening, Gillian drives his heavy shoulder straight into his opponent's chest, forcing him back. The force of the strike sends the leader flying backward, crashing heavily onto the hard dirt floor. He lies on the ground with his body completely broken. He looks up at Gillian with a satisfied smile, happy to have faced his captain's true power at the end. With one final downward stroke of his battle axe, Gillian ends his former comrade's life and suffering. The duel is finally over. Gillian calmly sheathes his heavy battle axe. He looks down at the corpse, quietly uttering his true name and rank as the 5th Unit Commander. Gillian whispers that he will remember his name and his loyalty, his eyes filled with solemn respect. Ghislaine steps out of the carriage, walking up to the veteran warrior with a calm, respectful expression. He looks at the scattered broken daggers of the fallen commander. He picks up one of the intact daggers, noting that its craftsmanship is highly valuable. This weapon will make a fine addition to his growing arsenal. Ghislaine tells Gillian good work, highly satisfied with the old captain's formidable display of power. Belinda joins them, her eyes sparkling as she points out that selling the high-quality gear of these elite assassins could easily net them a very nice chunk of additional gold. Gillian bows respectfully, apologizing for causing unnecessary delays. Ghislaine calmly waves him off, assuring him that it's perfectly fine. Ghislaine says he did exactly what was needed to protect their group. Ghislaine's respect for the old captain has grown immensely. He is far more exceptional and powerful than he had anticipated. Ghislaine remembers how Gillian's tales helped him survive in his past life. Moving quickly to recruit him was absolutely the right choice, securing an incredibly reliable powerhouse comrade. Ghislaine asks if Gillian remembered the name of the commander he just defeated. Gillian nods slowly. Gillian says softly that he was once a very promising unit leader in his old squad. Gillian sighs that he was an old comrade. The pain of having to execute his own student is heavy, but his loyalty to Gillian remains absolute. Ghislaine thinks to himself about the old comrade, looking at Gillian. He stares up at the night moon, wondering what his own mercenary comrades from his past life are doing right now. He makes a silent vow to track them down and recruit them all over again. He resolves that he will gather his old family of warriors, and this time they will be unstoppable. Turning back to his companions, Ghislaine suggests they loot the high-quality gear from the assassins. He playfully tells Gillian to take the lead, but Gillian grumbles that he is a proud warrior, not a common gatherer. 2 days later, the carriages finally cross the border and enter the rolling hills of the Perdium territory. The travelers let out a collective sigh of relief as they approach the grand castle gates. Elena points out the window, asking if that is their home castle, and Ghislaine nods with a soft smile. Ghislaine thinks it feels good to have a warm home to return to, a peaceful feeling he hasn't felt in decades. He remembers how arrogant his younger self was, running away from home believing he could return whenever he wanted. He had no idea how quickly war would take it all away. Gillian looks out at the territory, his expression grave as he takes in the state of the land. Gillian asks how he likes their territory. Gillian stammers, trying to be polite as he mutters that it looks great. Ghislaine chuckles dryly, completely cutting through the polite lies and asking if it isn't an absolute dump. Ghislaine points out the harsh reality of their home. The houses are decaying with zero money for renovations, and the fields are completely barren because the farmers were conscripted to fight barbarians. Gillian admits that seeing the severe economic and agricultural devastation firsthand is far worse than he had ever expected. Ghislaine says that is precisely why he needs Gillian's strength. He knows this is going to be a long, grueling battle to rebuild their home. It is a war to completely purge every single shadow faction connected to Duke Delphine and to protect their peaceful everyday life. He vows to revive this land and save his family, no matter what it takes. The carriages roll up to the castle gates, but Ricardo shouts in surprise, pointing at the entrance. Elena leans out of her window, her eyes wide as she tries to see what the commotion is about. Ghislaine looks through the front window, his heart stopping as he spots an imposing silhouette standing on the castle bridge. Standing proudly in full gleaming knight armor is his father, the Count of Perdium. He has returned home much earlier than expected. The Count stands tall, his gaze fixed on the approaching carriage of his useless eldest son. The fated reunion is about to begin, and Ghislaine is ready to show him that he is no longer a slacker. Back at Perdium Castle, things are far from peaceful. The high towers stand shrouded in a cold blue fog, mirroring the grim situation inside. Inside the council chambers, a serious discussion is underway. The advisors warn that cutting forces will make it impossible to hold the front lines, but asking Rayfold for help is a dead end. The grim news hangs heavy in the air. Walter listens with a deep frown while his knights realize the neighboring territories are clearly up to something suspicious. They need to rebuild the Forest of Beasts garrison, but the budget is completely dry. Even downsizing the Knight Order won't give them enough breathing room. Ghislaine sits quietly in the middle of all the arguing, entirely unbothered. To him, it's just the same old political drama he's witnessed 100 times before. We get a quick intro to the key players: the stern knight Captain Randolph and the incredibly stressed-out Treasurer Albert. And of course, the gentle General Administrator Homer, who looks like he hasn't slept a full night in decades. For Ghislaine, it has only been a few months, but his mind holds decades of memories as the mercenary king. His father's sudden arrival snaps him out of his thoughts. As Walter Perdium, the Count himself, finally steps into the room. Ghislaine looks up, instantly feeling the heavy atmosphere shift. As a child, Ghislaine hated his father for being so strict and emotionally distant, but looking at him now with adult eyes changes everything. He focuses his gaze on his father, realizing the profound truth behind that stern demeanor. He can tell there's a crushing weight of responsibility and physical exhaustion resting on Walter's shoulders as the lord of this land. Walter calmly takes a sip of his tea, noting that Ghislaine was missing for a week. Ghislaine casually drops that he was just visiting his fiancée over in Rayfold County. Walter sighs and warns him that he better not have caused any trouble while he was gone. Ghislaine swears he was on his best behavior, but the council brings up the rumor that he somehow beat the strongest warrior of Logas in a duel. Albert looks absolutely exhausted, asking if the young master went all the way to a neighboring territory just to gamble. The treasurer stares him down, fully expecting some wild, spoiled brat excuse. Ghislaine calmly drinks his tea, correcting him that it wasn't gambling but a highly successful investment. He claims he simply had some urgent business to settle with Amelia. Homer immediately starts lecturing him about the responsibilities of succeeding the household, but Ghislaine completely tunes him out. Poor Homer looks like he's about to pop a blood vessel. Walter cuts the bickering short with a firm command. He turns back to his son, noting that Ghislaine seems to have made some actual productive trouble while he was away. Ghislaine tilts his head, slightly surprised that his father is actually paying attention to his actions. Walter looks him dead in the eye, asking if it's true that he personally executed the treacherous escort knights to protect Elena. Before Ghislaine can answer, Captain Randolph scoffs at the claim, insisting there is absolutely no way the useless young master could have pulled that off. Randolph claims the traitors probably just ended up killing each other. Ghislaine mentally notes that the captain is just salty about his own men's betrayal, so it's better to let him believe whatever he wants. With a relaxed shrug, Ghislaine agrees with the captain's theory, happily letting Randolph salvage his bruised pride. Randolph smiles smugly, fully satisfied that his useless young master theory remains intact. But Zwalter ignores Randolph's copium, looking directly at Ghislaine and quietly delivering a simple compliment. Great job. Ghislaine is completely stunned. Zwalter folds his hands, stating that regardless of how it happened, the only thing that matters is that Elena is safe. Ghislaine looks down in silence, deeply moved. In his entire life, this is the very first time his father has ever complimented him. Seizing the rare positive mood, Ghislaine asks if he can make a single official request. The advisors immediately panic. Albert warns him that if this is a request for more allowance, the answer is a flat no, while Randolph agrees he's caused way too much financial damage already. Randolph starts listing all his past crimes, shouting about how he sold military supplies for gambling money and melted defensive armor to forge a legendary sword. Yeah, okay, his past self was definitely a menace. Ignoring the dramatic complaints, Ghislaine calmly states that he doesn't want money, he just wants official permission. He drops a massive bombshell on the room, requesting permission to personally pioneer and conquer the monster-infested forest of beasts. The entire room falls into a stunned silence. He stares back with absolute confidence, showing them that he is not joking around. The scene shifts to Ghislaine's room later that evening. With a completely deadpan expression, Ghislaine informs his team that his dad said no. Belinda sighs, pointing out that of course the Count refused because that place is a literal death trap with zero economic value. Turning to his new powerhouse subordinate, Ghislaine asks Gillian if he has heard about the plan yet. Gillian nods, guessing the young master wants to use his newly acquired Rayfold funds to finance the expedition. The Forest of Beasts is widely feared as a cursed land of death where no living soul returns. Because of its terrifying reputation, nobody dares to enter. Ghislaine agrees that on the surface, there's absolutely nothing to gain from entering that forest. Belinda completely loses her mind when Ghislaine casually starts walking out of the room to initiate the plan anyway. Ghislaine looks back with a confident smirk, noting that asking for permission was merely a polite formality. This operation is happening whether his father likes it or not. Belinda facepalms, asking what on earth could possibly be hidden in that dangerous forest to make him this obsessed. Ghislaine simply promises to explain it later. He knows that keeping this a secret is critical, because if word leaked out, it would trigger a massive territorial war. Buried deep within the entrance of that cursed forest is a massive undiscovered vein of runestones. The visual reveals a breathtaking cavern filled with towering, brilliant blue magic crystals glowing in the dark. Runestones are incredibly rare minerals infused with pure mana. Every single mage and magical scholar across the continent is absolutely crazy about them. They are the core component used to manufacture magical tools, barrier systems, magic circles, and high-level scrolls. Essentially anything that requires mana needs these crystals, making them more valuable than gold. In his previous life, Duke Delphine became unstoppable after discovering this vein, but this time Ghislaine is going to claim it first. He narrows his eyes, determined to secure this infinite money glitch before anyone else even suspects its existence. Belinda sighs in defeat, realizing she can't stop him. She reluctantly accepts his orders, promising to follow his lead. With his team fully aligned, Ghislaine smiles. The first phase of the operation is officially greenlit. Gillian warns him that mercenaries are notoriously unruly and difficult to control, meaning they might easily turn on their employer if they sense any weakness. Ghislaine agrees, which is why he plans to personally handpick the strongest and most reliable small-scale mercenary group in the north. Gillian's eyes widen as he realizes who the young master is referring to. A cold sweat breaks out on the veteran's face. He whispers in disbelief, asking if he means those crazy dogs. The visual shows 3 terrifying blood-red demonic hounds chained up in the dark. These are the infamous Cerberus mercenaries, known for their sheer savagery. Ghislaine stands calmly in front of the chained beast imagery, completely unfazed. The scene transitions to the rugged high cliffs on the outskirts of the Zimbar territory, where the Cerberus mercenaries have set up their camp. The camp is pure chaos, with heavily armed, rough-looking mercenaries brawling and lounging around the messy tents. Through a telescope, a pair of hidden lookouts spot Gillian and Gillen riding calmly toward their base. The lookouts chuckle darkly, mocking the poor souls walking straight into their trap. They note that the younger traveler looks like a wealthy, spoiled noble brat. The scout smirks, imagining how much money they can extort from such an easy target. But before he can finish his thought, a massive, powerful hand slams directly onto his face, crushing him into the dirt. The second lookout screams in absolute terror as Gillian suddenly appears out of nowhere, his massive presence completely overwhelming them. With zero effort, Gillian hoists the screaming scout into the air and tosses him aside like a rag doll. The first lookout gasps for air beneath Gillian's iron grip, unable to understand how a simple traveler possessed such terrifying speed. Without pausing, Gillian delivers a brutal heavy strike that sends another guard flying face first into the stone ground. He crashes directly into the heart of the mercenary camp, creating a massive shockwave of dust and debris that completely wrecks their defenses. The resting mercenaries leap up in pure panic, their eyes bloodshot as they try to figure out who the hell is launching a frontal assault. They quickly surround Gillian, drawing their weapons and screaming at the crazy old man for invading their territory. Suddenly, a calm pair of boots steps onto the dirt path. A deep, cold voice comments that while the intruders look like nobles, they shouldn't act so recklessly. Step forward the imposing commander of the Cerberus mercenaries, a tall, heavily armed warrior draped in chains and knives. He coldly warns them that they won't be returning home alive. But his threat is suddenly cut short as he hears the rhythmic sound of horse hooves approaching. He looks up, his eyes widening in surprise. Ghislaine calmly rides into the center of the hostile camp on his white horse, looking completely relaxed amidst the armed mob. Looking down at the surrounding mercenaries with absolute chilling confidence, Ghislaine issues a simple command, telling them to shut it and bring him their captain. Ghislaine sits proudly on his white steed, looking completely unfazed as he glides into the hostile camp. He breaks the silence with a single cool command, asking, "Who's the captain here?" He asks the question directly, staring down at the gathered mercenaries with an absolute lack of fear. The common thugs are left completely speechless by his raw audacity. A hooded mercenary with gray hair lets out a mocking snicker. He can't help but laugh, finding it hilarious that some spoiled noble brat has apparently lost his mind. The hooded thug steps forward, swinging his massive flail weapon back and forth. He warns the young master that it's finally time for him to learn a very painful lesson. With a psychotic grin, the thug throws his entire weight into the strike, aiming to teach the boy what it truly means to take responsibility. He flings the heavy iron ball on a chain directly at Ghislaine's head, the weapon cutting through the air with a deadly whistle. Ghislaine doesn't even flinch as the metal ball flies straight at his face, while Gillian watches the trajectory with razor-sharp focus. In a split second, Gillian steps in and blocks the high-speed iron chain with his own massive blade, sparks exploding violently from the impact. With absolute monstrous strength, Gillian completely freezes the chain in place with his bare grip. The attacking mercenary's smile vanishes, replaced by a look of utter disbelief. The surrounding thugs scream in pure shock, unable to comprehend how Gillian just shoved his blade into the flying chain and stopped it completely dead in its tracks. Even the hooded attacker is sweating profusely, completely terrified by the old veteran's absolute god-tier reflexes. With a heavy thud, the heavy iron ball collapses harmlessly onto the dirt. Ghislaine calmly sighs, noting that words are indeed completely useless against savages. Looking sideways, Ghislaine gives the order to his legendary veteran to do just enough for them to not die. Gillian draws his blade, a dense and suffocating blue magical aura swirling violently around his body as he acknowledges the command. With one swift, blinding motion, Gillian yanks the chain, completely shattering the attacker's defensive stance and pulling him forward. The hooded mercenary screams in agony as Gillian delivers a heavy, brutal strike that sends him flying backward. Another guard leaps down to assist, but Gillian effortlessly swings his heavy weapon, swatting the secondary attacker out of the air like a fly. The wind pressure from Gillian's massive sweeps is so intense that the surrounding dust completely blocks out the light. He continues his relentless onslaught, delivering a crushing blow that sends several armored mercenaries flying into the air simultaneously. Standing triumphantly over the groaning, defeated guards, Gillian doesn't even break a sweat. The remaining mercenaries yell in frustration, realizing that the old man is an absolute titan. A desperate thug charges from behind with a sharp dagger, attempting a sneaky surprise attack on Gillian's blind spot. But Gillian easily parries the strike and delivers a heavy counterblow, sending the assassin crashing heavily onto the dirt. With a final explosive strike, Gillian completely neutralizes their entire defensive force, creating a massive shockwave of dust. Gillian calmly stands amidst the fallen, groaning bodies, waiting for the next move. The surrounding mercenaries are completely paralyzed by fear, muttering and whispering as they back away from the monstrous old warrior. Ghislaine calmly slides off his horse, asking how long they plan on making them wait. With Gillian standing behind him like an impenetrable shield, Ghislaine demands that the remaining small fry bring out their captain immediately. He looks around the chaotic campsite with absolute cold composure. He has zero interest in wasting his energy on low-level thugs. From inside a central tent, a muscular tanned man with messy pink hair slowly steps out, grumbling about the commotion waking him up. The mercenaries immediately part to make way as their leader approaches, his terrifying physical presence commanding instant respect. He introduces himself as Kaor, the captain of the Cerberus mercenaries, asking what on earth a noble wants with his group. Kaor stands tall with a smug grin, looking down at his visitors with a lazy but dangerous expression. Ghislaine calmly states that he has a highly lucrative request to entrust to them. Kaor scoffs, asking what kind of client brutally beats down his subordinates before requesting a job. Kaor glares down, mocking Ghislaine and suggesting that a noble should possess far better manners when requesting a favor. Ghislaine smoothly counters that this is simply his unique way of greeting them, believing it is the best method to properly tame an unruly pack of dogs. Kaor lets out a quiet snicker, highly amused by the young master's bold attitude. He notes that if this is just their greeting, he can't imagine what a real fight would look like. The scene transitions to the main planning table inside the tent. Kaor sits down, telling Ghislaine to go ahead and present his request. Ghislaine drops the fated name, stating he wants to hire them to pioneer the forest of beasts. Kaor instantly freezes in shock, his lazy smirk completely vanishing. Gillian and the guards look on silently. Ghislaine states his offer with absolute freezing confidence, leaving Kaor completely speechless. Outside, the mercenaries erupt into frantic whispering, terrified by the mention of the cursed forest filled with monsters. Kaor recovers his composure, letting out a low chuckle. He asks what kind of person Ghislaine is to actively seek out such a legendary death trap. With a confident gaze, the young master officially introduces himself as Ghislaine Perdium, the eldest son of the Count. Kaor stares back in flat silence, trying to process why the famously useless heir of Perdium is standing in his camp. The surrounding mercenaries burst into roaring laughter, mocking the young master and calling him a complete lunatic who belongs in an asylum. Kaor leans forward, condescendingly telling him that the forest of beasts is no place for a rookie who grew up in a greenhouse. Ghislaine calmly cuts him off, stating he doesn't need to hear his excuses. Furious, Kaor signals his men. The armored guards immediately draw their spears, pointing them directly at Ghislaine's throat. Kaor declares the negotiation is over. Despite having multiple weapons pointed at his face, Ghislaine doesn't even flinch. Gillian calmly rests his hand on his axe, ready to slaughter them all if necessary. Kaor leans in, asking if the young master is scared. He notes he heard the Perdium heir was supposed to be quite a skilled warrior, but suspects it was all just a hoax. Ghislaine looks back with a cold, piercing gaze, entirely unimpressed by the cheap provocation. In a dramatic display of disrespect, Kaor slams his boots directly onto the planning table, looking down on them with absolute contempt. He tells them to stop messing around, claiming that as mercenaries they only take on jobs that guarantee a safe payout. He has zero interest in a suicide mission. Ghislaine merely lets out a cold, sharp smile, commenting that it's always the weaklings who come up with the most creative excuses. Kaor's smile completely vanishes. The absolute insult strikes directly at his pride, and his expression turns murderous. Standing up, Kaor declares that the mood is ruined. He scoffs that a clueless brat isn't even worth killing, telling him to just drop some gold for the trouble and get lost. Ghislaine narrows his eyes, his voice dropping into a freezing whisper as he states that won't happen. He stands up, looking Kaor dead in the eye and issuing a shocking challenge, requesting to have Amoriana's recognition against him. The entire room falls into a state of absolute brain-melting shock. Gillian and the mercenaries gasp, unable to believe what they just heard. Kaor looks completely stunned, his arrogant composure shattered as he aggressively demands to know if a pampered noble even knows what that tradition entails. Ghislaine lets out a smug, razor-sharp smirk, answering with absolute certainty that he knows the rules inside and out. A textbook illustration explains the rules of Moriana's recognition, a traditional, highly lethal betting method passed down among mercenaries. When two fighters agree to this bet, they are forced to fight inside a small circle with one of their arms tied together. Relying on mana is strictly forbidden, and only a single dagger is allowed. Furthermore, stepping outside the small boundary line is a permanent loss, forcing them into a brutal claustrophobic struggle. Because of the tight space, the struggle is highly lethal, with both the loser and the victor frequently ending up dead in the dirt. Kaor continues the explanation, chuckling darkly as he states that the loser must cleanly admit defeat and become the winner's obedient dog. Kaor's mind is racing, sweating as he wonders how on earth a high-ranking noble child obtained such highly classified, dirty mercenary knowledge. Gillian looks on in deep worry, knowing that in their world, rejecting Amoriana's recognition is the ultimate admission of cowardice. It is a challenge that can never be refused. Kaor lets out a deep, bloodthirsty chuckle. He whispers to his boys, his eyes starting to glow with a terrifying crimson magic. He commands his men to prepare the duel, eager to show this bold little noble how real mercenaries handle their business. In front of the cheering crowd, their wrists are bound tightly together with a heavy, thick rope. There is no turning back now. The entire camp explodes into ecstatic cheers and shouts, eager to watch their captain dismantle the arrogant, noble brat. Gillian watches the setup silently, his heart heavy with concern as the thugs scream for their captain to slaughter the boy. Kaor stands face to face with Ghislaine, tightening his grip on his dagger and warning the boy that he can't run away now. He leans in closer, his voice dripping with pure malice. He boasts with supreme confidence, pointing out that he has already successfully survived this brutal duel 5 times in the past. The two stand locked together, the tension in the arena reaching an absolute boiling point. Kaor readies his weapon, his predatory aura fully unleashed as he prepares for a quick, bloody execution. But Ghislaine merely looks back with an icy calm smile, mentally replying that in his previous life as the Mercenary King, he had personally won this duel over 100 times. The countdown is over, and the match is officially underway. Ghislaine and Kaor lock eyes with absolute intensity, both ready to tear each other apart. Immediately, the sound of metal clashing echoes through the camp. They trade incredibly fast dagger strikes, neither of them giving an inch. Ghislaine pivots and attempts to slice downward from a higher angle. Kaor has his guard up, tracking the blade's path with razor-sharp reflexes. The action is almost too fast for the naked eye to track. A swift exchange of blows shows how both are perfectly anticipating each other's next moves. They push each other back, testing their physical limits under the strict rules of the duel. The crowd watches in absolute silence, gripped by the high-speed choreography. Kaor steps up his aggression, launching a flurry of consecutive stabs to overwhelm his opponent. Ghislaine weaves through the storm of steel, keeping his posture stable. Kaor swings a heavy strike meant to decapitate him, but Ghislaine ducks smoothly. He's exploiting Kaor's wide swings to find an opening. Their daggers clash right in front of their faces, sparks flying in a brilliant display of technical prowess. This isn't just a brawl, it's a high-level masterclass in knife combat. Kaor thrusts forward with his weapon, but Ghislaine leans his torso back to easily dodge the tip by a mere millimeter. Ghislaine utilizes his defensive opening to sweep his arm, throwing Kaor off balance. Kaor quickly shifts his weight to avoid getting tripped. Kaor throws a heavy right arm strike to force some distance. Ghislaine raises both forearms to cleanly block the blunt force of the blow. Seizing the moment, Ghislaine launches a rapid high knee kick right into Kaor's ribcage. The heavy impact sends Kaor sliding back across the dirt. Ghislaine lands gracefully, pulling the tied rope taut to restrict Kaor's movements. He's totally in control of the distance. Kaor lets out a smug chuckle, wiping a bit of dirt from his mouth. He comments on how the young master is holding out much longer than expected. But the chat is over as Kaor swings his fist with immense physical force. He roars at Ghislaine to stop holding back and make this fight look real. The surrounding mercenaries completely lose their minds, screaming and cheering for their captain. They're fully confident that Ghislaine is finally hitting his limit. Watching the battle from the front lines, Gillian's expression remains incredibly tense. He keeps his hand resting near his massive axe, completely alert. Gillian mutters to himself that under these specific rules, this is unfortunately a losing battle for the young master. He analyzes the environment, noting that the narrow circle is barely large enough for one person to lie down. Since mana is forbidden, Ghislaine's smaller frame is at a massive disadvantage. The heavy rope tied around their wrists further restricts Ghislaine's speed and mobility. Gillian realizes that the sheer physical damage is going to stack up every time Ghislaine blocks a blow. He observes Kaor relentlessly pressing his weight forward, trying to break Ghislaine's defense through pure brute force. Gillian's eyes narrow into cold slits as he prepares for the absolute worst-case scenario. He slowly reaches for his massive battle axe, fully prepared to break the rules and slaughter the entire camp if the young master's life is put in real danger. Back in the ring, Kaor aggressively closes the distance, grabbing Ghislaine's shoulder to lock him in place for a point-blank stab. Kaor swings Ghislaine off his feet with a brutal throw, capitalizing on his superior physical mass. Ghislaine is sent sliding across the dirt, barely managing to plant his boots and maintain his footing before crossing the boundary line. His arm is trembling violently as the raw physical toll of the block starts to catch up with him. With his mana pathways sealed by the duel's rules, Ghislaine can't use magic to numb the pain. The internal damage is accumulating rapidly. Kaor laughs maniacally, mocking Ghislaine for looking so pale and asking if he's already hit his limits. Kaor lunges forward to deliver a final crushing blow. He admits that out of all the nobles he has ever met, Ghislaine definitely possesses the most impressive guts. With a smug smirk, Kaor boasts that he can see right through Ghislaine's entire strategy. He points out that Ghislaine is trying to deflect the lethal blade strikes while absorbing the less damaging punches with his body. Kaor points at Ghislaine's trembling legs, noting that the physical strain is already showing clearly on his face. Ghislaine remains silent, his bangs casting a shadow over his eyes as he listens to Kaor's arrogant lecture. With a cruel grin, Kaor tells him to show some real struggle before he dies. But Ghislaine suddenly looks up, his eyes glowing with an intense cyan light. He flashes a savage smirk and replies that this is exactly what makes this fight so much fun. Kaor is caught off guard by the sudden burst of confidence and immediately thrusts his dagger forward to shut him up. Ghislaine moves like a specter, slipping under the blade's trajectory with flawless high-speed footwork. Kaor unleashes a frantic series of stabs, but Ghislaine easily weaves through the strikes as if he's dancing. Kaor swings a heavy fist, but Ghislaine smoothly parries the punch and redirects the momentum away from his face. Kaor's blade slices nothing but empty air as Ghislaine slides right past his shoulder. Ghislaine delivers a lightning-fast counterblow right to Kaor's exposed flank, catching him completely off guard. Ghislaine follows up with a heavy kick to Kaor's shin. Kaor barely manages to tense his muscles to absorb the impact. Frustrated by the sudden shift, Kaor leaps back and coldly declares that this playing around is officially over. He raises his dagger, his pink hair framing a savage, bloodthirsty expression. Kaor lunges forward with a blinding, lethal thrust directed straight at Ghislaine's throat. The strike is incredibly fast and precise, aimed to end the young master's life in a single blow. The watching mercenaries let out a collective gasp, fully expecting to see blood spray as the blade descends. Losing his composure, Gillian shouts in panic and starts charging toward the circle to save the boy. But Ghislaine merely lets out a cold, calm smirk. He was fully expecting this attack. With impossible flexibility, Ghislaine bends his entire body backward, completely flat against the ground, easily dodging the lethal blade. His posture is so low that his head is almost touching the dirt, completely bypassing Kaor's reach. Kaor stands frozen, his eyes wide in absolute shock as his target vanishes from his line of sight. Leveraging his bent body like a spring, Ghislaine sweeps his legs forward to strike Kaor's ankles. The sudden sweep completely breaks Kaor's balance, pulling him forward via the tied rope. Seizing the perfect opening, Ghislaine delivers a lightning-fast slash directly across Kaor's side, drawing a spray of fresh blood. Gillian instantly stops in his tracks, staring at the battlefield in complete disbelief. Bro was ready to start a whole war, only to realize the young master is absolutely cooking. Furious and bleeding, Kaor launches a wild, frantic horizontal slash to reclaim the momentum. But Ghislaine is already moving like fluid water, easily sliding under the desperate blade's path. He delivers another clean, deep cut right across Kaor's shoulder as he passes behind his back. The surrounding mercenaries watch in absolute dead silence, completely stunned to see their legendary captain getting cut to pieces. Gillian slowly pulls his hand away from his weapon, a small smile appearing on his weathered face as he realizes his intervention won't be necessary. Kaor turns around and throws a heavy punch, completely throwing away his technical form in pure rage. Ghislaine parries the punch with his forearm, completely absorbing the shock without budging an inch. He shifts his weight and positions his shoulder, preparing a devastating counterattack. Ghislaine drives his solid fist straight into Kaor's jaw with explosive power, sending blood and spit flying into the air. Before Kaor can even recover his balance, Ghislaine raises his dagger. With zero hesitation, Ghislaine stabs his blade directly through Kaor's hand, pinning his arm in place. Kaor stands frozen, staring down at his bleeding hand in trembling horror. He asks how this could be possible. He screams, demanding to know how Ghislaine suddenly possessed such terrifying speed. Watching from the sidelines, Gillian lets out a soft sigh as the pieces of the puzzle finally come together in his head. Gillian realizes that Ghislaine used Kaor's own physical power against him. By swinging with maximum force, Kaor stiffened his muscles and lost his flexibility, making his movements highly predictable. Instead of fighting against Kaor's momentum, Ghislaine simply relaxed his body and redirected the force to create his own perfect flow. To think that a young teenager could overcome such a massive disadvantage of size and strength is simply mind-boggling. Kaor's subordinates shout from the crowd, completely panicked to see their captain looking so battered and helpless. Ghislaine calmly comments on Kaor's impressive resolve, noting that most mercenaries would have broken the rules and channeled mana when cornered. Kaor spits out some blood, replying that breaking the rules in this ring is a one-way ticket to getting banned from the trade. He intends to win this duel with his own physical body. Ghislaine smirks, admitting that he highly respects Kaor's professional pride. He steps back, noting that in a direct head-to-head match of raw strength, he might indeed be at a slight disadvantage. With a bloodthirsty grin, Kaor roars that the conditions for victory in this duel aren't limited to just overpowering him. Suddenly, Kaor lunges forward and grabs Ghislaine's shirt, throwing his entire weight into a massive tackle to push him out of the circle. He knows that under the traditional rules, if even a single foot steps outside the circle, it is an automatic loss. Kaor screams that no matter how skilled Ghislaine is, if he sends his entire body flying outside the boundary, the victory is his. With a maniacal laugh, Kaor forces Ghislaine off his feet, sending him hurtling toward the ground outside the ring. But right before touching the dirt, Ghislaine turns his body in midair. He drives his sharp dagger directly into the ground inside the circular boundary, creating a solid anchor point. Using the planted blade as a pivot, Ghislaine supports his entire body weight in the air to prevent himself from touching the ground outside. Leveraging the momentum of his fall, Ghislaine launches a powerful kick right into Kaor's gut. The sudden impact of the kick pulls the tied rope around their wrists incredibly taut. Ghislaine uses the tension of the rope to yank Kaor off balance, completely reversing their positions in an instant. Using Kaor's own forward momentum, Ghislaine flips the giant captain entirely over his shoulder. Kaor is sent flying through the air, crashing heavily onto the dirt outside the circle with a massive boom. A massive cloud of dust rises from the impact, leaving the surrounding mercenaries standing in absolute stunned silence. One of the guards points a trembling finger, stammering that their captain has stepped outside the circle. The duel is officially over. Ghislaine stands calmly inside the ring, looking down at his defeated opponent and quietly declaring his victory. Kaor lies groaning in the dirt, his pride and physical body completely shattered by the impossible defeat. He looks up at his cousin, whispering a weak, defeated question, asking who the hell Ghislaine truly is to possess such god-tier skill. Ghislaine's eyes glow with a freezing purple aura as he coldly tells Kaor that he deeply dislikes his casual attitude. He yanks the tied rope, pulling Kaor slightly closer and whispering that he's talking to his master right now. Kaor sweats profusely, completely terrified by the suffocating pressure as he weakly protests that the fight is already over. Ghislaine smiles smoothly, pointing out that Kaor hasn't gone completely outside the circle just yet. Kaor looks up, completely flabbergasted. Ghislaine clenches his free fist with a chilling, predatory gaze. He smiles smoothly, telling the terrified captain that it is finally time to properly discipline his new subordinate. The tension has officially reached its breaking point. Ghislaine raises his fist and cold smiles, warning Kaor that he is about to administer some heavy physical discipline. With absolute raw physical force, Ghislaine drives his fist straight into Kaor's midsection. Kaor can only let out a painful groan as he's slammed hard into the dirt. Coughing up blood, Kaor frantically points out that stepping outside the circle should have ended the match, trying to rely on technicalities to save his own skin. But Ghislaine is having absolutely none of his excuses. He grabs him by the hair and demands to know if Kaor plans on asking his enemies to follow the rules on a bloody battlefield too. Struggling to breathe, Kaor growls and asks what kind of noble acts with such savage, lawless cruelty. He's completely losing his mind over this beatdown. Ghislaine looks down with absolute freezing authority, telling him to watch his tongue and coldly reminding Kaor that he's talking to his new master now. Without waiting for a response, Ghislaine unleashes his knuckles again. Kaor can barely squeeze out a curse as his arrogant pride gets thoroughly crushed. A brutal high-speed flurry of punches rains down directly on Kaor's face. Ghislaine is moving so fast, his fists are nothing but a blur of violence. The surrounding mercenaries watch in absolute horror, whispering and wondering if they should step in to save their captain, but Gillian is standing right there. Kaor screams in pure agony, begging his opponent to stop the relentless assault. It is a total one-sided beatdown. Ghislaine stands calmly inside the boundary ring, telling Kaor that he is technically not out of the circle yet. Kaor stares up with a bloody, swollen face, completely dazed by the sheer trauma of the strikes. Ghislaine looks down with cold resolve, repeating his chilling warning. With his final scrap of strength, Kaor turns to his men and screams at them to stop watching and kill Ghislaine immediately. His desperate command echoes through the camp, begging his mercenaries to launch a coordinated attack on the young master. Hearing their captain's cry, the mercenaries immediately draw their weapons, prepared to overwhelm Ghislaine with sheer numbers. But before they can take a single step, Ghislaine aggressively shifts his stance and rests his hand on his massive battle axe. He warns them that anyone who dares to interfere will be executed on the spot. Ghislaine stands enveloped in a terrifying dark blue magical aura, looking like an unstoppable god of war. The sheer physical pressure he radiates is suffocating. The charging mercenaries instantly freeze in their tracks, sweating profusely as they stare at the legendary veteran. They know that challenging Ghislaine is a fast track to the graveyard. Kaor looks completely beaten, his eyes swollen and his face covered in blood as the reality of his situation sinks in. He lets out a heavy, painful breath, realizing he has zero leverage left to escape this nightmare. Ghislaine slowly approaches the fallen captain, asking if Kaor is finally done throwing tantrums. Kaor lets out a pathetic weep chuckle, trying to maintain some final scrap of pride, but Ghislaine's fist is already raised for another strike. Ghislaine drives his fist straight into Kaor's face one final time, noting that all the arrogant nobles Kaor met in his past life were nothing but weak losers who fell for cheap tricks. Kaor's mind flashes back to his mercenary days, remembering how easily he used to extort and bully wealthy noble successors. He used to consider them overconfident pigs, narcissists, and traitors who would instantly cry and beg for mercy after a little scare tactic. Taking money directly from their pockets was the most entertaining part of his mercenary career. He watched a constant rain of gold coins pour into his pockets, fully confident in his absolute physical superiority. Those successful extortions had earned him the fearsome title of Mad Dog across the territory. But now he can't comprehend how he was completely dismantled by a teenage boy. Kaor lies flat on his back, staring blankly up at the starry sky as his pride is completely shattered. The surrounding mercenaries are left whispering in sheer panic, realizing that their undefeated captain is on the brink of death. They want to help but are too terrified of Gillian's wrath. Ghislaine holds Kayor's bound hand in the air, asking calmly if this level of discipline is finally enough to make him submit. Turning back to the stunned crowd of mercenaries, Ghislaine casually commands them to bring some water, towels, and bandages. The mercenaries blink in confusion, shocked by the sudden change in the young master's tone. Recovering from their shock, they quickly nod and sprint off to fulfill his orders. The entire camp falls into a hurried rush as the mercenaries frantically gather the requested medical supplies. Gillian watches the scene silently, highly impressed by the young master's absolute authority and tactical control. He notes that despite their unruly nature, the entire mercenary force is now submissively following Ghislaine's orders without a single word of protest. They are carrying buckets and water, completely tamed by the sudden display of power. Gillian realizes that in their lawless world, raw power is the only thing that commands true respect. Ghislaine has engraved his authority directly into their heads using the most surefire method. The legendary Cerberus mercenaries have finally found a master who can keep them on a tight leash. Inside the central tent, Ghislaine places the formal contract parchment on the table, pointing his finger and demanding Kayor's signature. Kayor sits at the table covered in head-to-toe bandages, looking completely deadpan and questioning his life choices in absolute silence. With a heavy sigh, Kayor grumbles to himself, trying to swallow his remaining pride before signing his life away. He reluctantly takes the quill and signs the document, sealing their official alliance. Kayor slides the signed contract across the table, muttering a flat greeting to his new employer. Ghislaine lets out a smug smirk as he looks at the signed document. He knows exactly how to break an unruly dog. Awkwardly correcting himself under Ghislaine's intense gaze, Kayor quickly stammers that he looks forward to working with him from now on. Ghislaine smiles warmly, extending his hand for a firm handshake and declaring that they are officially family now. The contract is finalized, and Kayor's mercenary force is now officially part of the Perdium household's private army. Ghislaine shakes Kayor's hand firmly, promising to lead them to absolute victory and wealth. The scene transitions to a few days later on the rugged rolling hills on the outskirts of the Perdium territory. A massive crowd of local conscripts, militiamen, and farmers has gathered under the early morning sky. The recruits are yawning and complaining, highly annoyed to be dragged out of their beds so early. They grumble about wanting to eat lunch before starting any hard work. The local soldiers gossip, noting that rumor has it their new commander is the Count's notoriously lazy eldest son. They laugh, calling him a pampered brat who won't survive a single day in the woods. An eye-patch-wearing veteran soldier chuckles, hoping that working for a spoiled noble brat will make this an incredibly easy and lazy job. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupts their chatter, demanding everyone's immediate attention. Stepping forward is a colossally muscular man with a bold grin, declaring that they need a strong representative to negotiate with a brat employer. The crowd gasps as they recognize him. It's Old Man Gordon, famously known as Gordon the Muscle across the territory. Gordon flexes his massive biceps, posing proudly and boasting that he will represent them. We start with a scenic view of the sky above the massive ancient trees. The weather is clear, but a heavy sense of anticipation hangs over the upcoming expedition. Ghislaine stands proudly in his custom black armor outside the main command tent, flanked by Belinda. They are conducting a final review of their preparation. Belinda confirms that all preparations for pioneering the mysterious forest have been completed. She notes that the temporary base construction, resource procurement, and troop formations are fully aligned. We get a quick visual of the camp's activity, with merchants securing cargo and soldiers loading heavy crates of weapons onto the transport wagons. Everything looks incredibly professional. A massive line of fully armored warriors begins their march toward the entrance of the dense woods. The scale of this expedition is unlike anything the territory has seen in decades. Ghislaine asks Belinda to do a final headcount to ensure they have accurate numbers before crossing the border. Belinda checks her clipboard, stating they have exactly 148 regular mercenaries contracted through the guild. She adds the 41 elite Cerberus mercenaries brought in by Ghislaine himself, bringing their total active combat force to 192. Ghislaine nods in approval, asking if Commander Scovon has been properly briefed on their route and entry coordinates. Belinda confirms Scovon's full cooperation, noting that he is actively coordinating patrol schedules to ensure their massive army enters the forest completely undetected. With a confident smirk, Ghislaine steps out of the tent and yells for everyone to line up. It's time to address his newly formed army. The three powerhouse captains, Gillian, Kayor, and Gordon, stand proudly at the front of the massive crowd of soldiers. Ghislaine addresses the troops, admitting that the Forest of Beasts is widely feared as a cursed land of death filled with unknown monsters and unseen threats. He declares with absolute confidence that despite these terrifying risks, he is determined to conquer and pioneer the entire forest. The regular mercenaries immediately panic, whispering in pure terror about the prospect of walking straight into a legendary death trap. They realize they might not make it out alive. Belinda angrily glares at the muttering soldiers, commanding them to show some respect while the young master is speaking. Ghislaine calmly gestures for her to stand back, offering a choice to anyone who wants to withdraw. But then Ghislaine drops a massive bombshell, promising to pay them exactly 3 times their current contract rate if the mission succeeds. The mercenaries' fear instantly vanishes, replaced by absolute excitement as they roar in approval of the legendary payout. Gillian is left looking on in sheer utter disbelief. Belinda immediately grabs Ghislaine's cape, whispering in a panic and asking how on earth they can afford 3 times the pay when they spent almost all of Amelia's gold on basic preparations. Ghislaine calmly tells her that this is simply how a leader boosts morale. His mind flashes to the massive glowing runestone crystals hidden deep in the cavern. He knows that securing even a fraction of that vein will make this triple pay look like pocket change. Ghislaine looks Belinda dead in the eye, asking with a calm smile if she trusts his judgment. Belinda sighs in defeat, muttering that she has no choice but to trust him, though she still suspects her young master might have gone completely crazy. Kaor and Gillian share a quiet chuckle, with Kaor noting that their new master is indeed incredibly bold and always seems to have a backup plan for everything. The entire Forest of Beasts expedition team stands unified, their morale completely off the charts. Ghislain draws his blade, raising it high under the morning sky. The adventure has officially begun. The massive army enters the dark, misty borders of the forest, the towering trees casting long, ominous shadows over their ranks. The forward units immediately begin chopping down the heavy branches to clear a path for their wagons. A wide view of the forest shows the team working like a well-oiled machine, methodically carving a wide road through the ancient woods. Ghislaine stands on a high rocky ledge, carefully monitoring their progress and ensuring they maintain a high speed. The regular mercenaries groan, complaining that clearing such dense woods is incredibly exhausting work. Ghislain smiles as the canopy opens up, letting in a warm stream of sunlight. He barks out orders, directing the soldiers to load the chopped logs onto their carts and dig out the remaining stumps to ensure the path remains completely flat. Ghislain reflects on the secret Delphine journal he obtained in his previous life, noting that the forest is incredibly vast. His primary priority right now is to secure the fastest route straight to the runestones. He consults his internal map, tracking the dotted red path leading directly to the glowing crystal cavern. Reclaiming this wealth is critical to stopping the conspiracy surrounding his family. To everyone's surprise, Ghislain aggressively rolls up his sleeves and joins the workers, lifting heavy logs onto the carts alongside them. Kaor scoffs from the sidelines, mockingly asking if the young master is simply trying to show off some noble dignity by leading by example. He sneers, fully confident that the pampered noble brat is just doing a cheap performance and will inevitably collapse from exhaustion soon. Belinda overhears his mockery and immediately barks at him to stop slacking off and get straight back to work. Belinda walks up to Ghislain, worriedly asking why he is personally working alongside the common mercenaries. She fears that his submissive behavior will make the soldiers take him lightly. Ghislain calmly continues carrying a massive log, replying that the more hands they have, the faster they can clear this dangerous bottleneck. He adds that the forest is highly unstable, and staying in one spot for too long is a guaranteed invitation for trouble. Belinda sighs, noting that he always talks with absolute certainty, as if he can see the future in advance. Gordon carries a giant tree trunk on his shoulder, laughing and teasing Kaor about how some people have not only become the master's dogs, but are also willingly walking straight into a dangerous forest. Annoyed by his chatter, Gillian delivers a heavy elbow strike to Kaor's shoulder, asking with a cold glare if the mercenary is trying to pick a fight. Kaor and Gillian glare at each other, the tension between the two old veterans reaching a quick boil while Belinda watches in amusement. Ghislain observes their banter calmly, noting that so far everything has been proceeding smoothly. He recalls how the Delphine Duchy spent years and a massive fortune trying to conquer this forest. Thanks to their detailed development journal, Ghislain is highly familiar with the locations of major resources and monster habitats. He looks over their supplies, slightly amused that his younger self chose to buy hundreds of expensive lanterns instead of simple torches. Ghislain scans the quiet woods, his veteran instincts making him feel highly uneasy about the complete lack of monster encounters so far. He warns his commanders to stay extremely alert, reminding them that the journal's descriptions of the forest's dangers are highly specific. The team continues their march as the forest path gets increasingly narrow and dark. Heavy branches block out the remaining sunlight, making the daytime feel like night. The regular mercenaries look around, commenting on how quiet and peaceful the forest seems, having not encountered a single beast yet. One of the soldiers laughs, mockingly suggesting that the forest's dangerous reputation was just a massive hoax, joking that they are getting paid triple for some incredibly easy work. But the hooded scout suddenly stops, a look of profound confusion on his face. He calls out to his comrades, asking them to look at their surroundings. He points out that they have been methodically chopping down trees to clear a path, yet the road ahead is suddenly blocked by a giant ancient tree trunk. The other soldiers look, completely baffled by the sudden obstacle. Gordon, carrying a massive log, stands before the giant tree, unable to comprehend how this massive barrier appeared right in front of them. The dark, twisted trees seem to close in on them, the silence of the woods turning incredibly oppressive. Suddenly, Ghislaine's voice booms through the forest, commanding everyone to immediately stop moving and pay attention. The sudden, serious command causes a wave of panic to ripple through the ranks. The soldiers sweat in fear, instantly sensing the terrifying change in the young master's aura. Ghislaine locks his gaze onto Gordon, warning the giant that he will die instantly if he stays in that spot, commanding him to drop the log and step back slowly. Ghislaine warns them to take one step at a time, keeping their movements completely silent. Gordon is completely terrified by the raw pressure and slowly begins to back away. But before he can clear the area, a massive, thick tree root violently lunges out of the ground directly toward him. The colossal root crashes down with absolute earth-shaking force, sending dirt and heavy debris flying into the air as the soldiers scream in panic. Kyor and his elite officers quickly draw their weapons, cursing the sudden and terrifying ambush. Gordon is thrown violently backward by the shockwave, barely escaping the crushing blow. Out of the dark soil, a colossal, monstrous tree trunk rises, revealing a giant, glowing crimson eye embedded in its bark. The soldiers are frozen in sheer, unadulterated horror as the ancient monster lets out a silent, terrifying roar. Ghislaine observes the beast calmly, his expression completely serious. The bald soldier tries to maintain his tough facade, mockingly claiming that the young master is just easily scared and that there is nothing to worry about. He dismisses the warning, claiming the path is just blocked by regular roots and that the young master is simply trying to intimidate them. Ghislaine ignores his rambling, coldly commanding him to step back immediately if he wants to survive. Furious, the bald soldier points his finger at Ghislaine, accusing him of using cheap tricks to keep them submissive. But his words are cut short as a massive, thorny root wraps tightly around his waist, lifting him off his feet with ease. The soldier lets out a weak, terrified gasp as he is hoisted high into the dark canopy. Before anyone can react, the giant monster violently yanks him toward its trunk. The colossal tree opens a massive, tooth-lined mouth directly beneath its red eye, swallowing the screaming soldier whole in a single terrifying bite. The entire camp is paralyzed by primal fear. Ghislaine stands his ground, staring up at the legendary beast. With absolute freezing composure, Ghislaine whispers the fated name of the ancient monster, a Dirus Ent. The giant Dirus Ent lets out a silent, terrifying roar, completely towering over the panicking expedition force. The massive scale of these beasts is unlike anything they had prepared for. Complete chaos immediately erupts across the camp. Soldiers scream in sheer terror, realizing they're facing multiple giant tree monsters instead of a single beast. The regular mercenaries completely lose their composure, frantically turning to run. They cry out that they are going to get eaten alive in this cursed forest. Before they can even take a step, giant thorny branches whip through the air, sending several armored soldiers flying through the dust. A massive root snatches a screaming mercenary, tossing him high into the air directly toward the monster's tooth-lined trunk. More colossal Ents rise from the dark soil, their glowing red eyes locking on to the surrounded humans. The expedition force is completely cornered, with terrifying monsters closing in on them from all directions. Suddenly, a thorny root snatches Old Man Gordon, wrapping tightly around his arm as he lets out a painful yell. Several mercenaries frantically rush over with their axes, shouting for him to hold on tight as they try to chop him free. One of the soldiers swings his heavy axe down with absolute force, but sparks fly as the blade rebounds harmlessly. The soldier is left completely baffled, staring at his rebounding axe in sheer disbelief. This is not how chopping wood is supposed to work. The giant root pulls Gordon higher into the air, completely ignoring their frantic attempts to break its grip. Gordon screams in agony as he's pulled toward the monster's gaping maw. Suddenly, a blur of motion cuts through the battlefield. Ghislaine leaps forward, his glowing sword drawn as he prepares to strike. With a brilliant flash of blue and purple mana, Ghislaine executes a flawless aerial slash, cleanly severing the thick root. He lands gracefully on his feet, his eyes locked on the surrounding beasts as Gordon crashes safely onto the dirt. The massive Ent rumbles in sudden pain from the severed root, its giant red eye glowing with rage. The mercenaries watch in absolute awe, realizing the young master just effortlessly cut down a root that their axes couldn't even scratch. They point out that Ghislaine might have targeted their weak spots, wondering if the eyes are the key to bringing them down. Ghislaine lets out a calm sigh, keeping his sword in a relaxed grip as he prepares his next command. He turns to his panicked men, his voice booming across the entire chaotic battlefield as he commands them to get themselves together. His absolute confidence and authority instantly snap the mercenaries out of their dazed fear. Ghislaine orders his troops to form a tight, solid shield wall to prevent anyone else from getting snatched by the incoming roots. He commands them to focus entirely on defense until they receive their next strategic order. The recruits quickly raise their heavy shields, forming an impenetrable barrier against the slamming roots. Ghislaine turns to Kaor, asking if the cart containing all their oil lamps is ready. Kaor confirms, realizing with a grin exactly why the young master insisted on bringing so many lanterns for this expedition. A soldier lights an oil lamp, shouting that the monsters are looking directly in their direction. With a confident smirk, Ghislaine barks out the order to throw the lamps and burn the monsters down. The mercenaries launch a massive, coordinated barrage of burning oil lamps directly at the giant tree monsters. A rain of glowing lanterns flies through the air, heading straight toward the targets. But the giant ants quickly swing their massive branches, swatting the thrown lanterns out of the air like simple flies. Kaor is left looking on in shock, realizing that throwing the lamps directly is useless if the monsters can easily defend themselves. The giant beast rumbles, preparing another heavy downward sweep with its thorny branches. Suddenly, Gillian swings his giant combat axe, releasing a massive wave of blue magical energy. The strike easily slices through the incoming root, creating a shower of sparks. Belinda steps up alongside him, her daggers parrying another root with absolute precision. She executes a rapid counter-slash, cleanly severing the branch and keeping their defensive line secure. Ghislaine commands Belinda and Gillian to throw the lamps while guarding the rest of the mercenaries. He draws his glowing blue blade, ready to make his move. Ghislaine declares he'll draw their attention, sprinting straight into the heart of the enemy horde. Belinda screams for the young master to watch out, shocked by his suicidal charge. Ghislaine slides under a giant root, his blade slicing through the wood with incredible ease. He moves like a shadow, clashing with multiple ants simultaneously and keeping their attention entirely locked on him. The giant, glowing red eyes of the monsters track his high-speed movements, completely ignoring the rest of the army. Ghislaine leaps and bounds across the battlefield, drawing the aggro of every single beast. The regular mercenaries watch in absolute awe, unable to believe their slacker employer is displaying such incredible combat prowess. They worry he's going to get stomped on at this rate. They hold their shield wall as the massive beasts stamp their giant roots, creating deep cracks in the ground. Ghislaine executes a massive magic-reinforced downward strike, his blade creating a spectacular explosion of blue light. The strike successfully stuns the monsters, keeping them completely focused on his position. He lands gracefully on his feet, his posture relaxed despite being surrounded. Seeing all the monsters clumped around the young master, Belinda orders the troops to throw all their oil lamps now. She screams for them to throw them without stopping, confident that the fire will work for sure this time. The mercenaries throw a massive barrage of glowing lanterns directly at the distracted ants. The lamps explode upon impact, the highly flammable oil quickly igniting the massive tree monsters. The giant dirus ants let out painful silent screams as roaring flames rapidly engulf their entire bodies. Kaor and his men celebrate, cheering wildly as the giant monsters begin to burn. Ghislaine commands them to keep throwing without stopping until every single monster is reduced to ashes. The entire forest of monsters is completely engulfed in a roaring red inferno. The soldiers watch the spectacular fire in absolute awe, completely relieved to have survived. One of the recruits gasps, asking if the entire forest is going to burn down at this rate. The iWatch soldier laughs, mocking the monsters and claiming they are nothing but weak wood after all. This guy is already celebrating, convinced they just won an easy victory. Talk about speaking too soon. Ghislaine quickly warns them to keep their guard up, noting that the battle is far from over. He explains that the monsters are about to show their true hidden appearances. Suddenly, a massive, thick wave of white steam explodes from the burning tree trunks. The steam completely envelops the battlefield, blocking out their vision. The soldiers cough, wondering if the fire has been extinguished. Belinda and Gillian quickly rush to Ghislaine's side, asking what is happening. Ghislaine calmly explains that while their outer wooden shells are weak against fire, their insides are moist. The fire burning the shell is meeting the moist flesh inside, releasing a massive amount of steam. A massive, grotesque shadow looms inside the thick white mist. The tree trunks crack and shatter, revealing the terrifying raw flesh beasts hidden inside the wooden armor. The dirus ents have completely shed their outer shells, transforming into terrifying, giant, worm-like flesh monsters. The monsters roar, their gaping circular mouths lined with hundreds of sharp teeth. The recruits scream in panic. The terrifying beasts prepare to lunge, completely unfazed by the fire. Ghislaine calmly raises his sword high, calling for everyone's attention. He commands his army to raise their weapons, declaring that the real close-quarters battle begins right now. He enters a flawless, perfectly balanced combat stance, his eyes glowing with cold resolve. With a brilliant leap, Ghislaine lunges straight at the massive flesh monster, ready to carve his way to victory. The purple, gaping core of the Dirus Ents lunges directly toward the army's front lines. Gillen's command is put to the test as the massive creatures close the distance in a split second. The recruits are completely paralyzed by fear, staring up at the terrifying, pulsing flesh beasts. They cry out that fighting such monstrous creatures at close quarters is an absolute suicide mission. But the Cerberus mercenaries have been waiting for this exact moment. Kaor lets out a bloodthirsty roar, ordering his battle-hardened squad to charge straight into the fray. Belinda watches Ghislaine leap forward, shouting a frantic warning for the young master to stay safe. Gillian steps up, drawing his massive weapon and aggressively demanding to know why the recruits are still standing still when their employer has ordered an attack. The old captain barks out a commanding order for them to trust their leader, his massive presence instantly restoring their confidence. Gordon grins boldly, clenching his fists and declaring that they might as well trust the employer since he has successfully guided them this far. With a unified shout, the recruits swing their weapons and charge alongside the mercenaries, determined to survive the onslaught. Ghislaine raises his sword, encouraging his troops and reminding them that without their protective wooden shells, these monsters are nothing but giant target dummies. Kaor is absolutely loving this close-quarters combat. This is a certified playground for a battle-hungry mercenary. The combined forces of the mercenaries and the recruits clash violently with the flesh beasts, turning the dark woods into a bloody battleground. Ghislaine leaps high into the air, his eyes cold and focused as he locks onto his next target. He declares his ultimate duty is to erase every single drop of hesitation from his followers. Sliding under a massive, tooth-lined mouth, Ghislaine prepares a lightning-fast counterslash. With one fluid, powerful sweep of his blade, he slices the massive beast's jaw completely in half. He continues his relentless dance of death, delivering a devastating slash that splits another flesh monster in two. He believes his purpose is to show them how to make the impossible possible. Landing gracefully, Ghislaine stands calmly amidst the carnage of his defeated enemies. Dozens of giant beasts lie motionless on the blood-stained grass, completely neutralized in a matter of minutes. The exhausted recruits gasp for air, unable to believe they successfully wiped out the entire horde of monsters. Gillen coldly commands them to line up. He stands proudly at the forefront, his dark armor covered in the blood of his fallen foes. Ghislaine reminds them that they are merely at the entrance of the forest of beasts, and that the forest will only get increasingly dangerous as they march deeper. The soldiers listen with absolute heartfelt respect, completely captivated by his legendary leadership. With a resolute gaze, Ghislaine promises that they have nothing to fear because he will always be standing at the absolute forefront. He commands them to trust and follow after him, his voice echoing through the silent dark woods. His blond face is filled with absolute, unwavering resolve. Gordon stands tall, leading the army with a loud shout of compliance. The expedition team continues their journey, pushing deeper into the dark, twisted forest paths. The days fly by quickly, and we get a montage of the fierce, bloody battles they fought against the forest's endless monsters. Belinda and Gillian fight side by side, their combined strength easily tearing through the enemy defenses. Suddenly, a massive horned flesh beast lunges out of the dense canopy, its gaping mouth ready to swallow a soldier. The recruits scream in panic, fuming over the fact that the monsters in this cursed forest seem completely endless. Kaor and Gillian quickly step forward, their eyes narrowed as they intercept the sudden ambush. Kaor lunges with his daggers, delivering a swift, precise slash directly across the beast's leg. The massive beast's limb is severed, sending it crashing heavily toward the ground. Gillian plants his heavy shield, effortlessly blocking the falling beast and neutralizing its momentum. Ghislaine's sword glows with a dense purple magical aura as he prepares the final blow. With one clean, powerful strike, he executes the fallen beast, calmly asking if anyone in his squad was injured during the clash. The trembling recruits quickly assure him they are alive, completely relieved by his quick intervention. They roar in excitement, charging forward to clean up the remaining small fry. Gillian and Kaor stand together, Gillian noting that the recruits are finally looking like a decent army, proving that training through real combat yields the best results. Ghislaine agrees, ordering them to keep clearing the path as they push deeper into the forest. A slacking soldier pants heavily, looking completely exhausted and terrified by the constant combat. He mutters to himself in pure, frantic dread, convinced that everyone in this expedition has gone completely insane. The team continues their march as night falls over the dark, ominous canyon. Suddenly, they emerge from the woods to find a large, beautiful lake glowing softly under the moonlight. The thirsty recruits instantly celebrate, rushing toward the clean water to drink. Belinda looks worried, warning Ghislaine that a quiet lake in a monster forest is incredibly dangerous. Ghislaine calmly replies that they have taken the correct path so far. He explains that this lake is the most critical milestone on their route to reaching the runestone mine. With their base set up next to the quiet water, the team prepares to take a well-deserved rest. Sitting around the campfire, several recruits express their deep worry, unable to imagine what kind of terrifying monsters are waiting further ahead. A soldier asks what they should do if things go wrong. A group of slacking soldiers begins to gossip, with Manus asking if they should secretly sneak out of the forest together. Manus whispers, claiming that their lives are far more valuable than the gold they are being paid, suggesting they abandon the mission now. Another soldier hesitates, pointing out that the employer claims they are already almost at their destination. Manus scoffs, calling him gullible for believing a noble's words. He reminds them that Ghislaine is infamously known as the scoundrel of Perdium, claiming he is only using them to achieve his own selfish goals. A loyal mercenary defends Ghislaine, pointing out that they have already been paid and that the young master has personally saved their lives multiple times. Manus retorts that they have just been incredibly lucky, warning them that Ghislaine will inevitably use them as meat shields once the situation gets dire. Bro really pulled out the most devious rat face to state his highly biased opinion. Absolute peak comedy. The other recruits look uneasy, slowly starting to let the fear poison their minds as Manus chuckles darkly. He insanely plots to use his own comrades as bait if it means securing his own safe escape. Suddenly, a loyal mercenary steps forward, telling him to stop his pathetic plotting and look at what is happening over in the medical tent. He points toward the center of the camp. Ghislaine is personally applying a soothing healing ointment to a wounded recruit's hand, warning him to keep the injury clean to avoid infection. The soldier is deeply moved, thanking him. Belinda watches from behind, grumbling about how expensive those potions are and asking why Ghislaine doesn't save them for himself. Ghislaine calmly continues his work, replying that helping his men is exactly what those potions are meant for. He calls out for the next injured soldier to step forward. The mercenaries discuss this, pointing out that the potions Ghislaine is using are more valuable than their lives, proving he has zero intention of using them as meat shields. The slacking soldiers quickly agree, their doubts completely erased by Ghislaine's genuine care. Manus is left standing in pure, silent fury. Manus grumbles, realizing his plans to instigate a desertion have completely backfired. Gillian barks out an order, telling everyone to stop gossiping and make sure they get a proper rest. Ghislaine calls Gillian and Kaor aside for a private consultation, while Belinda asks if they are truly going to leave the traitorous Manu Spee. Ghislaine smiles, noting that Manus can't do anything stupid while they are surrounded by monsters anyway, so it's better to let him stay for now. Ghislaine shifts the topic, asking Gillian why he was counting the number of lanterns they have left. Gillian reports that they currently have exactly 24 lanterns active. Ghislaine's expression turns serious. He notes that while monsters attacked them relentlessly during their first few days, the last 2 nights have been completely quiet. He explains that the sudden absence of any incidents is a highly dangerous sign. Belinda gasps as she realizes the terrifying significance of the timing. Gillian's eyes widen, whispering that they must have entered the territory of a highly powerful nocturnal monster. Ghislaine nods in silent agreement, confirming that they are indeed facing their first major threat. He stands alone on the shore, looking out into the pitch-black woods as the wind howls through the branches. His eyes glow with absolute cold resolve. He whispers to himself that the real danger has officially begun. Night falls over the quiet temporary camp, the starry sky casting a beautiful, serene glow over their tents. But a heavy, ominous silence hangs over the dark woods. A lone guard walks his rounds through the campsite, keeping his guard up as he scans the dark shadows. Gordon sits peacefully near the fire, resting his massive arms and preparing to take a quick nap after a long, grueling day of clearing the path. Suddenly, a low, creaking sound echoes through the camp. Gordon blinks in confusion as one of the nearby lanterns slowly begins to float up into the air entirely on its own. He stares at the hovering lantern, completely speechless as it continues to rise. Gordon stands there frozen, completely baffled to see his lantern casually flying away like a balloon. His confusion instantly turns to sheer panic as a grotesque shadowy beast with multiple glowing red eyes suddenly materializes around the lantern. The surrounding recruits immediately wake up, screaming and shouting as they realize they are surrounded by monsters. Gordon reacts with his veteran combat instincts, roaring as he charges forward to protect his camp. With absolute raw physical force, Gordon drives his giant fist straight into the invisible monster's face. The impact sends a shockwave through the dirt, forcing the beast back. The recruits run in complete panic, yelling that there was a terrifying monster standing directly beside them just a moment ago. A soldier stands completely frozen, his heart hammering against his ribs in sheer terror. The other soldiers look completely confused, asking what the hell they are screaming about since there is absolutely nothing in front of them. Gordon stands in a defensive stance, looking around the empty space and trying to find the vanished creature. A recruit stammers, unable to believe his own eyes as the camp returns to a quiet, normal state. Sitting near the campfire, Kaor grumbles, asking if they simply had a bad nightmare. He scoffs, noting that their sleep talking is way too noisy and is disturbing the entire camp. The The panicked soldier aggressively protests, insisting that this is definitely not sleep talking. He explains that he woke up because he felt a terrifying, chilling presence right before witnessing a lantern vanish directly in front of his face. Another guard chimes in, confirming that he heard a creepy, high-pitched laugh echoing from the darkness, asking why everyone is acting so nonchalant. Kaor's playful demeanor completely vanishes, his expression turning serious as he notes that one thing is absolutely certain. Suddenly, a calm voice breaks their conversation, confirming that they are indeed under attack. Ghislaine walks up, completely unbothered. The soldiers are deeply relieved to see their employer, who looks completely prepared for the crisis. Gillian quickly steps forward, commanding the entire army to gather up and prepare their defensive formations. Ghislaine stands proudly at the forefront, his eyes scanning the surrounding darkness. The entire Forest of Beasts expedition team assembles quickly, their expressions filled with tense anticipation. The recruits are sweating in pure panic, realizing that they have been completely surrounded by invisible monsters. Ghislaine calmly explains that their invisibility is their primary characteristic, meaning they can't be tracked using normal methods. He reveals that the beasts must have started tracking them the moment they reached the lake, calling them the most dangerous nocturnal predators of this forest. A magnificent drawing reveals their true form. The Hunters of Darkness, Folores. They look like terrifying, multi-eyed wolves covered in shadow armor. An illustration explains that the Folores can completely melt into the darkness, making them immune to physical attacks while they steal their prey's light to lure them into an inescapable trap. The recruits are completely horrified to realize they are facing hundreds of invisible, invincible monsters. Kaor and Belinda join the conversation, with Kaor fuming over their creepy tactics and aggressively proposing to launch an immediate frontal assault to beat them down. But Ghislaine flatly refuses, explaining that they must wait until the monsters launch their attack. He notes that attacking them recklessly will only make them fall back and harass the camp even more thoroughly. Belinda looks skeptical, asking if they are seriously planning to just sit and wait while the monsters slowly steal all of their remaining lights. Ghislaine explains that waiting for their attack is the only way to lure them all into a single compact area, guaranteeing a perfect counterattack. The soldiers look on in absolute breathless awe, unable to believe the young master is planning to wipe them all out at once. Gillian asks if there is truly a way to defeat hundreds of invisible monsters. Ghislaine calmly confirms, asking Belinda if she prepared the magic scrolls. Belinda confirms, stating that she has successfully distributed a single scroll to every single mercenary in their ranks. Ghislaine gathers his commanders around a barrel, preparing to explain his battle strategy. He points out that the herd of Folores has surrounded their camp from 3 directions, stealing their lamps to slowly tighten their positioning. He notes that because they are vastly outnumbered, attempting to cover the entire boundary head-on is a guaranteed death sentence. A detailed diagram reveals his plan. By setting up their camp with the lake at their back, they have successfully avoided being completely surrounded. Gillian nods in deep realization, agreeing that their positioning has completely secured their rear. With a confident smirk, Ghislaine declares that while this setup may seem like a disadvantage, they actually hold the complete initiative of this fight. Kaor looks highly intrigued, asking what the master has planned. Ghislaine explains that they will divide their forces into 3 specialized groups. He draws 3 symbols on the dirt: a sword, a shield, and a crossbow. The first group will consist of the heavy shield defenders, tasked with taking on the brunt of the monster's attacks. The second group will consist of the crossbow units, tasked with slowing down and stopping the enemy's charge. The final group will be the elite assault units, led by Ghislaine himself, Gillian, Belinda, and Kaor. Ghislaine illustrates their movement on the map, explaining that while the defenders and crossbowmen gather in the middle to push the enemies back, the assault units will launch a devastating flank attack from the left. He guarantees that if they manage to surround the monsters with the forces in the middle, their victory will be absolute. The recruits discuss the plan, highly impressed by the young master's tactical genius and feeling a sudden surge of hope. But Belinda suddenly interrupts, pointing out a major flaw. She asks how physical weapons can block them if the Folores are immune to physical attacks. She looks extremely worried, pointing out that even their best warriors cannot hit what they can't see. Kaor and Ghislaine listen calmly as she voices her concerns. Kaor shrugs, suggesting that they simply need to use magic or mana to bypass their shadow armor. Ghislaine tells Belinda to stop worrying, his expression completely relaxed. He reminds her that they have the magic scrolls, which are the ultimate counter to these monsters. Suddenly, a thick, purple, magical fog rolls into the camp, blocking out the remaining moonlight. The battle has officially begun. The heavy shield wall is immediately raised, with soldiers shouting to stay in formation and not split up under any circumstances. They cry out that the monsters have stolen their very last lamp. The recruits stand in pitch-black darkness, screaming as they hear the sound of heavy claws approaching from the mist. Ghislaine recalls the secret Delphine journal, which stated that the Folores possess one fatal weakness. They are extremely vulnerable to light. When exposed to intense concentrated light, their shadow armor is completely neutralized, revealing their true physical bodies. With a sharp command, Ghislaine orders his men to activate their scrolls. Gillian and Belinda throw their scrolls into the air, the paper bursting with a brilliant blue magical circle. Kaor and the mercenaries follow suit, activating their first circle magic scrolls simultaneously. A spectacular, blinding explosion of pure white light erupts from the camp, shooting straight into the dark night sky. The intense light completely repels the dark fog, exposing several giant wolf-like shadow beasts shrieking in pain. The brilliant magical light illuminates the entire valley, making the night feel like day. The monster's shadow armor completely disintegrates under the light, leaving them completely vulnerable and exposed. The recruits stare in absolute jaw-dropping shock. The recruits let out a collective sigh of relief, realizing the terrifying invisible monsters are actually just giant target dummies under the light. With the monsters exposed, the crossbowmen immediately step up, readying their weapons. The commander yells for the crossbow units to launch their volley to stop the enemy's charge. A massive rain of iron bolts flies through the air, piercing directly through the exposed flesh of the shrieking beasts. Gillian, Kaor, and Belinda stand together, their weapons drawn and their faces filled with cold, murderous resolve. Ghislaine stands at the front, his glowing sword raised as he prepares to lead the charge. With a loud roar, he issues the final command for the assault units to charge. In an incredibly heroic display of power, Ghislaine, Gillian, Kaor, and Belinda lunge forward together, ready to slaughter the exposed monsters. Without a single moment of hesitation, Ghislaine lunges down from the rocky cliffside directly into the middle of the dark forest. With a massive surge of blue magic, Ghislaine sweeps his sword horizontally to clear out the initial wave of shadow wolves. A quick combat tip explains the nature of the Valores. While they can seamlessly blend into the darkness to avoid attacks, their actual physical defenses are incredibly weak once exposed. With his elite team fully ready to act, Ghislaine commands them to cut down as many of the monsters as possible while they have the light on their side. Gillian steps up as the primary tank, swinging his giant axe to draw all the aggro and keep the monster horde completely locked on him. In the meantime, Kaor charges from the flank with his twin daggers, ready to completely disrupt their defensive formations. Kaor laughs maniacally as he slices through the monsters, completely loving the pure close-quarters chaos of the fight. Using her specialized magical threads, Belinda prepares to leap into the fray to create a crucial opening. Belinda spins gracefully in midair, her threads wrapping tightly around the wolves' limbs to seal their movements. Belinda suddenly shouts a warning to her young master as a giant multi-eyed wolf attempts a high-speed blindside tackle. But Ghislaine has already anticipated the strike, descending with a blinding blue slash that cuts the monster to pieces. Ghislaine stands calmly amidst the battlefield, demonstrating the sheer absolute elite power of the Perdium successors. He delivers a lightning-fast follow-up slice, completely parting another charging shadow wolf in half. His blade moves with master-level precision, easily cleaving through their weak physical bodies without even breaking a sweat. Ghislaine lands smoothly on the grass, his glowing blade leaving a trail of pure blue sparks in the dark. He calmly sheathes his sword, demonstrating the raw will needed to make the impossible completely possible. A wide visual of the clearing reveals dozens of defeated shadow wolves lying motionless in the dirt. The panicking recruits slowly lower their shields, gasping for breath as they realize the terrifying horde has been completely wiped out. Gillian and Kaor share a satisfied nod, deeply impressed by how effortlessly the young master handled the vanguard of the ambush. The soldiers celebrate, cheering and praising their employer as their ultimate savior. Their morale reaches a peak as they raise their weapons and shout in pure ecstatic triumph. Gordon commands the recruits to widen their formation and keep their shields raised to ensure no more monsters slip past their defenses. But before they can advance, a giant horned red beast lets out a roaring screech, signaling a sudden retreat to its pack. The remaining shadow wolves immediately turn around and sprint back into the deep, misty woods. Ghislaine watches them leave, noting that the Valores are highly intelligent and chose to retreat before they could be completely surrounded. He commands Belinda to locate their leader, pointing out that the monster with a horn on its head is the one directing their movements. Kaor asks if they should let them flee, but Gillian quickly warns that these beasts tend to obsess over their prey and will return to harass their camp for days. Ghislaine agrees, declaring that they must completely eliminate their leader to collapse their entire organization and avoid a war of attrition. Belinda stares at the young master in silence, mentally marveling at how much his tactical planning and combat instincts have matured. With a serious nod, she prepares to execute his command without a second thought. Belinda summons her fine glowing magical threads, ready to launch her high-speed tracking operation. She launches herself up into the ancient branches, swinging smoothly through the dark canopy like an elite scout. Her red eyes scan the dark woods below, her focus absolute as she tracks the retreating beasts. She spots a giant muscular figure with a distinct glowing horn leading the pack through the mist. The massive horned leader suddenly senses her presence, letting out a sharp growl as Belinda prepares her hook. Belinda launches her grapple, shouting down to Ghislaine that she has successfully secured the target. The monster rumbles in frustration as Belinda's threads wrap tightly around its neck to seal its movements. In a split second, Ghislaine charges forward with his sword drawn, his gaze completely locked onto the boss. Ghislaine leaps high into the air, the tip of his glowing blade pointed directly at the monster's throat. With absolute bone-crushing force, Ghislaine drives his boot directly onto the beast's face, slamming it into the hard ground. Before the beast can recover, Ghislaine delivers a devastating horizontal slash across its chest. A massive geyser of dark blood erupts as the horned monster leader is cleanly sliced in half. Ghislaine lands gracefully, his glowing sword reflecting under the dim light as the giant corpse collapses. He sheathes his weapon, completely unbothered as the remaining wolves shriek in panic over their leader's death. Seeing their leader fall, the remaining shadow wolves completely lose their coordination, running aimlessly around the camp. Belinda quickly commands the recruits to throw all their remaining oil lamps at the disoriented targets. The mercenaries launch a massive barrage of burning lanterns directly into the middle of the pack. The lamps explode upon impact, the highly flammable liquid quickly engulfing the shadow wolves in roaring flames. The entire clearing is filled with the painful screeches of the burning beasts as the fire consumes their bodies. Kaor grins boldly, shouting for his men to keep throwing and not stop until every single wolf is reduced to ash. Ghislaine watches the roaring inferno, his expression calm as the fire does the rest of his work. The massive, terrifying horde of shadow wolves is completely decimated, the threat entirely neutralized. The forest clearing glows brightly under the red flames as the adrenaline slowly fades from the camp. The exhausted recruits let out a collective sigh of relief, unable to believe they successfully survived the night. They cheer and laugh, celebrating their incredible hard-won victory. Gordon laughs, boasting that these monsters were nothing but cheap tinder once they brought out the fire. But Gillian quickly tells him to stop slacking and maintain his guard. Gillian's eyes widen in surprise as a massive, thick wave of white smoke begins to rise from the ashes. Ghislaine stands calmly, warning them that the monsters are about to show their true, hidden appearances. The thick white steam completely blankets the clearing, blocking out their vision. The recruits cough, frantically waving their hands and wondering if the fire has been extinguished. Belinda and Gillian quickly run to Ghislaine's side, asking what is happening. Ghislaine calmly explains that while their outer wooden armor is weak against fire, their insides are moist. The fire causes the moisture inside their flesh to release a massive amount of steam. Grotesque giant shadows begin to materialize within the thick white mist. The burning wooden shells crack and shatter, revealing the giant worm-like flesh beasts hidden inside the armor. The Dearest Ents have completely shed their armor, transforming into giant, multi-eyed worm monsters. The terrifying flesh beasts let out a silent roar, their gaping circular mouths lined with hundreds of sharp teeth. The panicking recruits scream, realizing that these monsters are far from dead. Ghislaine calmly raises his sword, his expression completely serious as he prepares his final command. Ghislaine commands his army to raise their weapons, telling them that the real close-quarters battle begins right now. Belinda walks up with her clipboard, informing him that she has finished the headcount. She reports that they have exactly 41 Cerberus mercenaries and 126 contract mercenaries, noting that they are missing 3 soldiers compared to before the battle. Kaor grins proudly, boasting that his elite men wouldn't die so easily under his command. Ghislaine is surprised, noting that there are 0 casualties among Kaor's elite squad, but asks where the missing contract mercenaries went. Belinda mentions that a regular soldier named Manus is completely missing from the camp. The scene shifts to the dark forest, where Manus and his 2 co-conspirators are running at full speed. Manus gasps for air, urging his men to keep moving if they want to survive. Manus slowly turns around, his blood running cold as 2 giant glowing red eyes lock onto them from the pitch-black darkness. Deep inside the glowing cavern, a giant crimson serpent is coiled around the massive runestone crystals. This beast is absolutely massive. The cave floor is littered with old skeletons and broken armor, showing that many previous explorers met their end here. The serpent's single giant red eye glows with a dangerous magical light. The scene transitions to the outer forest, where the workers are busy chopping down trees and clearing the path. Wagons are being loaded with heavy logs as the pioneer mission proceeds at full speed. Kaor and Gillian watch the active camp, Kaor commenting on how surprisingly hard these usually lazy mercenaries are working, without even being ordered around. The recruits carry heavy logs, determined to keep up the impressive pace. Gillian chuckles, teasingly comparing Kaor's past lazy attitude to their current work ethic. Kaor asks Ghislaine if he plans on letting them go once this expedition is completed. Ghislain responds that he intends to hire them all as his private mercenaries, knowing that their combat experience in this forest will make them a formidable military force. He reflects on how these mercenaries have already surpassed their normal limits due to the intense battles they've faced. A soldier reports to Kayor that they have successfully finished scattering the Falore corpses along the boundary paths. Kayor notes that the deterrent is working perfectly, as they haven't seen a single monster since they left the main camp. The forest path ahead looks completely quiet and peaceful. Ghislain remains silent, keeping his guard up and hoping his bad feeling is just needless worry. Suddenly, Belinda leaps down from the high branches to deliver her scouting report. Belinda asks if they are ready for some highly exciting news. She beams with a confident smile, confirming she found exactly what they were looking for. Ghislain's eyes widen, and he immediately orders the entire team to pave the path with all their might. The soldiers work frantically, clearing the final obstacles as they approach the coordinates. They finally emerge into a massive, breathtaking cavern filled with glowing blue crystals. The recruits stand frozen, completely speechless as they take in the sheer scale of the treasure. Ghislain looks down with absolute quiet pride, confirming that this is indeed a highest quality runestone mine. The massive blue crystals glow beautifully in the dark, illuminating the entire chamber. Kaor laughs in disbelief, unable to comprehend how such an impoverished territory was hiding a treasure of this scale. Belinda hugs Ghislain from behind in excitement, asking how on earth he knew this place existed. The recruits celebrate, shouting and cheering as they imagine the massive fortune they are about to make. But Ghislain's expression suddenly turns icy as he warns them that they cannot touch a single crystal yet. His eyes glow with a cold, serious light as he tells them their journey has officially hit a dead end. Suddenly, a pale, zombified face rises from the shadows behind the crystals, leaving everyone looking on in surprise. It is Manus, but his body is completely mangled and covered in fresh wounds. Before anyone can react, his head violently explodes in a burst of purple magical energy. Gordon yells in shock, demanding to know how the cowardly deserter managed to reach this deep cavern ahead of them. Gordon reaches for his weapon as a massive shadow begins to emerge from the dust. Ghislain calmly commands everyone to step back and prepare themselves. He draws his sword, his gaze locked directly on the rising threat. A massive burst of blue energy illuminates the dark cavern. The dust clears to reveal the scattered remains of previous explorers, indicating a highly dangerous predator is nearby. The recruits panic, realizing that this cavern is actually a giant monster's nest. Belinda and Ghislain note that they won't be able to mine the runestones easily with such a threat guarding the area. Ghislain analyzes the corpses, realizing that this is indeed the nest of an incredibly powerful high-class monster. Ghislain turns to his panicking troops, his voice dropping into a freezing whisper as he calls for their attention. With absolute authority, he orders his army to prepare for a major battle. Suddenly, the massive crimson python lunges out of the shadows, its giant jaw lined with sharp fangs. The beast roars, attempting to crush the invaders in a single strike. Ghislain yells for everyone to scatter and avoid the initial impact. Ghislain launches himself forward, his sword drawn as he charges straight under the giant's guard. With incredible speed, Ghislain delivers a lightning-fast slash directly across the snake's face. He spins in midair, attempting a follow-up strike to find a vulnerability. His blade collides violently against the python's thick red scales, but the steel barely leaves a minor scratch. Pushed back by the rebound, Ghislain grimaces, realizing the beast's armor is incredibly tough even against magic-infused strikes. Kaor and Ghislain stare in shock, unable to believe a monster's scales could be this impenetrable. The python whips its head, launching another high-speed horizontal strike. The giant beast opens its mouth and sprays a massive wave of green corrosive acid directly at Ghislain. Ghislain barely manages to twist his body to dodge, shouting a warning about the toxic poison. He executes a perfect aerial spin to escape the corrosive spray. The python relentlessly pursues him, its massive tail sweeping through the air with incredible momentum. Ghislain braces himself, attempting to block the heavy tail strike with his sword. The impact is absolute, creating a massive explosion of dust and debris. The raw force of the blow sends Ghislain flying backward across the cavern. He crashes heavily against the rocky cave wall, the impact rattling his entire body. Belinda screams in pure panic, watching the young master get thrown like a rag doll. The giant serpent uncoils its massive body, preparing to crush the remaining defenders. The recruits scramble in a panic as the cavern floor shakes violently. Ghislain and Kaor try to maintain their stance, but the sheer shockwave of the monster's movements sweeps them off their feet. Ghislain lies in the rubble, groaning as the heavy physical toll of the blocks catches up with him. His eyes glow with an intense blue magical light as he resolves himself, realizing that this beast is indeed the supreme master of the mine. The giant crimson serpent, the legendary blood python, towers over the entire chamber. Ghislaine notes that this is one of the high-level monsters he considered completely impossible to hunt down in his previous life. He slowly reaches into his pouch and pulls out a glowing blue runestone crystal, whispering that he has no time for delays. In a shocking move, Ghislaine forcefully crushes the raw runestone in his hand, absorbing its pure magic directly into his body. A quick flashback of his sister and fallen family members flashes in his mind, and he swears he won't let his efforts become meaningless. Enveloped in a massive, terrifying crimson aura, Ghislaine prepares to unleash his ultimate form to slay the beast. With a brilliant surge of crimson energy, Ghislaine activates his ultimate cultivation technique. It's time to unleash his third core and bring this massive beast down. The giant python head lunges forward with its jaws wide open, but Ghislaine effortlessly meets the charge head-on. In a spectacular flash of purple mana, Ghislaine swings his glowing blade, executing a series of high-speed aerial slashes. His blade moves with master-level precision, clashing violently against the beast's thick red scales. The python whips its head, attempting a rapid surprise attack. Ghislaine raises his shield to block, but the raw physical force of the strike is overwhelming. Pushed back by the heavy impact, Ghislaine barely manages to plant his boots, his arms trembling from the sheer weight of the blow. Ghislaine grits his teeth, clutching his sword as his unrefined teenage pathways begin to suffer a painful backlash. The giant crimson serpent screeches in pure rage, showing absolutely no signs of faltering despite the magic-reinforced strikes. Gillian and Kaor watch the stalemate in growing worry. Gillian notes that even when winning seems highly unlikely, they have a responsibility they cannot escape. Ghislaine lets out a loud, battle-weary roar. He knows there are some battles that a true master must never avoid. Gillian's mind flashes to a memory of his late master, who lectured him on the true responsibility of a proud warrior. Kaor and Belinda share a quick nod, their weapons drawn as they prepare to support their master. They declare that now is the fated time to fulfill their responsibility and protect their leader. Kaor and Gillian charge forward simultaneously, their bodies coated in a dense blue magical aura. Gillian's face is completely focused as he readies his massive combat axe. The massive serpent uncoils, completely unfazed by their charge. Ghislaine notes that forcing his weak body to maintain 3 cores for so long is highly risky, realizing his mana supply will be depleted before he can kill the monster. Suddenly, Belinda and Gillian rush to his side, shouting in panic and asking if the young master is all right. Belinda begs Ghislaine to immediately escape to safety, while she and the other commanders hold the monster down. She commands the recruits to leave this dangerous cavern immediately, pleading for their safety. Kaor and Gillian look on silently, while the recruits are completely startled by her sudden warning. A soldier asks what the employer is saying, unable to understand why they are being ordered to retreat when they are so close to the runestones. Gillian looks at Ghislaine, quietly pointing out that even he cannot guarantee their survival against such a colossal monster. Ghislaine stares back with an icy calm expression. He declares with absolute authority that he cannot afford to lose a single one of his men here. Ghislaine looks down with absolute gigachat energy. He didn't just come here to mine crystals, he came to protect his future army. Belinda asks, what about Ghislaine himself? Ghislaine confidently replies that he will personally defeat the monster here. Belinda is completely stunned, her eyes wide as she realizes that everything the young master has shown so far is close to a miracle, yet he is still willing to risk his life for them. Ghislaine readies his glowing blade, his purple mana swirling violently as he prepares his next move. The giant python head charges from the dark mist, ready to crush them. Ghislaine yells at his team to leave the cavern quickly, his voice booming through the room. But instead of running, the recruits aggressively raise their shields and spears, shouting that they want to fight alongside him. They declare that Ghislaine has saved their lives multiple times already, and that they have never met an employer of his caliber. Ghislaine's eyes widen in brief surprise as he witnesses their absolute loyalty. The soldiers yell that once they defeat the python, the massive runestone mine will belong to them. Belinda and Kaor charge alongside them, Belinda smiling as she promises to draw the monster's attention and create a crucial opening. Kaor grins boldly, stating that there is no way they would ever leave their young master behind. Ghislaine looks at Gillian, who stands ready with his massive shield. Gillian bows his head, asking the young lord to trust their strength as well. He analyzes the python, noting that its massive size and extremely sturdy scales make it a terrifying opponent. Kaor warns that the beast's venom is highly lethal, and a single direct hit will surely be fatal. Belinda points at the monster's face, explaining that they can still inflict massive damage if they attack its smashed right eye. Ghislaine's eyes glow blue with absolute crushing confidence. He raises his sword high, commanding his entire Forest of Beasts expedition team to prepare for a coordinated strike. He yells for everyone to lunge, promising that they will all return home alive. The recruits let out a massive battle cry, charging forward with their shields raised. The giant python lunges, but Gillian and Kaor intercept the attack simultaneously with an explosive impact. Belinda and Gordon lunge from the flank, their weapons cutting through the monster's lower roots. Belinda shouts for them to throw their magic lanterns directly at the beast's face. The mercenaries launch a massive barrage of burning oil lamps, the fire igniting the python's flesh. Gillian delivers a heavy downward strike, pinning the monster's tail to the ground. Seizing the perfect opening, Ghislaine leaps high into the air, his blade glowing with pure destructive mana. With absolute bone-crushing force, Ghislaine drives his sword straight into the python's glowing red eye. A massive geyser of blood erupts as the python screeches in absolute mind-shattering agony. Ghislaine notes that while not everything goes his way, he is completely willing to take action to protect his family. Gillian and Kaor continue to hold the beast back, shouting for Ghislaine to finish the execution. Ghislaine swings his blade in a perfect fated arc, declaring that his victory is guaranteed because he holds the future. With one final monstrously powerful slice, Ghislaine completely severs the giant python's head. The colossal crimson head crashes heavily onto the cavern floor. Belinda and the recruits watch in absolute breathless awe as the dust settles. The giant blood python has been completely defeated. Ghislaine stands calmly over the corpse. Ghislaine sheathes his bloody sword, declaring that the victory belongs to them. He looks down with a calm smile, highly satisfied with his army's performance. Kaor and Belinda celebrate, shouting that the young master is the proud future of Perdium. Ghislaine stands proudly, looking out over the magnificent glowing runestone mine. A wide panoramic shot reveals the breathtaking infinite wealth of the runestones they have successfully secured. The scene shifts back to Castle Perdium, where the council is currently in a state of absolute chaotic panic. Albert slams his fist on the table, screaming that Ghislaine's actions are a serious crime that cannot be ignored. He complains that the young master ignored their direct order and went inside the dangerous forest anyway. Homerun tries to calm him down, noting that they already knew the young master was unruly. Homerun explains that it has been exactly 2 weeks since Ghislaine entered the forest, and that they could have stopped him had Skovan not made a false report. He warns that Skovan could lose his knight status because of his betrayal, demanding the Count take immediate action. The council urges Zwalter to imprison and punish the young master the moment he returns to the castle. Zwalter listens in silent cold thought, his expression completely serious as he mutters Ghislaine's name. Suddenly, Randolph bursts into the chambers, shouting for the Count to come down immediately. Zwalter asks what the matter is, and Randolph replies with absolute shock that Ghislaine has returned. The advisors are completely flabbergasted, unable to process the news. Outside, Ghislaine walks proudly across the castle bridge, leading his newly formed massive private army back home. We start inside the silent council chambers of Castle Perdium. The grim atmosphere hangs heavy as the advisors wait for Ghislaine to explain his actions. Zwalter Perdium, the Count himself, sits calmly at the head of the table. He stares at his eldest son with an unreadable stern expression. The advisors exchange nervous glances, their eyes wide as they anticipate a massive blowout. Ghislaine stands calmly in front of them, his posture relaxed as he breaks the silence to say he's home. Zwalter folds his hands, coldly noting that he had clearly stated he would not permit the development of the Forest of Beasts, and demands an explanation. Ghislaine looks down, politely apologizing and stating that while he knew it went against orders, the expedition simply had to be done. Albert and Randolph immediately explode in frustration. They scoff at his apology, asking how he had the audacity to ignore his father's direct orders. Randolph barks back, declaring that entering the monster-infested forest is a serious crime that could have easily cost him his life. He points out that if the expedition had failed, the monsters from the forest could have easily invaded their entire territory. But Ghislaine smoothly counters, pointing out that as they can see, he is alive and well, and no monsters have invaded their land. The advisors look completely shocked, unable to comprehend his sheer audacity. Ghislaine sits down, looking completely relaxed. Zwalter sighs, stating that while they can let the forest incident slide, they still have another massive problem to address. He demands to know if Ghislaine has any excuse for his actions regarding the Rayfold incident. He tosses a formal document onto the table, stating it's an official letter from Count Rayfold. Zwalter explains that by threatening Lady Amelia, Ghislaine successfully extorted 20,000 gold coins of estate support funds. He reveals that because of his reckless extortion, Count Rayfold has decided to cut off all financial support to their territory and cancel the engagement completely. He warns that losing their primary source of support will negatively affect their entire land, leaving them in a dire financial crisis. Ghislaine remains silent, his expression calm. He mentally notes that Amelia was willing to join hands with her enemy just to screw him over, meaning she'll stop at nothing. He analyzes the letter, realizing that the leverage he holds over her merchant guild is currently useless since she decided to bypass it entirely to complain to her father. He realizes that time is not on his side, and he must find a way to quickly resolve this political fallout. Albert and Homer stare at him in desperation, begging the young master to say something to resolve this crisis. Albert clutches his temples in sheer exhaustion, pointing out that 20,000 gold is a massive fortune that could run their entire night order for months. He demands that Ghislain return the 20,000 gold immediately to salvage their alliance. But Ghislain calmly drops a massive bombshell on the room, announcing that he has already used it all. The entire room falls into a stunned silence. Albert can only stare in complete disbelief, asking if he heard the young master correctly. He asks if Ghislain seriously wasted all that money on a useless forest infested with monsters. Ghislain lowers his head slightly, mumbling a simple apology but stating he has nothing to say about the Rayfold incident. Furious, Randolph aggressively grabs Ghislain by the collar, his hand shaking in pure rage. Randolph screams at him, calling him a damn little brat who sold out the future of their land with his own hands. Randolph declares that Ghislain is no longer the young lord of this land, but a filthy criminal who belongs in jail. Ghislain smoothly grabs Randolph's wrist, his grip like an iron vice as he tells him not to worry. Balter looks on, slightly surprised by his son's absolute composure. Ghislain calls out to Belinda, telling her to bring in their haul. The doors swing open, and several soldiers carry a massive heavy wooden chest into the center of the room. Ghislain throws open the lid to reveal a massive treasure trove of shining blue runestones. The entire room is illuminated by the brilliant, magical blue light of the crystals. The advisors are completely flabbergasted, staring at the sea of gold-worthy minerals in absolute brain-melting shock. Albert runs his hands through the crystals, his voice trembling as he asks where on earth they obtained such a rare treasure. Ghislain calmly replies that they mined it directly from the forest. Belinda smiles, enjoying the absolute shock of the advisors. Albert whispers in awe, realizing that if these are indeed high-quality runestones, this single chest is worth a massive fortune, but he notes that it's still not enough to run their entire land. Ghislain lets out a smug smirk as they realize they've been completely played. Moment. Ghislain points out of the window toward the courtyard below. Dozens of heavy wagons completely filled to the brim with glowing runestones and giant monster hides are parked outside. The soldiers are busy unloading the cargo, shouting commands to gather the Dyrus Ent hides. Albert can only stare in disbelief, asking if he has seen things. Belinda explains that the young master personally led the entire expedition, securing the highest quality runestone mine along with the hides of the Dyrus Ents and byproducts from the blood python. She notes that the massive haul they brought back is only a small fraction of the actual mine they have left in the forest. The advisors are completely speechless. Ghislain explains that the reason for this expedition was entirely to help their impoverished territory. Albert looks over his ledger, his eyes wide as he realizes that after a rough estimation, they won't have to struggle with support funds ever again. Randolph slowly releases Ghislain's collar, looking deeply embarrassed. Gillian steps up, commending the young master for his hard work. The advisors bow their heads in shame, completely humbled by the young master's incredible legendary achievement. Ghislain smoothly steps forward, stating that while they can use the money to run the land, there are a few strict conditions they must agree to first. Randolph and Albert look up in surprise, asking what these conditions are. Ghislain commands them to immediately release Scovan and Ricardo, pointing out that they only followed his direct orders. Secondly, he demands that they continue to completely prohibit civilian access to the forest to prevent unnecessary rumors from spreading. The advisors nod, agreeing that these conditions are highly reasonable. Lastly, Ghislain declares that he will personally take charge of recruiting and managing the territory's security forces. Albert panics, asking if the young master intends to maintain a private army under his direct command. He warns that this could look highly suspicious. Randolph coughs, telling the young lord that he is currently in a position to beg for forgiveness, yet is acting as if he is the master. Ghislain calmly counters, noting that he is merely laying out the necessary conditions to provide financial support to the territory in place of Rayfold. Albert and Homer argue, realizing that if they reject his terms, they will lose access to the massive runestone mine. They beg the Count to say something. Zoltar remains silent, quietly observing his son's absolute unwavering resolve. Randolph approaches the Count, asking if he has made his decision. Meanwhile, Kaor and Gillian coordinate with the workers outside, confirming that the runestone loading process is almost complete. Gillian reports that the hides of the Dyrus Ents have been successfully stored without any preservatives as instructed. Kaor asks Ghislain what he plans to do with the massive blood python corpse. Ghislain instructs them to dismantle the corpse, separating and preserving its venom, blood, and scales to prevent decay. Zwalter steps out of the castle, Randolph commenting on how formidable and organized his son's mercenaries look. Zwalter stands on the ledge, staring down at Gillian and Kaor. He admits he has no idea how Gillian managed to recruit such legendary high-level individuals under his banner. He looks at the unified, disciplined army, noting that they look exactly like an elite royal force. He approaches Ghislaine, commenting on how much effort his son must have put in to get such unruly mercenaries to follow his orders willingly. Ghislaine replies that without them, this pioneering expedition would have never succeeded. Zwalter closes his eyes, letting out a long, heavy breath before telling Randolph to prepare their return to the castle. Randolph looks back in shock, asking if they are seriously letting the young master's crimes slide. Zwalter turns back to Ghislaine, warning him that if he ever defies his father's direct orders again, he must be prepared to face the ultimate consequences. Ghislaine smiles smoothly, thanking his father for his generosity. Zwalter looks down at him with a soft expression, confirming that Ghislaine is indeed the proud successor who will inherit this land in the future. He notes that his son truly possesses the brave, unyielding spirit of the northern wolf. Ghislaine watches his father leave, reflecting on how lonely and exhausted a person Zwalter was in his past life. His father dedicated his entire life to protecting this impoverished territory, eventually meeting a miserable, forgotten end during the war. Ghislaine clenches his fist, swearing that this time he will protect his father and rewrite their tragic fate. His thoughts are interrupted as Kaor and Belinda walk up, Kaor celebrating that they have finally crossed off one major task from their list. Belinda urges Ghislaine to head back to his room and get some rest, pointing out that his body must be completely exhausted after fighting the python. Ghislaine refuses, stating they must have everything prepared so they can leave at any moment. Belinda sighs, dryly noting that it is an absolute miracle that he made it out alive from the python's body, asking why he is overworking himself. Belinda looks at him with deep, heartfelt concern. Ghislaine places his hand on her shoulder, whispering her name in a soft, reassuring tone. He tells her that the news of their massive runestone mine will spread quickly across the continent. Gillian and Kaor watch silently as Ghislaine explains that their shadow enemies will immediately move to invade their territory once they hear the news. He declares with absolute resolve that he must expand his military power as quickly as possible. He swears to build his army to a level where no one on the continent would ever dare to challenge Castle Perdium. Ghislaine looks out over his thriving territory, his eyes filled with absolute calculated resolve. Suddenly, a sharp stabbing pain shoots through his chest. He groans, his knees giving out as the severe backlash of his third core finally hits him. We start under a dark purple-lit sky as a carrier pigeon flies swiftly toward a hidden Gothic tower. The atmosphere is thick with political tension. Deep inside a secret meeting hall, a powerful noble sits silently on his throne. He absorbs the arrival of the pigeon with an icy, unreadable expression. The pigeon lands gracefully on his outstretched hand, delivering its confidential message. The silhouetted man opens the scroll, his single yellow eye glowing in the darkness as he reads the detailed report. The letter confirms that a portion of the Forest of Beasts has been successfully developed, commanding him to immediately initiate a fated war with the Degard family and annihilate Perdium. The leader scoffs at the command, wondering if their anonymous backers are seriously asking him to make Perdium a completely lordless land. A giant magic circle floats above the table, and the silhouetted lord asks how many of their secret spies still remain inside the Perdium household. He learns that 2 loyal retainers and 1 elite knight are still actively positioned within the castle walls, ready to strike on his command. The conspirators discuss their options, laughing at how easily they can exploit the family's internal vulnerabilities. A visual of a hooded, glasses-wearing noble reveals their next target. They will send their retainers straight to the Degards' territory to frame Ghislaine, believing the death of the Degard heir is more than enough justification to spark a fated war. With a dark smile, the leader announces that the supreme commander of this upcoming invasion will be Victor, their strongest hidden card. The other nobles are completely startled, noting that they didn't expect Victor to be deployed so early, but Kaor's failure has forced their hand. One of the retainers warns that deploying Victor might be too rash, asking why the ducal house is choosing to directly intervene in Perdium now. The leader aggressively slams his fist, declaring that all decisions were made by Duke Delphine himself, and that they have zero right to question his orders. His eyes glow orange as he commands Count Desmond to immediately prepare for war. We are introduced to Count Desmond himself, a fierce, purple-haired noble standing in full battle gear. Desmond looks on, asking if anyone else is aware of their secret plans. The scene transitions to Castle Rayfold, where a furious, pain-filled scream echoes through the corridors. Amelia Rayfold is clutching her head, sobbing hysterically as Bernaf holds her close to calm her down. She is completely overwhelmed with rage, crying that Ghislaine has successfully secured a massive runestone mine. She is deeply bitter that Ghislaine used the 20,000 gold coins she paid him to finance the entire expedition, surviving both her assassins and her father's financial block. She grits her teeth, screaming that this humiliating defeat has made her look like a complete fool in front of her rivals. Bernaf looks at her, softly pointing out that this emotional, panicked behavior is highly uncharacteristic of his proud lady. Amelia takes a deep breath, slowly regaining her composure as she wipes the tears from her face. She admits she got too emotional, standing tall and preparing to return to her cold, calculating mindset. With her cold facade back in place, she asks Burnaf for a report on Ghislaine's current financial situation. Burnaf meals, noting that while Perdium has secured the mine, they still haven't established a distribution network to sell the runestones yet. Amelia is completely confident, smirking as she plots her next devious move, W strategy. She notes that Ghislaine only secured the mine 2 days ago, meaning he has had zero time to contact potential buyers. She is determined to exploit this massive vulnerability. Her red eyes glow with pure malice as she explains that Ghislaine will almost certainly attempt to sell the crystals to the Crimson Magic Tower. She points out that runestones are critical for magical research, meaning the magic towers are always eager to buy. Amelia commands Burnaf to deploy the Wildcats along the main transport routes leading to the tower, planning to ambush the caravans and steal the cargo. The scene transitions to a beautiful shot of the Crimson Magic Tower, a towering red-lit structure under a starry sky. Burnaf places a blue flag on the strategy map, proposing to use hit-and-run tactics to isolate and plunder the transport. He asks if they should also prepare for the Flame Magic Tower in Brybon's territory. Amelia dismisses the threat, pointing out that the Flame Magic Tower has been in decline for decades, blinded by its past glory. She is confident that as someone obsessed with money, Ghislaine will definitely choose Crimson over Flame. With a dark smile, she promises to take absolutely everything from her foolish fiancé. Meanwhile, back at Castle Perdium, Ghislaine lies unconscious in bed, his naked chest wrapped tightly in bandages. His mind flashes back to his terrifying struggle inside the giant python's stomach. The visual shows him trapped inside the flesh monster, the acidic green digestive juices dissolving everything around him. The narration explains that before prey reaches the esophagus, it is first dissolved by venom secreted from the inside to make digestion easier. Ghislaine had used his third core's mana to burn the invading acid upon contact, preventing it from digesting his body. However, the resulting toxic fumes created a highly lethal, suffocating breathing environment. He notes that most normal prey would have lost consciousness and died by this stage. With his vision fading, Ghislaine realized he had to endure the agony, otherwise his family and everything he holds dear would be lost. He decided to use a high-risk, forbidden technique, choosing to absorb and channel the invading venom directly into his own mana core instead of evading it. A brilliant green and purple aura began to swirl violently around his body as his pathways absorbed the toxic poison. He directed every single bit of the venomous energy straight into his 3 mana cores. The fierce rotation within his cores successfully neutralized the venom, transforming the toxic energy into raw magical power. He notes that this delicate mana manipulation is a legendary feat that only superhumans can achieve. The neutralized poison served as an explosive alternative fuel, allowing him to bypass his teenage body's limits. With one final massive surge of magic, Ghislaine sliced his way out of the python's body in a spectacular explosion of light. Suddenly, Ghislaine sits up in bed, gasping for air. He is back in his quiet bedroom at Castle Perdium. He looks around, letting out a long, heavy breath and noting that his body feels surprisingly refreshed. He touches his face, trying to piece his memories back together after passing out. The door creaks open, and his little sister Elena cautiously steps inside, her eyes wide with surprise. The moment she sees him awake, she runs forward and wraps her arms around him in a tight hug. Belinda smiles from the doorway, informing him that he had been unconscious for 2 whole days after returning from the expedition. Elena holds him tightly, tears of pure relief streaming down her cheeks. Ghislaine smiles softly, whispering her name, but the tension breaks as Elena suddenly shoves him away with surprising force, her face blushing red. Ghislaine is completely dumbfounded. He just survived the giant python only to get absolutely laid out by his little sister. He collapses back onto his pillows while Belinda giggles and teases them about how noisy their sibling love is. Ghislaine sits up, untying his bandages and realizing that his unrefined teenage body has successfully survived the extreme strain of the duel and the python. He flexes his arms, noting that his body is in surprisingly great condition compared to how much he overworked his pathways. He stands up, amazed to find that his natural resilience has improved significantly. His total mana pool has also increased dramatically, with blue, magical veins crackling around his chest. Ghislaine realizes that during the neutralization process, the blood python's raw magical energy got permanently mixed into his mana core. This unexpected mutation is a method he never encountered in his previous life, proving that risking his life was indeed worth it. He stands in front of his mirror, realizing that with this upgraded core he can build his strength dozens of times faster than before. He quickly puts on his shirt, noting that while his strength has increased, selling the runestones remains their primary priority. He decides to call his commanders to plan the transport. Hearing soft footsteps, Ghislaine calls out, assuming Belinda is outside. The heavy wooden doors slowly swing open. But instead of Belinda, Walter steps into the room, flanked by Elena. The Count looks down with a calm expression, stating he is glad to see that Ghislaine is finally awake. Ghislaine is completely caught off guard, stammering a greeting to his father. Walter steps closer, mentioning that Belinda informed him about the python encounter. He asks with genuine concern if his son is truly all right. Ghislaine quickly assures him he is fine, while Belinda wipes her tears of relief. Walter lets out a soft sigh, relieved that his son has made a complete recovery. He folds his arms, his expression turning serious once again. Ghislaine stands at attention, waiting for his father to speak. Walter looks him dead in the eye, asking if he has a moment to talk privately. With a calm and serious voice, the Count delivers a shocking statement. He has a request for him. Ghislaine is left standing in absolute mind-melting surprise, unable to believe his stern father is asking him for a favor. Ghislaine walks into a massive training facility, looking around at the vaulted stone ceilings. He notes that training with his father is a completely new experience. He thinks about how this is the absolute first time in both of his lives that he has ever had one-on-one time with him. He admits that in his previous life, he avoided his father at all costs because he was terrified of getting yelled at. Suddenly, Walter speaks up, apologizing for calling him out so early. Ghislaine quickly reassures his father that he is in excellent condition after getting 2 days of rest. He then gets straight to the point, asking what the request is. He stands confidently, looking at his father with a relaxed and open posture. Walter remains silent for a moment, looking incredibly solemn as he stares at his son. He slowly shifts his gaze, letting the silence hang heavy in the air. Ghislaine watches him, suddenly recalling what his late mother once told him when he was still a child. He looks up, wondering if his mother's old words accurately describe his father's distant attitude. His mind flashes back to a warm sunset scene on a grassy hill where his mother stood alongside him. She explained that Walter simply cannot show his honest self to others. A younger Ghislaine looked up in confusion, asking why he cannot. His mother explained that Walter felt he had to act as an unshakable, stern pillar for the people of their territory. She smiled warmly, remembering that he always put others before himself, which is why he was never good at expressing his true feelings. She teased that his father only let his guard down when he confessed his love to her, urging young Ghislaine to try to understand that side of him. Young Ghislaine looked thoughtful as she explained that his father simply is not good at expressing his emotions. Back in the present, Walter raises his sword, his expression turning sharp as he commands Ghislaine to raise his weapon. Ghislaine draws his training sword, standing ready to face him. With a firm nod, Ghislaine acknowledges his father's command as they face each other. In a split second, Walter lunges forward, and their training swords clash in a blinding explosion of sparks. Walter presses the attack, his blade swinging down with immense physical force. He follows through with a heavy horizontal sweep, forcing Ghislaine to defend himself. Their weapons collide with a massive metal crash as they lock blades. Ghislaine grits his teeth, feeling the bone-shattering weight of Walter's strikes. He realizes that his father's sword is incredibly heavy, forced to put all his strength into blocking. Walter stands tall, his strikes forged through decades of brutal, endless battles to subdue the northern barbarians. Yet behind that terrifying raw power is a gentle resolve dedicated entirely to protecting his people. They trade another high-speed clash, the air vibrating around their training blades. Sparks fly as their steel scrapes together, neither of them giving an inch of ground. Ghislaine tracks his father's movements closely, his combat reflexes fully tested. They push against each other in a tense blade lock, their eyes meeting from inches away. Walter steps back, ending the intense exchange with a calm and composed movement. They separate, the wind kicking up dust around them in the quiet arena. Walter slowly sheathes his training sword, letting out a quiet breath. Walter looks at his son and admits that Ghislaine has improved a lot. Ghislaine smiles and politely thanks his father for the compliment. He notices Walter's gaze softening slightly as his father prepares to offer some advice. Walter suggests that Ghislaine should loosen his sword pressure slightly when they are locked in a blade clash. He warns that keeping the blade too rigid makes his movements too easy for opponents to read. Ghislaine reflects on this, noting that he usually relies on getting a feel for his opponent's movements as the fight goes on. He realizes with a quiet shock that this is the first time in both his lives that someone has ever given him true guidance. His swordsmanship was always purely instinctual, born from real combat and raw experience as a mercenary. Because he never followed formal training, there were many fundamental details he overlooked, which his father pointed out precisely. A soft smile appears on Ghislaine's face as he realizes receiving guidance from a father isn't such a bad thing after all. He spent his past life believing he only had himself to rely on, but now he's incredibly grateful for this second chance. He bows his head, politely thanking his father for teaching him. Walter's expression turns serious once again as he admits he originally intended to scold his son today. He tells Ghislaine that ignoring orders is a serious matter, and Ghislaine looks up in mild surprise. Walter warns that disregarding rules under the pretense of achievement will only lead to greater chaos. But he notes with a soft smile that his son has truly changed. Unlike the past when he caused trouble in a reckless pursuit of merit, Ghislaine is now looking toward a much greater purpose. He commands Ghislaine to keep doing as he is doing now, urging him to fulfill his responsibilities as the future successor. He turns around, ending the training session as Ghislaine watches him in silence. Ghislaine remains silent, deeply moved by his father's unspoken warmth and trust. Remembering his original question, Ghislaine calls out to his father. He asks if his father has a specific request to make of him. As Walter stops, looking back with a slightly embarrassed expression, as Walter hesitates, rubbing his neck as he prepares to deliver his request. With a slightly sweating face, the Count finally asks Ghislaine if he has some extra funds. The scene transitions to a few days later at the Forest of Beasts post. Ghislaine's massive private army stands gathered at the outskirts of the forest. Ghislaine rides in on his white horse, his expression warm as he greets his troops. He asks if everyone has been doing well since their return. The recruits immediately salute, shouting back their compliance with utmost respect. They cheer, happy to see that their young master has fully recovered and is looking healthier. Ghislaine approaches Gillian, Kaor, and Belinda, apologizing for keeping them waiting for so long. He asks Gillian for an update on his daughter Rachel's condition. Gillian looks down with tears of profound gratitude, whispering that he never thought he'd see the day his daughter could walk again. With an intensely loyal gaze, Gillian declares that Rachel's recovery is entirely thanks to Ghislaine's miracle medicine. Ghislaine smiles, noting that he is glad to hear the good news. Shifting the topic, Ghislaine's expression turns completely serious. He tells Belinda, Gillian, and Kaor that their territory is currently in grave danger. He explains the fated conspiracy behind his family's downfall, revealing how Duke Delphine used his puppet lords to handle the dirty work. He explains that the very bodyguards assigned to protect Elena were traitors working for the enemy, and that they had also orchestrated the murder of the de Garde heir to instigate a territorial war. He warns that their shadow enemies have been active for a very long time, and that they are likely actively surveilling their movement right now. Ghislaine clenches his fist, noting that they have neither the time nor the resources to prepare for their upcoming invasion. Belinda and Kaor listen in silent, tense realization. Kaor mutters that this land never gives him a chance to be bored. Gillian grins, noting that if Ghislaine's warnings are true, this is indeed the perfect time to begin building up their defenses. He notes that for a territory known for its weak military and poverty, the discovery of a high-value runestone mine changes absolutely everything. Ghislaine agrees, noting that their enemies won't leave them be once the news of their wealth leaks out. Belinda proposes to immediately report this massive threat to the vassals or to the Count, but Ghislaine flatly refuses, pointing out that considering Elena's bodyguards betrayed them, there were almost certainly traitors among their own castle vassals. He warns that they must keep this information completely to themselves. He notes that while Elena's survival has bought them some time, their enemies will not sit still once they realize their assassination plot has failed. He warns that the upcoming conflict will be a highly brutal, fated war. Kaor smiles, telling Ghislaine to stop worrying and just order them around. He admits that staying around the young master has been a lot of fun. Gillian stands tall, his gaze filled with absolute lifetime loyalty. He vows that his blade and his heart are dedicated entirely to bringing victory to Ghislaine. Belinda nods, aggressively clenching her fists as she asks who else is going to protect the young master if not for her. Ghislaine smiles, deeply moved by their unwavering loyalty and trust. He declares that their biggest enemy is the Delphine ducal family, along with Count Desmond and Amelia, who are acting on the Duke's direct orders. With a sharp command, Ghislaine points his sword toward the horizon, declaring that they will now head directly to the Flame Magic Tower. Kaor is surprised, asking why they are heading to the Flame Magic Tower instead of the Crimson Magic Tower, which would probably pay a much higher price for their runestones. Ghislaine calmly explains that choosing the Flame Magic Tower will cause significantly less friction. He explains that when transporting high-value goods like runestones, unwanted eyes are bound to appear, making stealth their only rational option. Belinda agrees, noting that Amelia has almost certainly set up an ambush along the main routes leading to the Crimson Magic Tower. Ghislaine notes that while the Flame Magic Tower has been in decline for decades, they are still highly determined to reclaim their former glory. He believes that by offering them the runestones, they can secure a powerful, highly loyal ally to support their cause. The scene transitions to the magnificent white-lit structure of the Flame Magic Tower, standing proudly under a beautiful sky. Deep inside the tower's massive library, a young researcher is frantically searching through stacks of old books, calling out to her late mentor. Vanessa clutches her staff tightly, staring blankly as she wonders when the light her master promised will finally find her. We start with a scenic view of the majestic Crimson Magic Tower, a towering structure standing proudly under a clear sky. Kaor and Gordon look up at the massive gates in absolute awe, Kaor commenting on how incredibly tall the tower is. Gordon grins boldly, noting that compared to the impoverished Perdium territory, the residents here are living in an entirely different world. The scene transitions to the busy streets of Brivant, where merchants and townspeople are setting up stalls and carrying crates. A recruit shouts in surprise, pointing at a group of mages conducting a high-level magical experiment directly inside the marketplace. Kaor watches from his horse, completely unimpressed, and noting that he has never seen magic used without a scroll before. The expedition team continues their carriage journey, approaching the grand castle gates of the tower. Suddenly, a massive glowing blue magical shield rises from the stone pavement, blocking their path entirely. The recruits panic, screaming and shouting as they realize the path ahead has completely vanished. The lookout quickly explains that it's a high-level concealment spell, suspecting the tower mages are not happy to see them. Kaor tells them to stop acting like country bumpkins, commanding them to maintain their formation. Belinda chimes in, noting that despite its recent decline, the Crimson Magic Tower is still a formidable force located in one of the wealthiest territories of the kingdom. Gilin remains silent, his expression calm as he notes that on the surface, no one would have expected such a peak tower to fall into decline. The carriages roll up to the majestic main gates. Kaor rubs his neck, groaning that looking up at the high gates is going to snap his neck. He complains that the castle is simply too vast. Belinda looks around, confused to find the gate completely empty with several suits of armor lying shattered on the dirt. Gillian and the guards look on silently, keeping their guard up. Suddenly, a massive blue magic circle activates around the armor, and Sylvain shouts for them to step back immediately. A colossal, glowing blue magic knight puppet rises from the circle, its giant weapons crossed to block their path. The majestic gatekeeper puppet stands firmly in front of the gate, its sword crackling with blue magical energy. The gatekeeper warns them that not just anyone can enter the magic tower. Belinda looks on with absolute cold contempt, completely unimpressed by the cheap magical show. The tower mage steps forward on the castle wall, staff in hand, and demands that they state their identity and purpose. Belinda and Kaor exchange annoyed glances, whispering about how typical it is for arrogant magic tower gatekeepers to not even come down themselves. Gillian steps forward, his voice booming as he announces that their employer is Ghislaine Perdium, the eldest son of the Count. He commands the gatekeeper to immediately call the manager in charge of transactions. But the arrogant gatekeeper flatly refuses to open the gates, claiming the magic tower has zero interest in buying. Belinda is completely taken aback, asking if he is seriously rejecting them before even looking at their goods. The gatekeeper scoffs, mocking their origins from Perdium and claiming anything from such an impoverished beggar territory is bound to be low-quality trash. Furious, Belinda draws her daggers and screams at them to get down here right now, her face contorted in pure rage. Gillian looks at Ghislaine, asking if the young master is really okay with this blatant disrespect. Ghislaine calmly steps forward, asking the gatekeeper if a high-ranking mage like him should easily recognize this object. He reaches into his pouch and pulls out a glowing blue runestone crystal, holding it up under the sun. The gatekeeper's jaw drops, his eyes bulging in complete shock as he recognizes the rare mineral. He stammers, unable to believe a beggar noble from the north is casually holding a highest-quality runestone. He looks toward the long line of carriages behind Ghislaine, realizing they are all fully loaded with glowing blue crystals. The gatekeeper stands there completely frozen, his mind completely shattered as he realizes they just tried to turn away a wagon of rare runestones. Ghislaine smirks smoothly, asking if they are still planning to reject the deal and send them away. The gatekeeper immediately drops to his knees, bowing deeply and pleading for forgiveness for failing to recognize such esteemed guests. An older spectacled trade manager named Sylvain runs out of the gates, bowing deeply and welcoming them warmly. Ghislaine smoothly explains that since they brought a massive quantity of runestones, he wants to discuss the transaction directly with the tower master. Sylvain is completely startled, quickly promising to inform the master immediately and commanding his staff to escort them to the reception room. The group is escorted inside the luxurious castle lobby, Sylvain running ahead in a panic. Belinda complains about how arrogant they were just moments ago, while Gillian warns her to keep her voice down. Suddenly, a massive, deafening explosion echoes from the upper floors, rattling the windows. Ghislaine looks up, slightly surprised, but Sylvain quickly reassures them that it's just a common sound that happens during magic research. The scene transitions to the research lab, where Alfoy is fuming over his failed experiment. Alfoy aggressively points his staff at a young, dark-haired apprentice, commanding her to never step foot in his research lab again. He mocks her lack of talent, yelling that she can't even use basic magic yet, is occupying a precious spot in the facility. He boasts about his own status as the heir to the magic tower and a third circle master, looking down on her with immense arrogance. His friend chimes in, mocking her and telling her to be grateful that the great master gave her a spot in the first place. The girl looks down weakly, tears streaming as she whispers that she has the right to use the lab freely because she is a mage. Alfoy scoffs at her claim, asking with a cruel grin if she seriously considers herself a mage. Alfoy lets out a smug smirk, fully confident in his superior magical circle. This dude has absolutely zero idea of what's about to hit him. Alfoy raises his staff, mockingly telling her that if she is indeed a mage, she should be able to block his basic attack with a defensive spell. He readies his weapon, his staff glowing with a fierce red flame magic. He unleashes a powerful fireball, throwing his entire weight into the strike. The girl is completely frozen in terror, watching the fiery blast close in on her. Alfoy screams his spell name, first circle spell Fire Sling. The massive fireball crashes down toward her, the intense heat melting the carpet. The spell detonates with a deafening boom, sending flames and black smoke flying everywhere. But in a split second, a blur of motion cuts through the fire. Ghislaine leaps forward, his glowing sword cleanly slicing the fireball in half. Alfoy and his friends are completely stunned, their jaws dropping as they stare at the shattered flames. Ghislaine sheathes his sword calmly, standing defensively in front of the trembling girl. Ghislaine looks Alfoy dead in the eye, asking in a low, dangerous whisper if this cheap bullying is what they study at the Crimson Magic Tower. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Tower Master's conference room, where Hubert is fuming over their reports. Hubert yells in pure panic, unable to believe they are completely running out of runestones. He rumbles in fuming rage, slamming his fist on the table and complaining about how it came to this. He warns that at this rate, the financial gap between their tower and the Tower of Advancement will only widen. Every time he tried to secure a stable supply chain of runestones, the elders postponed his request to spend their money on luxury goods instead. He grumbles that while the other Tower Master has reached the 7th circle, he is still stuck at the 6th circle. He complains that without runestones, his mages won't be able to train properly, asking what they plan to do. Hubert fumes in silence, his eyes filled with pure jealousy as he curses his rival's success. Suddenly, Sylvain bursts through the heavy double doors, panting heavily and looking absolutely panicked. Hubert roars at him for interrupting their important meeting without permission, but Sylvain quickly stammers his apologies. Sylvain screams that Hubert needs to come down to the reception lobby immediately. He reveals the shocking, miraculous news that a massive, unprecedented shipment of highest quality runestones has just arrived at their gates. The entire conference room is left standing in absolute, stunned silence. Meanwhile, back in the lobby, Alfoy recovers from his shock and furiously demands to know who the hell Ghislaine is to intervene. He draws his fiery staff again, his face contorted in pure, humiliated rage. Alfoy launches another horizontal fire sweep, sparks flying across the lobby. But before he can complete his spell, Jillian appears out of nowhere, his massive hand firmly grabbing Alfoy's staff. With one effortless squeeze, Gillian completely freezes Alfoy's movements, his single eye glowing blue. Belinda suddenly materializes directly behind Alfoy, holding a cold, sharp dagger tightly against his neck. Belinda whispers a chilling threat, promising to slit his throat if he dares to take another step. Hubert's voice suddenly booms from the upper balcony, demanding that everyone stop their combat immediately. The Tower Master Hubert steps out of his conference room, his eyes wide in absolute shock as he takes in the chaotic bloodbath unfolding in his lobby. Ghislaine stands next to Vanessa, maintaining his composure as Hubert, the Tower Master, glares in surprise. Ghislaine calmly orders Belinda to release the troublemaker. Belinda gives a brief nod and lets go of Alfoy, who drops heavily to the stone floor, groaning in absolute agony. With tears streaming down his face, Alfoy looks up and dramatically screams out for his teacher. Hubert rushes over to inspect the situation, asking Alfoy what on earth is going on in the laboratory. Alfoy immediately begins lying, crying that the intruders attacked him when he was just trying to keep Vanessa safe. He makes an incredibly pathetic face, claiming he was only trying to protect her since she doesn't have any mana of her own. Belinda is completely disgusted by the display and mocks him for crying like a little girl. Alfoy snaps back in a fit of rage, screaming that he is a grown man. Vanessa timidly looks down, hiding behind Ghislaine as she whispers that she only wanted to use the laboratory for her studies. Ghislaine looks at her in silence. Ghislaine narrows his eyes, realizing his suspicions about her identity are completely spot on. A fiery visualization reveals her future title as the legendary Red Nightmare Vanessa, the monster she is destined to become. Hubert looks absolutely furious, clenching his fist and growling at Ghislaine's group for daring to harm his student after breaking into the tower. A massive burst of orange flame erupts from Hubert's hand as he threatens to burn them all to a crisp. Belinda glances back nervously, asking Ghislaine what they should do since this old mage looks genuinely dangerous. Ghislaine doesn't show a single ounce of fear. He calmly steps forward into Hubert's path, politely apologizing for the incredibly late introduction. He formally places a hand on his chest, declaring his name as Ghislaine Perdium, the heir of the prominent Perdium family. Ghislaine then casually states his true purpose for visiting. He is here to trade runestones. Hubert's jaw instantly drops. Hubert stands completely frozen, his massive wall of fire instantly fizzling out into nothing but smoke. Alfoy points a shaking finger, stammering about how a beggar noble could possibly have runestones. Ghislaine simply tells them the cargo is waiting right outside the gates. Gillen wears a highly confident, sharp grin as he prepares to show them the real treasure. The scene cuts to the main courtyard, where a massive line of wooden carts sits under heavy guard. The sheer glow of pure blue magical energy radiating from the carts leaves Hubert and his elders completely speechless. The elder mages sweat profusely as they stare at the payload, whispering in disbelief about where on earth a poor northern territory secured this much wealth. One of the elders turns to Hubert with a nervous sweat, stating there are at least 10 full carts of runestones and asking for instructions on how to proceed. Hubert stands in silence, his face shadowed as he tries to process the sheer magnitude of the situation. Suddenly, the old tower master bursts into loud maniacal laughter, his eyes wide with greed. He stretches his arms wide, shouting that this is the ultimate opportunity they've been waiting for to finally crush those Crimson Magic Tower bastards. But he quickly tries to regain his composure, clearing his throat and attempting to downplay the quality of the goods to lower the price. Hubert mutters to himself about how hard it must have been for a country noble to secure this much, trying to sound completely unimpressed. But Vanessa innocently speaks up, pointing out that one single cart is already a massive amount of runestones that could easily last them several weeks. Hubert's veins instantly pop. Hubert snaps, waving his arms and furiously yelling at Vanessa to shut up and get back inside the tower. He mutters about her being a complete pain in the neck left behind by Renato, grumbling that she should at least learn how to read the room. Ghislaine watches the old man with a cold, disgusted glare. Hubert then turns to his elders, asking if anyone else agrees with her. The elders immediately take the hint, putting on their acting faces and nodding in agreement with Hubert. One of the elders loudly claims that the quality doesn't seem very good upon closer inspection, while another warns that they might actually be cheap fakes. Belinda absolutely loses her temper, yelling at them for calling the runestones fake after all the hard work they did to get them. The elders mockingly laugh, claiming there are too many scammers in the world these days to buy things solely based on the seller's claims. Ghislaine puts a hand on Belinda's shoulder to calm her, then quietly asks if they are officially saying they aren't interested in buying. Without waiting for a response, Ghislaine turns around and tells his team that since the tower doesn't want the stones, they should pack up and go elsewhere. The elders instantly panic, their smug grins completely vanishing as they watch the massive payload start to roll away. Hubert frantically tries to salvage the situation, fake smiling as he suggests they should show some mercy and take the goods off their hands. He chuckles warmly, stating he will buy them all out of the kindness of his heart, but insists on buying them slightly below the market price. Ghislaine cuts him off mid-sentence, wearing a brilliant, knowing smirk as he tells Hubert he is deeply misunderstanding the situation. He turns to Kaor and commands him to take all of the carts back to the horses, leaving only a single cart behind. Ghislaine pulls off the ultimate power move, turning the tables on the greedy mages in a single sentence. Hubert and the elders stand in frozen, stunned silence, completely caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Kaor smirks, getting the memo immediately as he fake apologizes for forgetting the plan and orders the guards to pull the carts back. The heavy wooden carts are quickly turned around, heading straight back out of the main courtyard. Hubert waves his arms in a panic, shouting at them to stop. Ghislaine casually apologizes, claiming his men made a mistake and brought too much cargo. He coldly adds that their actual destination is the Crimson Magic Tower, and they only stopped here to get some quick pocket money. Hubert's jaw drops as he repeats the name of their absolute rival tower in pure horror. He immediately changes his tune, fake laughing and claiming his earlier comments were just a joke to break the ice before inviting them upstairs to talk. Ghislaine smirks, agreeing to have a proper discussion now that the playing field is leveled. The scene shifts to the grand reception room, where they are all seated around a luxurious table. Hubert sits comfortably, offering a polite introduction to the mages seated beside him. He proudly boasts that the elders of his flame magic tower are all highly accomplished mages of the Fifth Circle. Ghislaine nods with a pleasant smile, admitting it is indeed highly impressive that everyone here is a Fifth Circle mage, but then he smoothly adds that it's exactly what he'd expect from the second strongest in the northern region. Hubert's vein pops as he tries to keep his temper in check, claiming that the flame magic tower is still the undisputed strongest regardless of rumors. Belinda and Gillian look on nervously, wondering if Ghislaine is intentionally trying to push the old man's buttons. Hubert dismisses the small talk, waving his hand and impatiently asking how much Ghislaine actually wants to sell the runestones for. He arrogantly warns Ghislaine that he won't get a better deal anywhere else in the region. Ghislaine raises 2 fingers, wearing the most punchable grin on his face as he delivers his price. Double. The elders instantly erupt in outrage, shouting that this kid is far too naive and clearly doesn't understand how negotiations work. Hubert scolds him, lecturing that a deal requires compromise from both parties instead of one-sided demands. Guan remains completely unbothered, smiling as he says he just felt like getting double the price from them. An elder slams his fist down, furiously demanding to know if Ghislaine is mocking their entire tower. Hubert's expression darkens as he leans in, telling Ghislaine to watch his mouth. His eyes glow with a terrifying red light as he growls about how much he hates clueless brats who don't understand their place. Ghislaine stares right back into his eyes, looking completely unfazed by the elder's murderous aura. Hubert sighs, fake, sweetly offering a compromise by saying he'll give a little bit more than market price out of mercy. But Ghislaine doesn't even let him finish, suddenly standing up and preparing to leave. He calmly states that since they don't want to buy, he will take his cargo straight to the Crimson Magic Tower. Hubert completely loses his cool and screams for Ghislaine to stop. He frantically begs Ghislaine to sit back down and have a longer discussion, pleading that he's fully willing to negotiate. Ghislaine pauses, looking back over his shoulder with a highly satisfied smirk. Hubert grits his teeth, his pride utterly broken as he admits that Ghislaine has some serious guts. He begrudgingly agrees to take the runestones off their hands for double the market price. Ghislaine agrees to the deal, but then adds a massive catch. He adds that the price is only for one cart, leaving the greedy mages completely speechless. The elders and Hubert scream in absolute shock, demanding to know why he won't sell the rest of the cargo. Ghislaine points out that if he tells the Crimson Magic Tower he sold one cart for double the price, they'll gladly pay triple to get the rest. Hubert is completely red with anger, telling Ghislaine that there's a limit to how much he can joke around before storming off. Ghislaine simply waves goodbye and turns to leave, forcing Hubert to immediately panic and beg him to wait. Hubert completely folds, screaming at the top of his lungs that they will buy the entire shipment at triple the price. Ghislaine stops, a massive victorious smile spreading across his face. He sits back down, telling Hubert that now they are finally speaking the same language. Hubert commands his elder to stay right there while he goes to fetch the massive sum of gold immediately. As Hubert walks down the hallway, he stresses out over being completely played by a young noble from the north. He growls to himself that if the kid pushes him any further, he'll burn him. But before he can leave, Ghislaine calls out to hold on. Hubert turns around as Ghislaine calmly states that he hasn't actually finished telling them all of his conditions. Hubert completely loses his mind, screaming in pure frustration about what else the kid could possibly want. Hubert looks completely dumbfounded, his hands frozen in mid-air as he tries to process Ghislaine's sudden demand. He stammers, unable to believe what he just heard. He sweats profusely, staring blankly as he repeats the name in absolute confusion, asking if Ghislaine seriously wants Vanessa of all people. Ghislaine maintains a perfectly calm, deadpan expression, confirming that he wants her as his exclusive personal mage. The scene transitions to a warm flashback campfire where a delicious piece of meat is sizzling over the flames. Someone casually warns that the meat is starting to burn. The flashback shows Ghislaine sitting by the fire with Claude. Ghislaine playfully snaps at him to cook it himself, but Claude sighs and points out that he's literally missing an entire arm. Ghislaine turns to him in confusion, asking what he meant, but Claude quickly brushes it off with a smirk, saying it was nothing. Claude leans forward, asking Ghislaine if he has ever heard the terrifying rumors surrounding a mage known as Vanessa the Red Nightmare. Ghislaine looks back curiously, and Claude explains that during his travels collecting intelligence, this specific legend caught his eye. We see a menacing crimson silhouette of Vanessa engulfed in massive roaring flames, representing her destructive future self who reached the legendary Seventh Circle. Ghislaine takes a slow sip from his cup, noting that the Red Nightmare is a pretty flashy title, and asks Claude what else he knows about her. Claude explains that, according to the rumors, she went completely insane and somehow mastered a rare mana cultivation technique instead of standard magic circles. He adds that she is a walking natural disaster who leaves nothing but ashes in her path, and that the previous subjugation requests they received were actually for her. Ghislaine stares into the campfire, silently absorbing the incredible information. Claude mutters about how insane it is for a mage to achieve the Seventh Circle through a non-traditional cultivation technique. Ghislaine's eyes glow with sharp determination in the firelight as he admits that his curiosity is thoroughly piqued. With a confident grin, Ghislaine casually declares that they should recruit her right now, leaving Claude completely speechless. A narrator's note explains that in his past life, Vanessa was already on the verge of death by the time he found her, completely unable to control her raging magic. But Ghislaine knows she possesses the raw talent to reach the absolute peak if she only receives the right guidance. He stares ahead with a cold glare, vowing to recruit her for sure and change her tragic fate this time around. Back in the present, Belinda and KR look at Ghislaine in disbelief, whispering that the fragile girl they just saw didn't look powerful at all. Meanwhile, the greedy elders quickly whisper to Hubert, telling him this is the perfect opportunity to get rid of a useless mouth to feed. Hubert quickly changes his tune, putting on a fake smile and claiming Vanessa is a highly valued asset who would be delighted to accept the transfer. But Ghislaine cuts him off coldly, adding a second condition, demanding the tower dispatch Third Circle battle mages to his territory. Gislin's eyes flash with a menacing blue light as he announces that he needs them to fight in his upcoming territorial war. The entire reception room goes dead silent as the mages freeze in absolute horror. Ghislain holds up his fingers, listing his 3 non-negotiable terms: triple market price, exclusive right to Vanessa, and a 1-year deployment of battle mages. He turns his back on them, coldly stating that these are the only conditions under which he will sell them the runestones. Hubert stares at Ghislain's retreating back, a dangerous heavy silence filling the entire chamber. Suddenly, an overwhelming purple and red magical pressure explodes from Hubert's body, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. Hubert slowly mutters Ghislain's name, his voice dripping with pure rage. He looks down on Ghislain like an absolute monster, growling that the young noble has clearly taken him for a fool. He points out that mages affiliated with the magic towers are strictly forbidden by kingdom law from participating in territorial wars. Hubert barks that Ghislain is not only ignorant of the laws, but is also trying to throw the very foundation of their magic tower onto the front lines as meat shields. He calls it an unforgivable insult to the flame magic tower, threatening that not even Ghislain's ashes will remain. A massive shockwave of pure mana ripples through the room, forcing Belinda, Gillian, and Kaor to quickly step in front of Ghislain to shield him. A colossal construct of dark purple flames manifests behind Hubert as he prepares to unleash hell, but Ghislain doesn't even flinch. Ghislain stares directly into the blinding pressure and calmly warns the old man that he will deeply regret attacking them. His eyes narrow as he drops a massive secret, revealing they've discovered a massive runestone vein in their territory. He explains that, at a rough estimate, the vein contains several dozen times the amount of runestones they brought today. The old mage's jaws instantly hit the floor as their greedy minds struggle to process the sheer scale of the wealth. Ghislain points out that this information is already spreading across the north, and asks Hubert if he understands what that means. Hubert stands frozen as Ghislain explains that countless enemies will soon come to steal the runestone vein from them. He offers his hand, explaining that Perdium only wants the tower's strength to protect themselves, and, in exchange, they will give the Flame Magic Tower a complete monopoly. Hubert realizes the incredible potential of a monopoly, realizing this is their ticket to greatness. Ghislain adds that with this deal, it's only a matter of time before they completely surpass the Crimson Magic Tower. Hubert stares at Ghislain's extended hand, his intense anger completely replaced by overwhelming greed. He suppresses his pride, realizing this is a deal he simply cannot afford to turn down. Without another word, Hubert firmly shakes Ghislain's hand, sealing the historic alliance. The scene cuts to Hubert's private study, where he is explaining the details of the agreement to Alfoy. Alfoy looks completely horrified, desperately asking why he has to be the one sent to a back-end noble territory. Hubert explains that he is sending Alfoy to secure his future and keep a close eye on their investment. He orders Alfoy to ensure the country bumpkins don't smuggle the runestones elsewhere, and reminds him to retreat immediately if a real war breaks out. He tells him he only needs to endure the assignment for a single year to secure their future. He promises that in 1 year, they will finally take the crown as the undisputed best magic tower in the land. Alfoy smiles deviously, his arrogant confidence returning as he bows to his master. He glares ahead with a smug expression, already planning how he will look down on the northern nobles. A few days later, the carriage finally arrives at the grand gates of Perdium Castle. Gillian welcomes them, but Alfoy immediately looks around the muddy, old-fashioned territory with deep disgust. He mutters in irritation, calling the grand castle a rural dump and complaining about being dispatched to such a miserable place. He struts in front of Ghislain, arrogantly introducing himself as the heir of the magic tower and a third circle master. He warns Ghislain not to let his guard down, speaking to him like a superior officer rather than a guest. Alfoy thinks to himself that once he becomes the tower master, Ghislain will be the very first person he ruins. Ghislain completely ignores the bragging and bluntly asks where Vanessa is. Alfoy rolls his eyes, lazily pointing behind him and saying she should be carrying their luggage. We see poor Vanessa struggling to walk, carrying 2 massive, heavy leather suitcases on her back. She looks up in exhaustion, sweat dripping from her face as she timidly greets her new young lord. She drops the heavy bags onto the dirt path with a loud thud, gasping for air. Alfoy immediately scolds her, snapping that she took way too long to bring their gear. He coldly commands her to unload all the bags immediately. He mocks her in front of Ghislain, saying she can't even use magic anyway, so she should at least make herself useful by doing heavy chores. Suddenly, a massive suitcase is kicked directly into Alfoy's face with incredible speed. The impact sends Alfoy flying backward, crashing face first into the dirt as the contents of his bag spill everywhere. Alfoy clutches his bleeding nose in absolute shock, screaming about the meaning of this sudden attack. Ghislain stands over him with a cold glare, declaring that Vanessa is no longer affiliated with their tower and is now his exclusive personnel. He points his finger down at the trembling mage, warning him that he will let it slide just this once. He warns Alfoy that if he ever orders Vanessa around again, he will have to risk his own life for it. Vanessa looks up in wide-eyed shock, her heart deeply moved by the young lord standing up to protect her. Alfoy's face turns bright red with embarrassment and pure fury. He screams in rage, asking how a country noble dares to treat a third circle master and the successor of the magic tower with such disrespect. He commands the other dispatched mages to stand up and show these barbarians the true pride of mages. Ghislaine simply lets out a heavy sigh and snaps his fingers in the air. In an instant, the elite knights of Perdium draw their massive weapons, surrounding the mages with terrifying coordination. The mages completely freeze, sweating in terror as they realize they are completely outmatched by the martial force. Ghislaine steps forward, his voice cold and commanding as he tells Alfoy to shut up. He reminds Alfoy that they are here under a legally binding contract signed by their own tower master, giving Ghislaine absolute authority over them. Ghislaine leans in close, asking Alfoy who he thinks the tower master will side with if the entire deal falls apart because of his childish tantrums. Alfoy's arrogant expression completely vanishes, replaced by a tense, silent sweat as he realizes he has absolutely no cards left to play. Ghislaine coldly states that in Perdium, they are nothing more than a reserve bundle of living mana, and orders them to start acting like it. Alfoy is left trembling in absolute humiliation, his eyes bloodshot as he repeats the insulting term to himself. Ghislaine ignores him, ordering Gillian and Kaor to take good care of their new guests. Kaor and Gillian step forward with terrifying, wicked grins, promising to help the mages quickly adapt to their new home. Alfoy looks at the massive grinning warriors in sheer dread, realizing his life is about to become a living hell. Ghislaine walks over to Vanessa and gently calls out her name. Vanessa flinches, quickly bowing her head and answering him in a timid voice. He tells her to never take orders from anyone else, reiterating that she is now his exclusive mage. The logo for the regressed mercenaries' machinations flashes on screen. Ghislaine and Vanessa walk side by side into a grand stone training facility. Vanessa keeps her eyes glued to the floor, her hands nervously clutching her staff. Ghislaine looks over and calls out her name. She flinches, quickly looking up as she blurts out a highly anxious response. Ghislaine asks how far she has progressed with her magic studies. Vanessa replies that she has actually managed to learn up to the 5th circle. She sheepishly adds that she only memorized the formulas. Ghislaine maintains a serious face, but internally, he is highly impressed. He offers a warm, encouraging smile, telling her that it is indeed highly impressive, but Vanessa looks down in deep sorrow. She let out a heavy sigh, sadly stating that it is all completely useless because she can't actually cast any magic. Ghislaine tilts his head, gently asking if there is a specific physical reason she cannot wield mana. Vanessa explains that she has simply never been able to feel it since she was a little kid. She turns her back to him, quietly explaining that she spent her entire life believing she would be able to cast a spell if she just worked hard enough. A beautiful memory shows a tiny Vanessa sitting on the floor of a massive dark library, studying endlessly through the night under the warm glow of a lamp. She recalls how her teacher, who was her only real guide and protector, suddenly passed away. Vanessa clutches her staff, her eyes welling up with tears as she asks if that is why she was so easily cast out of the tower. Ghislaine looks at her with deep empathy, realizing she has already memorized high-level formulas of the 5th circle. He reflects on how her theoretical understanding is already on par with the elite elders of the magic tower. He knows magic isn't something that can be learned merely through memory. He recalls the words of Renato. Casting a spell requires deep insight and personal interpretation to fully activate the mana pathways. Vanessa possesses a brilliant mind, but her physical body simply couldn't keep up with the intense flow of magical energy. Ghislaine looks at her gently, telling her that all of her hard work was not in vain and that she simply needs to take a different path. He remembers Claude's earlier story about the legendary mage who burned down an entire region using forbidden mana cultivation. In the flashback, Claude shivers as he recalls the woman's absolute madness. Back in the present, Ghislaine makes up his mind and decides to take a massive gamble. He looks at her with an incredibly confident smirk, declaring that from now on he will personally teach her the secrets of mana cultivation. Vanessa looks at him in complete sweaty disbelief, stuttering about how a mage could possibly study cultivation. Ghislaine calmly explains that both magic circles and cultivation rely on the exact same fundamental source of energy, mana. He steps closer, asking if she has ever tried cultivating her internal energy before. Vanessa is completely frozen by the question. Her mind races in absolute panic, thinking that using mana cultivation is complete madness that could easily leave her crippled for life. She trembles, warning him of the high risk of permanent damage to her body if the energy flow goes even slightly wrong. But Ghislaine simply sits down cross-legged on the stone floor, extending his hands to her and telling her to trust him. A close-up of Ghislaine's brilliant, glowing blue eye shows he has absolute confidence in his plan. Vanessa stares down at his open hands, silently weighing her options as her dreams of wielding magic flash before her eyes. With a deep breath, she slowly reaches out her trembling hands toward him. She sits opposite him, whispering to herself about whether she can truly cast magic. Vanessa clenches her hands into tight fists, her resolve finally hardening as she decides to risk it all. They sit directly across from each other, closing their eyes as they align their postures for the cultivation session. Ghislaine opens his collar to help guide the energy, thinking to himself that in her past life, Vanessa had the exact same desperate look in her eyes as he did. He recognizes that look of deep, crushing regret and the overwhelming desire to prove oneself. He thinks about how she fell into a dark abyss of rage and hatred because her talent was left completely unguided. She was forced to learn a highly unstable cultivation technique of unknown origin, turning her into a walking disaster driven by raw, destructive instinct. But Ghislaine resolves that this time around, he is here to protect her from falling into that dark path again. He promises to reach out his hand and guide her safely through the volatile process. They raise their hands, a brilliant blue magical aura instantly swirling around them as their energies connect. Ghislaine places his glowing hands directly onto her back, using his own refined mana to force open her long blocked pathways. The sudden surge of foreign energy is incredibly painful, forcing Vanessa to grit her teeth in absolute agony. She cries out as an intense, burning heat spreads rapidly through her entire body. Ghislaine commands her to shut her mouth and focus, warning that her mana pathways are beginning to tangle. He tells her that the energy inside her belongs to him, urging her not to lose the sensation. He instructs her to focus entirely on feeling the flow as it spreads into every single corner of her body. The complex magical circuits across her back glow with a blinding blue light as the blockages are forcefully shattered. A massive, brilliant explosion of white magical light erupts, illuminating the entire training hall. Vanessa is completely engulfed in a glowing pillar of pure, radiant mana. The scene flashes back to the Magic Tower, where her late master Renato is passionately defending Vanessa in front of Hubert and the other elders. But Hubert coldly dismisses him, stating that no matter how smart Vanessa is, she cannot be called a true mage if she can't cast a single spell. Renato gets furious, but Hubert simply turns away, claiming that pouring resources into her is a complete waste of time. Vanessa stands in the hallway, overhearing the harsh rejection in silence. A crying young Vanessa runs up to her master, apologizing for her lack of talent. She blames herself, crying that he wouldn't have had to leave the Magic Tower if she was stronger. But Renato gently pats her head, reassuring her that he left to find a way to unlock her true potential. He tells her to lift her head and look up at the beautiful blue sky. He promises her that there is no place in this world where darkness lasts forever. He vows that one day, a bright light will surely find her. In the present, Vanessa looks up as Ghislaine extends his hand, a warm golden aura surrounding them like a destiny fulfilled. She gazes at his hand, realizing that the promised light has finally arrived. She tearfully reaches out to grab his hand, thanking her late master for being right all along. A brilliant wave of magic completely clears her clogged pathways, finally allowing her to feel the mana. Vanessa's eyes glow with pure, unfiltered magical energy as her potential is unlocked. The scene cuts to another territory at night, where a massive brawl is taking place inside a lively tavern. Mercenaries are being thrown around like ragdolls, screaming that a complete lunatic has already knocked out 4 of their strongest guys. Inside the tavern, tables are shattered as a massive, muscular warrior stands in the center of the chaos. Not in the allowed list, substituting with laughcat.jpg. Let's use laughcat.jpg. The giant warrior laughs maniacally, mocking the mercenaries for trying to cut him with what he calls metal toys. He roars, telling them not to make him laugh as a group of armed guards surrounds him. With lightning-fast reflexes, he ducks under their slashes and shatters their swords with his bare fists. He unleashes a devastating punch, sending a mercenary flying straight through a wooden wall. Another mercenary tries to sneak attack him from behind with a dagger, but the giant easily senses him. He turns around with a terrifying, glowing, blue-eyed smile on his scarred face. He grabs the attacker in midair, slamming him violently onto the wooden floor. The floorboards completely shatter from the impact as the warrior chuckles, mocking them for being defeated before he even warmed up. His subordinates cheer loudly, praising him as the greatest warrior of their time. He sits back down, grabbing a massive wooden tankard of ale and complaining about weaklings interrupting his banquet. He slams the mug onto the table, declaring that no one around here is strong enough to stop them. The camera pans out to the quiet, starry night sky above the remote cabin. A messenger wearing a wide-brimmed hat stands outside the tavern entrance. He enters the room, loudly asking the giant warrior if his training is going well. The giant warrior, Lord Victor, looks back over his shoulder with an annoyed expression. The messenger steps forward, asking what Victor has to say about the latest news. He hands over a scroll, stating that it is a critical dispatch order from Count Desmond. Victor looks down at the scroll in silence, his eyes narrowing as he reads the contents. He remains silent for a brief moment, letting the news sink in. He reaches down, grabbing a heavy silver wolf head helmet from the table beside him. He slides the massive helmet over his head, locking it firmly into place. Victor stands up amongst the pile of groaning, beaten mercenaries, a sinister grin on his face as he mutters that he was dying of boredom anyway. Dressed in full heavy steel plate armor, the menacing warrior prepares to set out for his next bloody battle. Zwalter Perdium sits alone at a massive wooden desk in his dimly lit chamber, silently reading a letter that has just arrived. He clenches the paper tightly in his hands, his face growing incredibly grave as he finishes reading. The letter is marked with a black crest, containing a warning written in blood-red text stating that his son, Gilmore Daigold, was killed by Giselle Perdium, so he will take revenge. Zwalter closes his eyes, letting out a heavy sigh as he realizes they have been walked straight into a trap. He quietly commands his guards to summon all of the soldiers. High above the castle walls, a dark flag bearing the white wolf emblem of Perdium flutters in the stormy sky, signaling a sudden declaration of war. Randolph slams his fist down in the council chamber, shouting in pure fury that the Daigold bastards have lost their minds for accusing Giselle of murder. The other retainers burst into a panicked uproar, muttering about how their long-standing allies could turn on them so easily. Zwalter remains silent, keeping his eyes closed as the retainers frantically ask what Daigold could possibly hope to gain by starting a war. He finally opens his eyes, stating in a cold voice that the entire conflict is driven by greed for their newly discovered runestones. Giselle stands in the back, calmly listening to the panic. He steps forward, reminding them that 2 of their own retainers went to Daigold as envoys while he was away at the Magic Tower. A collective gasp runs through the room as the vassals realize they have been betrayed from within by people who leaked information about their territory. One of the vassals sweats nervously, asking how Giselle can make such a dangerous claim, while Zwalter silently processes the betrayal. Randolph turns to Giselle, commenting that it's almost as if Giselle knew this betrayal was bound to happen from the very start. He raises his armored fist, trying to sound confident by claiming their forces outnumber Daigold's and have much more real battle experience. He urges the Grand Duke to let them march out immediately and make Daigold pay for picking a fight with them. But the doors are suddenly thrown open as a scout runs in, desperately gasping for breath. The scout screams at the top of his lungs, delivering the terrifying news that the enemy forces have already arrived. Outside the castle walls, the horizon is completely dominated by the yellow and black banners of the approaching Daigold army. A heavily armored Daigold knight sits atop a white warhorse, leading the massive invasion force. A wide shot reveals a terrifying sight. Thousands of enemy soldiers have already lined up in perfect, imposing battle formations right outside the gates. The vassals look down from the ramparts, their faces turning completely pale as they ask how the enemy could have prepared a massive invasion so quickly. A scout reports that they are facing roughly 6,000 fully armed troops, alongside another 1,000 bringing siege weapons and a massive supply unit. Randolph sweats, asking how a poor territory like Daigold could possibly raise and equip an army of this size. Zwalter raises his hand and commands them all to immediately get a grip on themselves. He stands tall at the edge of the ramparts, staring down at the massive enemy forces with a fierce, unwavering glare. He warns that bickering will only delay their defense. He barks out rapid orders, commanding them to gather all soldiers at the walls, bring all citizens into the castle, and shut every gate. He raises his fist high, declaring to his soldiers that the war has officially begun. Outside the gate, Count Tamos Daigold sits on his black horse, staring up at the castle and quietly muttering about his deceased son. He grins deviously, admitting that his son was actually a completely useless loafer, but his death gave them the perfect excuse to invade. He rides forward, admiring the castle walls and calling for his champion Victor to join him for a discussion with the Perdium leaders. Count Tamos and Victor ride up to the front gate under the watchful eyes of the defenders. From the top of the wall, Zwalter screams down at him, demanding to know the meaning of this unprovoked atrocity. Count Tamos scoffs, shouting back that Zwalter's son Giselle murdered his beloved son Gilmore on this very land. Tamos glares with a bloodshot, manic look, yelling that any parent would seek revenge. He offers a fake compromise, saying the bloodshed can end if they surrender immediately. He looks up at the ramparts, waiting to see if Zwalter will fall for the blatant lie. Randolph yells down in pure rage, cursing the Count for daring to lie to their faces. He turns to Zwalter, telling him that further conversation with a snake like Tamos is completely meaningless. Zwalter silently reflects that even though they managed to save Elena, this conflict was bound to happen. The presence of siege weapons proves Daigold intends to completely crush them. He narrows his eyes, realizing everything is playing out just as they anticipated. Zwalter looks down at the enemy count and firmly declares that his son did not kill Gilmore. His eyes glow with a brilliant, powerful blue aura as he tells the Count that this is his only answer. With absolute authority, Zwalter warns them to leave immediately if they value their lives. Victor watches from behind, silently admiring Zwalter for maintaining the fierce spirit of a legendary general who has guarded the north for decades. Tamos hides his fear behind a scowl, turning his horse around and mocking the northern wolf for his foolish choice. He shouts a final warning, telling Zwalter not to regret the blood that is about to be spilled on this land. His maniacal laughter echoes across the open field as he rides back to his army. Inside the castle, Randolph begs Walter to let him take the lead, claiming the enemy is just an untrained rabble that he can easily wipe out. The other vassals quickly shut him down, pointing out that the 3-to-1 gap in numbers is far too big to risk a direct confrontation. They continue to argue over whether they can survive until reinforcements arrive, or if they should abandon the castle and retreat north. Zwalter stands in silence, his head spinning in a state of absolute chaos. He realizes that Dygald's sudden preparedness and massive troop numbers are impossible for a poor territory to achieve alone, meaning a powerful faction must be backing them. He rubs his temples in frustration, wondering how they can possibly survive this siege. Suddenly, Giselle steps forward, calmly suggesting that they indeed need to prepare for a siege. Zwalter looks back in surprise, startled by his son's complete lack of panic. Giselle calmly lists the facts, pointing out that the enemy has nearly 7,000 troops, while they have barely over 2,000. He notes that it will take the enemy 15 days to assemble their siege weapons before starting their full assault, meaning holding the castle is their only option for now. Giselle stands with his hands behind his back, looking completely composed. Randolph scoffs, admitting that a siege is the logical move, but questioning how they will handle the hidden faction behind Dygald. Giselle walks up to his father, leaning in to whisper a secret plan. Zwalter's eyes widen in pure shock as he listens to his son's brilliant strategy. Giselle steps back with a confident, knowing smile, leaving his father completely stunned. Giselle stands in his heavy, dark steel plate armor, looking incredibly epic as the narrator notes they have 15 days left before the clash. He vows to put everything he has into turning the tables on their enemies. Later, Giselle meets with Gillian, Kaor, and Belinda in their war room to outline the details of his plan. Gillian strokes his beard, while Kaor smirks and comments that the war has finally begun. Belinda looks on with a highly serious expression, waiting for Giselle's instructions. Giselle looks at them with absolute resolve, stating that he will now explain what they need to do. Giselle points to the map, proposing a daring surprise attack on the enemy's supply unit. He explains that cutting off their supplies is the easiest way to make continuing the war impossible for Dygald. Belinda looks worried, pointing out that the castle is surrounded by thousands of eyes, meaning any movement will be noticed immediately. We see a detailed map of the castle surroundings, completely blocked off by the enemy forces, but Giselle simply smiles and calls for Kaor and Gillian. Kaor grins, explaining that they have already secretly stationed troops at the Beast Forest outpost where they can easily hide without being detected. Gillian shows off several dark camouflaged cloaks made from Dearest Ent bark, noting they are perfect for night operations. Giselle explains that while a large army would be spotted immediately, a small camouflaged elite unit can easily bypass the enemy lines. Belinda points out the only remaining problem. They still don't know the exact location of the enemy supply camp. Giselle turns to her, calling out her name softly. She looks up, and Giselle tells her that he needs her to sneak in and locate the camp. Belinda's eyes flash with determination as she immediately salutes and accepts the dangerous mission. Giselle knows it's a highly dangerous task, but he trusts Belinda's elite skills to handle it with ease. He looks toward Vanessa's quarters, thinking about the final piece of his plan. He smiles, knowing Vanessa is their ultimate trump card to end this war once and for all. The scene cuts to a few days later, outside the heavily guarded Dygald supply unit camp. Inside a lavish tent, the traitor commander Pabro holds a glass of wine, laughing about how he will finally receive land after betraying Perdium. He tells his companion that joining Count Desmond's side was definitely the right choice, as it secured him a comfortable rear position. They clink their glasses together, celebrating their assured victory over the miserable Perdium. But outside the glowing tents, a small group of warriors is quietly observing them from the dark bushes. Giselle watches them with a cold, menacing smirk. He whispers that they have arrived right on time for the strike. Giselle, Kaor, Gillian, and their elite squad sit on their horses, fully camouflaged in their dark cloaks. Kaor grumbles about the gloomy weather and the pitch-black darkness. Giselle pulls down his visor, smiling as he calls it the perfect weather for a surprise attack. With a cold glare through his helmet, he commands his men not to take any prisoners. He draws his sword, a terrifying purple aura engulfing him as he gives the final order to kill them all. The scene opens on the quiet and dimly lit Dygald supply camp as night falls over the forest. Suddenly, the ground begins to violently shake as massive hoofbeats echo through the dark. The sentries freeze, looking back in absolute confusion as horses charge out of the shadows. Gislin's elite squad crashes through the camp, their weapons glowing with a fierce purple aura as they slice down the Daigold soldiers. The camp erupts into pure chaos, with guards screaming in panic about a sudden ambush while trying to raise their shields. A Daigold guard is brutally cut down as Ghislain commands his mercenaries to execute their plan perfectly. Ghislain, in his dark steel visor, points his sword forward and gives a cold, ruthless command not to let a single one live. Meanwhile, inside the main tent, Pabro is calmly drinking wine when a soldier bursts in, screaming that they have been ambushed. Pabro spits his wine out in complete shock, his eyes bulging as he demands to know what on earth the sentries were doing. He trembles in pure terror, frantically screaming at his men to stop the attackers since they have over 1,000 troops at the camp. The soldier sweats profusely, delivering a crushing blow to Pabro's confidence, stating that over 70% of their forces are already down. A vertical shot shows the absolute slaughter taking place, with Ghislain's elite force leaving a trail of blood and fire across the camp. Pabro stands completely paralyzed with fear, realizing his comfortable rear position has just become a death trap. Pabro and another commander quickly turn and run for their lives, screaming that they need to escape if they want to keep their heads. But a sudden slash of purple mana cuts through the dark, instantly slicing down the commander running right next to Pabro. Pabro falls to the ground, gasping in sheer terror as a shadow looms over his trembling body. Belinda sits calmly atop her horse, looking down at him with a cold smirk and mocking the traitorous former vassal of Perdium. Pabro's face goes pale, sweating as he stammers out her name in absolute horror. In the background, the entire supply camp burns to the ground, with bodies of Daigold soldiers scattered across the fiery dirt. The supply camp is completely reduced to a blazing inferno under the dark night sky. Pabro is shown tied up on his knees in front of Ghislain, who looks down on him from atop his dark warhorse. Giselle calmly states that this traitor sold vital territory secrets and willingly acted as Daigold's supply commander. Pabro grovels, smashing his head into the mud and desperately begging Lord Ghislain to spare his life as he surrenders. Ghislain, his face completely hidden behind his metal visor, coldly demands to know who bribed him to commit treason. Pabro immediately confesses, crying out that Count Desmond threatened his life and left him with no choice but to comply. Ghislain mutters under his breath, realizing Count Desmond is indeed the mastermind supplying Daigold with troops. KR stands behind him, wearing a dark smirk. Pabro continues to beg, claiming that Count Daigold would pay a hefty ransom to get him back, hoping to convince Ghislain that he is worth more alive. Ghislain steps down from his horse, his heavy armor clanking as he commands the traitor to raise his head. Pabro looks up, letting out a joyful, relieved laugh as he promises to serve Perdium with everything he has now that his life is spared. But a sudden flash of purple aura cuts through the dark. Pabro's face goes completely pale as his happy laugh is instantly cut short. Ghislain stands over him, his sword swung, declaring that he has absolutely no interest in making deals with a traitor. His face remains partially hidden, but a cold, unforgiving smile plays on his lips as he says there is only one punishment for those who betray their home. His fierce blue eyes glow as he delivers the final word, Death. Ghislain and his group ride away, leaving the blazing supply camp to burn down to ashes behind them. Belinda looks over, asking Captain Ghislain what their next move is. Kaor grins, looking more than ready for their next battle. Ghislain replies that they are heading straight to the castle. He explains that the enemy has likely already begun their main assault, meaning all of Daigold's attention will be focused on the castle walls. He plans to use this opportunity to strike their rear forces and throw their entire formation into absolute chaos. He orders Kaor and Belinda to support the left wall upon arrival, while he takes charge of the right wall. Ghislain then looks over at Gillian, calling out his name. He tells the veteran warrior that he is putting him in charge of raiding the main enemy base. He admits it's a dangerous task to fight thousands with a small force, and asks Gillian if he can pull it off. Gillian holds his massive weapon proudly, smiling as he says there's no problem if it's his lord's command. Kaor chuckles, complaining that the old man always gets to have all the fun. Belinda turns to Ghislain, asking who will be left in charge of defending the front gate. Ghislain rides ahead into the dark forest, telling them to simply leave the gate alone. Kaor and Belinda stand in stunned silence, unable to comprehend why he would leave the gate unguarded. Ghislain looks back, a calm and confident expression on his face as he says, "This war will mark the beginning of a new chapter in Perdium's history." The scene cuts back to the siege of Perdium Castle, where heavy smoke and dust cover the battlements under a dark sky. Grand Duke Swalter stands tall on the ramparts, roaring at his soldiers to prepare for the enemy's next wave. Siege catapults launch massive rocks that shatter against the stone walls, creating a storm of debris. The defenders fire back with volleys of arrows and magic, shouting to keep the invaders from getting close. Daigold soldiers climb up the siege ladders in massive numbers, with defenders screaming that there are simply too many enemies. The battle quickly devolves into a brutal, bloody close-quarters melee on the castle ramparts. Daigold soldiers continue to swarm up the walls, pushing the defenders back with sheer numbers. On a nearby hill, Count Tamos Daigold laughs maniacally, cheering at how exhilarating the assault is and claiming the battle is already won. He waves his hand, ordering the catapults to prepare for a second volley to crush the defenders as fast as possible. Victor stands beside him, silently watching the battle. He mutters to himself that this is indeed the end for the Northern Wolf. Zwolter continues to slice through the enemy soldiers on the ramparts, though he is visibly growing exhausted. He and Randolph fight side by side, their armor completely covered in blood as they hold the line. Randolph slashes down another Daigold soldier, stepping closer to Zwolter. He yells in panic, warning Zwolter that while they are holding the walls, the front gate is about to fall, and asks for his orders. Zwolter pauses, closing his eyes as he makes a difficult decision, and commands them to leave the gate alone. He repeats that they must focus entirely on holding the castle walls. He turns to Skovan, asking about their reinforcements. Skovan desperately reports that every single territory they requested help from has refused to assist. He explains that Zimbar and Rayfold claimed to have internal issues, while all of their messengers sent to Count Loges have completely lost contact. Zwolter grinds his teeth in pure anger, calling them all ungrateful bastards. Back at the Daigold command post, a panicked scout runs up to Tamos, delivering the shocking news that their supply unit has been attacked. Tamos and his knight look back in absolute shock, unable to believe what they are hearing. The advisor sweats, pointing out that their supply runner hasn't returned and that something has definitely gone wrong. Tamos angrily shouts that it's impossible, arguing that the Perdium rats are trapped inside the castle and couldn't possibly know the supply unit's location. But he turns and sees a thick pillar of black smoke rising from the distant forest. He stands frozen, realizing that the smoke is indeed coming from the direction of their supply camp. He shivers in disbelief, realizing there is someone in Perdium bold enough to execute a highly strategic counterattack. Victor mutters to himself, his dark visor reflecting the smoke as he calls the situation interesting. A panicked Tamos grabs Victor's armor, desperately asking what they should do since they are now completely cut off from their supplies. But Victor coldly dismisses his concern, calmly stating that they have absolutely no need for supplies. He draws his massive blue glowing sword, declaring that they will simply take the castle before the end of the day. Tamos is left gasping in pure shock, repeating the word today in disbelief. Victor stands tall, looking out at the distant castle spire with cold, calculated determination. The narrator notes that while Zwolter and the elite forces are holding the walls, the front gate remains completely unguarded. Victor looks down at the empty, quiet front gates of the castle and smiles. Under his heavy wolf head helmet, Victor whispers, "I see." He raises his massive, glowing blue blade high into the rainy sky. He yells a thunderous command, ordering the entire Daigold army to advance and smash through the main gate. With a deafening roar, the massive army charges forward, their yellow flags flying as they rush toward the unguarded front gates. A massive, heavily armored knight named Adon sits atop a white warhorse, wearing an ornate winged helmet. He silently looks back over his shoulder. Adon's glowing white eye narrows behind his steel visor as he waits for his command. His horse stomps the ground with massive force, sending a cloud of dirt and dust flying into the air. Adon raises his head, looking completely focused and ready to unleash his devastating strength. He is handed his weapon, a massive, beautifully crafted golden battle axe that sparkles in the dim light. Adon rides forward, holding the giant weapon proudly as he prepares to guard the position. Victor looks back at Adon, telling him that he is going to personally smash through the castle gates himself. He tells Adon to stay behind and hold their current spot, then rides off toward the front lines. Outside the castle walls, Daigold soldiers continue to swarm up the ladders, trying to overwhelm the defenders on the battlements. The battle continues to rage along the ramparts, with blades clashing and soldiers falling on both sides. Randolph fights off the attackers, but his eyes widen in terror as a scout points out a massive threat approaching. Zwolter looks over the wall, gasping in pure shock as he sees a giant wooden siege tower rolling toward them. The massive siege tower matches the exact height of the battlements. Randolph curses under his breath, wondering how the enemy could have possibly known the castle's layout. Randolph warns that if the siege tower manages to reach them, they are completely finished. Zwolter quickly demands to know if their catapults are ready. The castle engineers work frantically to set up their defensive weapons on the ramparts, shouting that they have just finished aligning them. Zwolter raises his sword, screaming for them to fire immediately and destroy that siege tower before it reaches the wall. A massive stone projectile is launched from the castle wall, hurtling directly toward the wooden tower. The enemy soldiers gasp, shocked that the defenders even had catapults. But before the boulder can strike, Victor leaps from his horse in a single bound, flying high into the air with his massive sword drawn. With a blinding blue slash, Victor completely shatters the giant stone projectile in midair, dispersing the debris. The defenders on the wall watch in absolute horror, unable to comprehend how a single warrior could intercept a catapult strike. Victor lands gracefully back on his warhorse, his cape fluttering as Randolph desperately asks who that monster is. Walter's face turns pale as he stares at the armored champion, realizing that the rumors about the legendary knight were true. Victor raises his weapon, coldly telling the defenders that their resistance is completely useless and their fall is inevitable. He commands his forces to bring the massive wooden battering ram forward to smash through the front gate. The Daigold soldiers cheer, pushing the heavy siege weapon directly toward the unguarded wooden gates. With a thunderous crash, the battering ram slams into the castle gate, shaking the entire foundation. The defenders on the wall watch helplessly as the enemy hammers away at their only defense, crying out for the Grand Duke's orders. The gate groans and splinters under the relentless impact of the massive battering ram. Walter grits his teeth in pure anxiety, silently hoping that Giselle's plan will work before the gate is breached. The battering ram continues to hammer the gate, sending shockwaves through the courtyard. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Alfoy and the captive mages are bound in ropes inside a giant magic circle, furiously screaming at the guards. Alfoy breaks down in dramatic tears, screaming that they are elite mages who shouldn't be caught up in some trashy estate war. He turns to Gillian and Vanessa, yelling that they are completely blind for letting the battering ram get this close to breaking the gate. He continues to scream in panic, claiming that the castle is already finished and they are all going to die. Vanessa quietly holds her staff, looking completely calm and unfazed by the surrounding chaos. She looks back at Alfoy, telling him gently not to worry about the battle. Vanessa places a hand over her heart, stating with absolute trust that the young lord will definitely fix everything. Alfoy scoffs, telling her not to make him laugh. He complains about being dragged through hell by Giselle, calling him a complete lunatic. Alfoy turns to the other captive mages, asking if they are seriously going to follow a lunatic's orders, but they quietly refuse to agree with him. Vanessa steps forward, her eyes glowing with absolute determination as she defends her young lord. She remembers practicing her magic a few days ago, desperately trying to channel her mana. She had managed to summon a small, weak blue spark, looking exhausted and apologizing to Giselle for her lack of progress. But Giselle had smiled warmly, telling her that being able to use magic at all is already a massive victory, and that her mana would grow over time. He had then told her to follow him, promising to show her something incredible. The memory shows Gillian and the captive mages digging up the courtyard, burying massive glowing runestones in a specific circular pattern. The mages had grumbled and sweated from the hard labor, while Vanessa watched in complete confusion. Alfoy had wiped the sweat from his face, furiously yelling at Giselle for making mages do manual labor. He had argued that they should be moving the runestones outside the castle if they wanted to hide them. Alfoy had pointed his shovel at Giselle, demanding to know the meaning behind this absurd task. Kayor had quickly slapped a hand on Alfoy's shoulder, coldly warning him that chatting is strictly forbidden during work hours. Vanessa had looked at Giselle, asking what this massive circle of buried runestones was truly meant for. Giselle had explained that it is all preparation, stating that the simplest and strongest tactic in war is to completely overwhelm the opponent. He had added that no matter how bad the odds look, there is always a way to turn the tables. He had looked back at her with a sharp, calculating gaze. Vanessa had gasped in sudden realization, asking if he seriously meant to do the unthinkable. Her eyes had widened in sheer awe at the scale of his genius. Giselle had looked at her staff, asking if she believed she could handle the massive influx of energy. Back in the present, Vanessa stands at the center of the giant magic circle, channeling her staff as the buried runestones begin to glow. Alfoy watches from his bounds, sweating in sheer disbelief as he recognizes the legendary magic circle. A massive surge of pure, white-hot mana flows through the ground and into Vanessa's staff, triggering a colossal mana transfer. Giselle's voice echoes in her mind, encouraging her and telling her that she can do it. Outside the castle, the Daigold army continues their relentless assault on the main gate. On the battlements, the defenders are sweating in panic, shouting to hold the gate until Giselle's signal comes down. Suddenly, Randolph points a trembling finger toward the distant horizon, screaming for the Grand Duke to look back. In a distant rear of the Daigold army, a massive cloud of dust kicks up as a dark cavalry unit charges in with blinding speed. Walter stares in absolute shock, instantly recognizing the leader of the charge. Giselle leads the charge on his black warhorse, his sword drawn and glowing with a brilliant purple aura. A Daigold soldier spots the sudden threat, frantically calling out to Lord Victor. The scout reports in pure panic that an unknown cavalry unit has launched a devastating ambush on their rear flank. Giselle's elite mercenaries crash into the enemy ranks, slicing through them with high-speed slashes. Blurs of blue and purple energy rip through the Daigold forces as they are completely caught off guard. Ghislaine unleashes a massive horizontal slash, generating a wave of energy that cuts down several soldiers in a single swing. The enemy ranks are thrown into a complete panic, with soldiers screaming that they were told Perdium had no reinforcements. The Daigold archers try to aim their crossbows, frantically shouting to shoot down the cavalry before they get too close. But Giselle's high-speed charge makes it completely impossible for the archers to land their shots. The arrows rain down uselessly on the empty dirt behind them. The archers stare in absolute jaw-dropping shock as Giselle's horse leaps completely over their defensive barricades. A close-up of Giselle's dark steel helmet shows his eyes glowing with a terrifying cold light as he lands in the middle of their ranks. He swings his glowing blade, unleashing a colossal whirlwind of magical energy that tears through the surrounding soldiers. The shockwave of the strike sends bodies and weapons flying in every direction, leaving a massive crater of destruction. The surviving Daigold soldiers scream in pure horror, asking if the warrior who took out dozens in a single split second is actually a human. Giselle raises his glowing sword high into the stormy sky, loudly commanding the soldiers of Perdium to rise. His visor slides open to reveal his face as he roars that it is officially time to launch their counterattack. The Perdium soldiers on the walls let out a thunderous cheer, their morale completely restored as they prepare to crush the invaders. Perdium's counter-attacking forces charge forward in neat formations, their captain yelling that their massive counter-offensive officially starts now. The scene shifts to Daigold's main camp, where their strategic map is suddenly illuminated by the bright flares of a surprise attack. Gillian swings his massive halberd on horseback, warning his companions that the main camp is under a brutal assault. He commands Gordon and Toran to spread out and prioritize disabling the enemy's key facilities while he draws all the attention. The elite soldiers charge in, laughing at the panicked faces of the Daigold troops and vowing to reduce the camp to ashes. Inside Daigold's command tent, Count Tamos is sweating in pure panic as a soldier desperately begs him to evacuate immediately. The camp outside is completely overrun, with black smoke rising into the night sky. Gillian rides up to Count Tamos, pointing his weapon and declaring that he is taking him hostage. Tamos can only let out a horrified gasp as he stares at the towering white-bearded warrior. But before Gillian can make his move, a massive gold spear slashes down, blocking his path with a heavy clank. Adon Praso engages Gillian in a fierce clash, their weapons sparking violently as they test each other's strength. Gillian is forced to back away, looking at the massive white-armored knight who easily intercepted his strike. Gillian sweats, silently admitting that the opponent is exceptionally strong. Adon points his gold spear at Gillian, praising his guts for launching a surprise attack with such a small force. He steps forward, proudly introducing himself as Adon Praso. He points his gold spear at Gillian's face, commanding him to state his name. A close-up of Gillian's glowing blue eyes as he glares at the arrogant knight. He coldly replies that he has no name, stating he is merely a weapon wielded by the Grand Duke of Perdium. The scene cuts to the left fortress wall, where Daigold soldiers are climbing up the battlements under a dark sky. Belinda calls out to Kaor as she leaps off her horse to engage the enemy. She slashes a Daigold knight in midair, landing gracefully on the stone ramparts. Kaor slashes another soldier, splattering blood onto Belinda's cloak. Belinda snaps, yelling at him to stop splattering blood in her direction. Kaor smirks and tells the old lady to handle it herself because he doesn't have time to worry about her clothes. Belinda's face turns completely red with absolute rage at being called an old lady. The scene cuts to the right fortress wall, where Ghislaine is riding his horse through the chaotic battlefield. The enemy soldiers panic, screaming that everyone is going to die and begging their comrades to run away. Ghislaine's knights shout for a full charge, keeping their momentum high. Ghislaine, looking through his steel visor, decides to use the enemy's confusion to bring down their giant siege towers himself. His soldiers follow close behind, shouting to crush the invaders completely. A Daigold commander scoffs at the cavalry, calling them amateurs for turning their backs on the battlefield, and orders his spearmen to block the front. The spearmen form a defensive wall with their long spears, shouting in unison. Ghislaine tells his knights to dodge the attacks on their own as he charges directly toward the spear wall. His horse leaps high, crashing through the spears and scattering the defenders. The spearmen gasp in shock as Ghislaine completely vanishes from their sight. Ghislaine's blade glimmers with a purple hue as he prepares to strike. He leaps from his horse in midair, bringing his sword down on the unsuspecting soldiers. He lands with a heavy slam, his slashes cutting through the defensive ranks. He moves like a blur, his sword leaving trails of blue and purple light across the ramparts. He slashes another soldier, completely decimating their line of defense. He stands victorious amidst the defeated soldiers, his eyes locked on his next target. Ghislaine runs at full speed toward the massive wooden siege tower. The soldiers on the tower look down in panic, realizing the wall is about to fall if they don't break through the main gate quickly. They sweat, worrying they will get surrounded if the battle drags on any longer. The siege tower guards spot Ghislaine charging in, frantically screaming for their archers to stop him. Ghislaine glares up, his blue eyes flashing as he resolves to secure their victory before they lose momentum. He channels a brilliant blue aura into his blade, preparing for a devastating strike. He slices through a guard standing in his way, spraying blood onto the wooden platform. An enemy soldier tries to parry with a curved sword, but Ghislaine easily overpowers him. He moves like a shadow, his slashes cutting down several guards in a single motion. He performs a quick spin slash, sweeping the legs of the Daigold soldiers. He parries another attack and swiftly thrusts his sword forward, knocking his opponent back. He lands a heavy blow, knocking an enemy soldier flat on his back. He grabs another soldier by the collar and hurls him off the platform. Daigold commanders scream in pure panic, warning their archers that Ghislaine is targeting the siege tower. A massive barrage of arrows is fired directly at Ghislaine. Ghislaine uses his blade to deflect the arrow volley in a blur of light. He charges towards the soldier on a horse. Ghislaine brings his massive sword through that sotter's chest. He spun his blade ready for the momentum. He sent the poor guy flying towards the wooden tower. He grunts as he pulls on the magical threads to bring the tower down. With a massive yank, the entire giant wooden siege tower is forcefully pulled down. The massive siege tower crashes to the ground with a thunderous roar, completely destroyed. Ghislaine immediately runs toward the second siege tower, leaving a trail of blue sparks. Daigold soldiers watch in absolute horror, their faces sweaty and pale. Ghislaine leaps into the air once more, preparing to slash the second tower. He swings his blade with colossal force, generating a vertical purple slash. Boom. The second siege tower is completely shattered by his raw physical force and aura. The surrounding Daigold soldiers scream in absolute panic, unable to believe a single human just destroyed their massive siege towers. Adon Prasso's eyes narrow as he watches Ghislaine dismantle their siege towers with his bare hands. He points his gold spear, asking if that powerful warrior is the enemy commander. He asks his soldier if the front gate has still not been breached. A close-up of the battered castle gate shows it is still standing despite the heavy battering. The soldier reports that they should be able to break through in about 10 minutes. Adon looks at the gate, telling the soldier to make it 5 minutes instead. He states that he will take out their commander in the meantime, and orders the gate to be open when he returns. He glares at his soldier, warning him that failure means death. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out from behind, calling him a flying tin can. Adon turns his horse, looking back in surprise as a lone warrior stands in the dust. The warrior warns Adon that he is not going anywhere, and Adon demands to know his identity. Kaor smiles wickedly, resting his massive sword on his shoulder as he introduces himself as the commander of the Cerberus mercenaries. Kaor draws his blade with a manic grin, inviting Adon to play. Kaor sits calmly on his horse, raising his blade to Adon with a manic smile as he challenges him to a fight. Adon scoffs under his helmet, immediately swinging his golden axe forward with incredible speed. Kaor's horse leaps into the air as they clash, their weapons grinding together with a loud metallic clink. Kaor uses the momentum of his jump to swing his heavy blade down on Adon's defenses. He leaps completely off his horse, putting his entire body weight behind a massive vertical slash. Adon calmly blocks the heavy mid-air attack with his massive polearm, sending a brilliant shockwave across the dirt. Kaor grits his teeth, trying to force his blade through Adon's solid defense, but the giant knight doesn't even budge. They push off each other, with Kaor leaping backward to regain his footing. Kaor is completely shocked that Adon was able to block his heaviest strike without breaking a sweat. Adon points his weapon at him, arrogantly boasting that he has met countless fighters just like him. He calls Kaor a mediocre mercenary who relies entirely on raw, unrefined strength. Adon unleashes a devastating horizontal sweep of blue light, tearing through the dirt. Kaor tries to block, but the sheer force of the slash shatters his defense and sends him flying backward. Kaor slides heavily across the stone ground, his armor cracked and dented from the impact. He struggles to sit up, coughing up blood as he curses the white-armored monster. Adon scoffs under his visor, stating there is nothing easier to deal with than brainless beasts who swing their paws on instinct. Kaor glares at the knight with bloodshot, furious eyes, repeating the curse under his breath. He grudgingly admits to himself that the giant knight is insanely strong. He remembers Gillen warning him about Victor before the battle, calling him Count Desmond's hidden Joker card. Ghislaine had told Kaor that Victor was stronger than anyone he had ever faced, except for himself. He explained that Victor would use their massive numbers to force them onto the walls, before launching an all-out attack on the weakened front gate. But Ghislaine had smirked, saying that this was exactly what he wanted to happen. Wiping the blood from his lips, Kaor smiles wickedly as he remembers Ghislaine's final command. Ghislaine had specifically ordered Kaor to hold the giant knight Victor down, no matter what. Kaor faces Adon, realizing the suicidal scale of the task he's been given. He lets out a chaotic, crazy laugh, muttering a quick curse about the absurd request. He complains that Ghislaine is asking for far too much, but his smile only grows wider. The heavy, echoing thuds of the battering ram continue to shake the castle's front gate. With a manic grin, Kaor swings his blade and charges directly back into the fight. Meanwhile, Gillian's spear clashes violently with Adon's golden battle axe in another part of the battlefield. The Daigold soldiers panic, screaming for Adon to step back and be careful against the blue-bearded warrior. Gillian's blue aura swirls around his body, ordering his men to keep their distance and focus on reducing the enemy's numbers. He grunts in irritation, realizing Adon's shield is completely impenetrable and can block attacks from any angle. Gillian tries to find a single opening in the solid wall of gold steel, but Adon's defense remains absolutely perfect. Gillian grows impatient, declaring that he has no more time to waste on a stubborn shield. He brings his heavy weapon down with massive force, trying to smash the shield through sheer weight. Adon scoffs under his visor, telling Gillian that his heavy blows are completely useless against his defense. They lock weapons in a tense struggle, neither side willing to give an inch of ground. Gillian slams his heavy fist directly against the shield, trying to force Adon off balance. Gillian spins rapidly, searching for any small gap to slip his blade past the gold steel. But Adon's golden battle axe cleaves Gillian's horse, sending the old warrior tumbling through the air. Gillian lands hard on his feet, cursing as he tries to catch his breath. Gillian runs forward as Adon charges back at him on horseback, determined to end the old warrior. Adon raises his golden battle axe, the weapon glowing with a brilliant white aura as he roars for Gillian to fall. He swings his axe down with the full weight of his armored horse, creating a massive explosion of dust. Gillian barely manages to block the strike, but the sheer force of the impact bends his knees. The old warrior is pushed backward, spitting blood as his armor cracks under the pressure. The Daigold battering ram continues to slam violently against the main gates of Perdium. The heavy wooden gate begins to splinter and crack under the constant assault. The gatekeepers panic, shouting that they won't be able to hold the entrance much longer. Randolph watches the gate crumble from the ramparts, sweating in pure anxiety. The mages on the wall continue casting their defensive spells, frantically begging Vanessa to do something since she took their mana. Vanessa stands quietly on her platform, her eyes glowing white as she tells them the time has not yet come. She channels even more magical energy from the glowing circle of runestones. Suddenly, the front gate is completely shattered. Daigold soldiers scream in triumph as they charge into the castle courtyard. A massive horde of enemy troops pours through the breached gate. The Daigold commander orders his squad to bring Count Daigold and focus entirely on eliminating the Perdium leaders. But Kaor suddenly steps in front of them, his blood-stained blade drawn as he blocks their path. Kaor tells them they aren't going any further, standing his ground as the invaders surround him. Victor looks down at Kaor, asking why a mere mercenary would willingly throw away his life for a lost cause. Victor points his sword toward the shattered gate, telling Kaor to look at the reality of their defeat. He scoffs, calling it a fatal mistake to entrust the fate of a noble house to simple mercenaries. He advises Kaor to act like a real mercenary and run away before he gets killed for nothing. He adds that there is absolutely nothing in this war worth dying for. Kaor looks down in silence, a quiet chuckle escaping his lips. He grins widely with bloody teeth, looking back up with a manic expression as he asks, "So what?" Kaor spits blood, stating that on the battlefield, the only thing that actually matters is who wins and who loses. Victor scoffs, telling Kaor that he doesn't have time to listen to a loser's pathetic excuses. He lunges forward, bringing his massive sword down with colossal force. Kaor barely manages to block the heavy strike with his sword, the force cracking the ground beneath him. Victor's raw power pushes him down, slowly fracturing Kaor's blade. Gillian and Adon continue their clash nearby, with Gillian noticing a tiny gap inside the design of Adon's golden axe. Adon swings his golden axe with incredible force, sending Gillian crashing into the dirt. The impact kicks up a massive cloud of dust, leaving Gillian heavily bruised. Adon raises his golden weapon high, declaring that the old mercenary's sturdiest defense is finally broken. Gillian sits in the dust, his shield completely shattered as he catches his breath. He smiles, muttering that even the sturdiest defense has a small gap. Gillian slowly stands back up, his eyes glowing with a renewed blue light. He declares that he has already offered his life to serve his young lord as an unwavering weapon. He raises his sword, stating that his only remaining purpose is to bring victory to Ghislaine. Gillian releases a massive, brilliant blue aura, charging back into the fight with a thunderous roar. He leaps high into the air, bringing his sword down with colossal force. Kaor stands inside the shattered gate, his face covered in blood as he watches the battle. He admits to himself that Victor is far stronger than him, and that this might actually be the day he dies. But he remembers Ghislaine's final command to hold the giant down at all costs. His eyes glow with a manic blue light as he prepares to strike, vowing to hold the giant down even if it costs him his life. He grits his teeth, clenching his sword and vowing to land at least one solid blow before he falls. Kaor leaps backward with a heady grunt, his face covered in blood as he stares down his opponent. He knows Victor is far stronger, but he is fully prepared to risk his life. He grits his teeth, determined to find a way to land just a single solid strike before his body gives out. With a manic look in his eyes, Kaor focuses entirely on the giant knight's next movements, wondering how to execute his attack. His thoughts flash back to a conversation with Ghislaine. He remembers asking the young master how he managed to pull off those impossible high-speed dodges. In the flashback, Kaor gets animated, asking if Ghislaine can teach him how to easily weave through every single attack. Kaor looks at him with genuine curiosity, waiting for the young lord to reveal his combat secrets. Ghislaine simply offers a calm, knowing smile, preparing to explain. He tells Kaor that it is never about the physical movement itself, but rather about manipulating the opponent's perception. He explains that anyone fighting Kaor for the first time would easily assume he is just an aggressive animal that charges forward. He notes that when people look down on him as a brute who only relies on instinct, they become blind to his real traps. Back in the present, Kaor's face contorts with absolute determination. He is ready to use those high expectations against his enemy. With a roar, Kaor charges forward to clash with Victor once again. He drives his blade forward, forcing Victor to swing his massive sword to block. Victor scoffs under his heavy helmet, completely unimpressed by Kaor's aggressive charge. Victor swings his great sword down with absolute crushing force, warning that fools always make hasty, desperate decisions when backed into a corner. He tells Kaor that those hasty decisions are usually the last mistakes they ever make in their lives. With a thunderous roar, Victor swings his sword down, screaming for his opponent to die. Kaor focuses entirely on the descending blade, muttering that this is indeed his final move. But instead of blocking, Kaor uses Ghislaine's advice to hide his true intentions. He easily ducks and slides directly under the path of the massive sword swing. Bypassing Victor's guard, Kaor gets closer to the giant knight than ever. He leaps upward, unleashing a rapid angled slash at the giant knight. Kaor knows that getting inside his opponent's reach is more than enough to land a single decisive strike. Instead of targeting Victor's heavy armor, Kaor aims his blade directly at the giant's warhorse. Kaor's blade makes a clean, deep cut directly across the horse's neck. The warhorse screams in pain as blood splatters, completely losing its balance and collapsing. The massive beast falls to the dirt, sending Victor flying off his saddle. Victor crashes heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He quickly recovers, completely untouched, as he mutters that Kaor's irregular movements were actually a calculated trap to bring down his horse. He admits that Kaor possesses a caliber that only those prepared to face death can reach, and acknowledges that he misjudged him. Victor stands tall, raising his massive sword and telling Kaor that he simply met the wrong opponent. Kaor lies on the ground, spitting out blood but smiling as he hears Victor's praise. Victor stands over him, noting that while it is common to surpass limits at the crossroads of life and death, unfortunately, Kaor missed his target. He points his blade at Kaor's throat, asking if the bleeding mercenary has any last words. Victor prepares to deliver the final blow. Kaor looks up with a bloody, victorious grin, telling the giant knight that he already succeeded. Victor looks down, completely confused by Kaor's sudden confidence. Kaor whispers that he indeed landed a hit, leaving Victor standing in surprise. Victor looks down at his chestplate, asking what the mercenary meant. Suddenly, a barrage of throwing knives and arrows flies at Victor, forcing him to step back and block. Belinda leaps from above, landing a heavy spinning kick to push the giant knight back. She quickly grabs Kaor by his collar, pulling him onto her horse as they prepare to make a hasty escape. They ride away at full speed through the chaotic battlefield. Ghislaine also joins them, helping to shield their retreat from the surrounding enemy forces. They successfully clear the area, leaving Victor standing alone on the field. Victor looks down at his chest plate, noticing a tiny deep crack with a residue of purple magical energy sparkling around it. He realizes that Kaor's entire suicidal attack was designed to keep him anchored to this spot. He looks toward the castle gates, suddenly realizing the trap they've walked into. He gasps, wondering if Kaor's actions up until now were truly worth risking his life for. Victor stares at the castle, his eyes wide in sudden panic. The light reflecting off his visor grows brighter as the massive magic circle begins to activate. Daigold's forces inside the courtyard look around, completely confused as the ground begins to shake. A massive, blinding explosion of blue-white light erupts from the courtyard, completely engulfing the gate. The giant magic circle of buried runestones is fully activated by Vanessa. Vanessa concentrates deeply, her eyes glowing white as she prepares to unleash her power. Victor screams in rage, realizing they've been outplayed by Ghislaine's strategic brilliance. Vanessa channels her staff, remembering Ghislaine's words that they can flip the entire situation to their advantage with the help of her magic. In the flashback, Ghislaine looked at her with absolute trust. Vanessa had asked if he truly believed she could handle such massive magical energy. Ghislaine had smiled warmly, telling her that he had absolute faith in her talent. Back in the present, Vanessa points her staff forward, ready to unleash her very first high-level spell. The massive magical circuits across the ground glow with a blinding light. She screams her spell name, Flame Strike. A massive wave of bright orange fire erupts from the gate, instantly incinerating the charging Daigold army. The fire sweeps through the entrance, triggering a huge explosion that blows the vanguard to pieces. Daigold soldiers are instantly burned to ashes, their screams of agony echoing across the courtyard. The entire front gate is completely engulfed in a raging sea of flames. On the battlements, Zwalter and the vassals stare in complete sweating disbelief at the massive explosion. Ghislaine stands calmly next to her on the wall, his dark armor reflecting the orange glow. Zwalter's jaw drops as he watches his son's masterstroke. Daigold soldiers are running in sheer panic, completely on fire as they scream for help. The remaining army is in full retreat, trying desperately to escape the burning castle. Ghislaine yells to his troops, commanding them to surround the castle gate and not let a single enemy escape. He stands proudly on the wall, leading his forces with absolute authority. Gillian and the Perdium cavalry pursue the panicking, disorganized retreats. A panicked Daigold soldier runs toward Victor, crying and begging for a retreat. The soldier panics, reporting that most of their forces have been burned to death. Victor stands in silence, looking at the destruction with an irritated expression. He reflects on how their meticulously planned war was completely thwarted by a single strategic trap. He realizes they've been outplayed by Ghislaine's strategic brilliance. Victor looks down at his cracked breastplate. He tells his advisor to assemble the remaining soldiers for a temporary retreat. Victor turns his horse, planning to regroup back at their main camp. He adds that they can easily take the castle once they get out of the blaze. He orders his men to call Adon immediately to cover their retreat. But suddenly Gillian stands in front of them, holding Adon's severed gold axe. Gillian drags the heavy blood-stained axe behind him. He looks up at Victor, asking if he is the commander. Victor is completely stunned, looking at the golden weapon. Gillian calmly tells him that his main force and his army are done for. He tosses Adon's broken weapon onto the ground. The massive golden axe slams into the muddy ground with a heavy thud. The Daigold soldiers tremble in pure sweating terror. Victor looks at the weapon, then chuckles darkly. Victor scowls, his white eyes glowing as he demands to know if they really think the war would end this way. Victor draws his massive glowing blue sword, declaring that he will cut off all of their heads himself. He charges forward on his horse, screaming that his war has only just begun. Close up of Victor's terrifying helmet as he unleashes his absolute full power.